Hey there, folks. My name is Misadventure, and welcome to the first episode of the Neanderthal Campaign. This is going to be a brand new series here on the channel, featuring the 2005 strategy game Civilization 4, with the Caveman to Cosmos overhaul mod. Now, I know that you all saw the length of this video, and I want to start this video with a clear introduction of what this project even is, so that you know right up front if this is something you want to spend your time watching, as it may not be. And I totally understand if this particular series is not for everyone, but if you're a fan of my commentary style and the way that I play strategy games, I think you're going to really enjoy this particular project. I know I'm going to really enjoy playing this particular project. Now, to set the scene a little bit, the Civilization franchise doesn't need much of an introduction. This is a legendary franchise of 4X strategy games in the PC strategy genre. And like a lot of Civilization fans, I largely consider Civilization 4 from the mid-2000s to still be the best of the franchise. The franchise isn't in the best of shape right now, but there's always Civ 4, you can always go back to that. And this game's enduring legacy also includes very good modability, which is where a mod like C2C or Caveman to Cosmos comes into the picture. Now, Caveman to Cosmos is a kind of legendary Civ 4 mod, and not always for the best reasons. This mod's reputation kind of precedes it, especially more recently, with a lot of the discourse around it and what it's trying to do. And I will certainly share my thoughts on all those things as we go through this very, very long project. I'll have plenty of downtime to talk about that. But the main explanation of what Caveman to Cosmos even is, it is a expansion of Civilization 4, but in the way that the Big Bang Theory of the universe explains a kind of constant, ever-present omnidirectional expansion, just like how in modern, cosmology, the understanding is that everything in the universe is always moving away from everything else. It's not like everything is moving away from like a fixed point. There's just always constant expansion in every direction. In Caveman to Cosmos, every single thing in Civilization 4 is expanded in every direction all at once, as opposed to having a central point in Civ 4's design that everything is expanded out of. This is essentially the heat death of the universe equivalent of overhaul mods for Civ 4, if that makes sense. I don't know if that made sense to anyone else, but I just finished working on Queen of the Stars, so I've got cosmic lingo on the brain right now. But anyways, when it comes to Caveman to Cosmos, the best way to explain the scope of this mod is to compare it to what Vanilla Civ 4 does. In Vanilla Civ 4, the game begins in the Ancient Age, kind of pre-Bronze Age, Stone Age, but specifically when permanent sedentary lifestyle is really adopted, with agriculture, with fishing, those things that kind of come with that era of human history, largely after the hunter-gatherer era of human history, which was, if you know much about human history, actually most of human history was that earlier phase. And Civ 4 proceeds from there throughout all the enumerated ages that people know about, up until essentially the modern information age, which is where the vanilla games tech tree largely ends. There's a little bit of speculative future tech packed in at the end there, but it more or less goes from that point in history, the ancient age, all the way to today, and that is the scope of the tech tree. In Caveman to Cosmos, it changes this in a few ways. First of all, it adds a very, very long prehistoric age before the ancient age, representing a more semi-nomadic and hunter-gatherer period. Now, it does still have permanent fixed cities in this era. We're not dealing with a kind of, I think it was Humankind that had, it was one of these other 4X games that had a kind of nomadic prehistoric age. But in Caveman to Cosmos, the prehistoric age is mostly different from the ancient age in that you don't have agriculture yet. So all of your abilities to get yields from the land is much more limited. But we'll talk about that more later. There's a lot more to it than that, and if anything, the main mechanic of the prehistoric age that is most relevant in that age is hunting as a mechanic, which is added in this mod. We will talk a lot about that because that's actually going to be a completely central and critical gameplay system for us to understand in the beginning of this campaign, given some of the things about how we're setting up this campaign they'll talk about in a little bit. But Caveman to Cosmos has this very, very long, very detailed opening prehistoric age, and then it takes the it takes the ending of the vanilla Civ 4 tech tree, which is the information age, and it moves it to the middle of its tech tree. And then it adds in multiple ages of increasingly outrageous, speculative, science fiction, kind of human development where we could go. We're talking about like interstellar space ages, getting to the point of intergalactic space ages, traveling outside of our galaxies, supercluster colonizing other clusters. It gets pretty advanced, and there's an entire sort of space element to this mod, particularly in the so-called space maps. I'll talk about those more again in a bit because there's a lot to say. But essentially, there's an entire new system involving spaceflight and traveling the universe, which obviously is what the second half of the game is mostly about. So, you've got a new large age at the start, you've got a new set of ages in the back half dealing with space exploration and very far distant speculative sci-fi future stuff. What else does this mod change? Well, every single age, including all of those ages and the ages that are adapted from the vanilla setting, like the classical age, the Renaissance, all these different particular ages, their scale is increased enormously. While I don't have the numbers in front of me, I would guess that in vanilla Civ 4, each age probably has maybe around 1 to 2 dozen technologies. I think it varies quite a bit per age, but I'm fairly sure none of them are much, much larger than that. In Caveman to Cosmos, every age has around 5 to 6 dozen technologies at minimum. As I will show you a little bit later in this video, the tech tree for Caveman to Cosmos is just incomprehensibly large and densely packed. There is an enormous amount of detail and a very just bold attempt at pure, unrestrained historical complexity in the way this mod depicts history. This is a very, very detailed mod, and I think in a way it's actually one of the issues with the mod. It's essentially the world's least streamlined history strategy simulation game, where any other game would quite rightly choose to omit certain things or streamline certain things to have a more cohesive gameplay experience. This mod does none of that. Every instance where the mod developers could have streamlined or simplified something from history to make the gameplay better, they chose to not do that. And that is, I think, the magic of this mod. And what I find most impressive about it is its sheer unwavering commitment to being as over-designed as possible. Now, that may not sound like a compliment, and it's not necessarily meant to be one. I think that it is impressive and interesting for a mod to do something like this. Of course, I have a bias towards mods that are maybe a little over-designed. You can probably figure out why. But I do think that Caveman to Cosmos, its most impressive feat is really just the scale it tries to accomplish. Now, am I the biggest Caveman to Cosmos defender on every front? Certainly not. I don't think this mod is very cohesively designed. There's a lot of structural problems with this mod's gameplay design. The tech tree is super messy, which in fairness is sort of accurate to how complicated and messy history is. And a lot of this mod's assets are not very cohesive in design. It borrows or frankly steals a lot of assets from all sorts of sources, different websites, other mods, I've been told. And so there's not a cohesive, centralizing design theme in this mod, and it feels very kind of haphazard in some ways. At the same time, the vision of what this mod is trying to do does feel very purposeful, and I think that the scale and complexity does ultimately contribute to the vision, and even the messiness of the execution sort of contributes to that vision, because it really does feel like the messy, kind of random way that history has actually played out in real life. And so to that extent, I actually can overlook these issues with the mod. There's also another big issue, which is that this mod doesn't do a great job explaining how anything works. Now, I think that as the mod has had, at this point, over 10 years of development, they've gotten better at using the inbuilt Civipedia, here renamed to the Pedia, to try their best and address everything, but there's still a lot of question marks around how certain things work, and this mod's kind of poor UI design has often been brought up. I have over 100 hours of prep for this campaign. I've been doing test games, trying out different options to figure out what would work the best for this particular project. And I feel fairly confident I can at least figure out what's going on in most of the mod. But of course, when we get to some of the later stuff, I may be a little bit less in my depth, so we will figure that out when we get there. Now, the other thing to mention about Caveman to Cosmos is some people have accused it of being essentially of just being a bad way to experience Civ 4, for lack of a more kind of elegant explanation. And I think that this is actually kind of true. I think that this is much more of its own experience than it is a Civ 4 overhaul. In the same way that over in the Imperator Rome world, I actually think that Bronze Age Reborn is essentially its own game that is just using Imperator Rome as an engine. I think this is the quintessential example of that. If you are interested in Civ 4, then that is kind of the gateway to potentially being interested in C2C. But I certainly think that C2C is not the best version of Civ 4. It's really its own thing, and it's just using Civ 4 because Civ 4 probably was and is the best engine and kind of gameplay system to start with for a project like this. Now, having said all of that, let's go ahead and talk about exactly what this project is going to be from a YouTube point of view. So obviously this video is longer than my usual kind of 60-minute or so video. That's because for this particular project, I'm going to have a very structureless approach to how long I play each particular video. I'll basically play through an entire session, and however long that ends up being will basically be based on how I'm feeling. This mod is so dense with stuff going on, and the scale is so large that I really want to give myself as much power as possible around how I play it, because you can very easily get overwhelmed and burnt out from this mod if you let yourself. I'm also going to have a very fluid and unstructured release schedule. New episodes of the Neanderthal Campaign will basically come out whenever I have more episodes to share. So don't expect episodes to come out on a regular schedule, though they probably will come out pretty often. I really love playing this mod, and I think I will probably produce quite a few episodes in a reasonable amount of time. So I don't think this is going to be a very slow releasing project. And that's the last thing to mention, is the amount of this project that you can expect. This is going to be a full playthrough of this mod. And I'll just go ahead and tell you right now, a big part of that has to do with the way I'm setting up this particular, let's quickly hop in to show you. The way I'm setting this up, I'm actually only enabling one victory type. And that victory type is actually the scientific victory. So this is the only victory that myself or the AI can literally do in this particular campaign. Now, I can still lose the campaign if I get destroyed by the AI in a war, if all of my units and cities are destroyed and I have nothing left to control, I can still lose the campaign, and that could happen in this campaign for reasons I'll talk about more in a moment. But the only way that I can win the campaign, and the only way that the AI can win without killing me, because then I would lose, and then from my point of view the campaign's done, is a scientific victory. Now in this mod, a scientific victory involves a couple things. First, you have to completely finish the tech tree, except for what are called religious technologies. We'll talk about this more later, but in this mod, the technologies that unlock religions and found them are actually their own separate technologies, and the first one to research it in the game locks that tech for everybody else. So you basically, like in Vanilla Civ 4, the first one to unlock a certain technology founds the religion. Unlike in Vanilla Civ 4, it's its own separate technology, so you can't accidentally found a religion that you don't want to found just by going through the tech tree, which is actually a change I really like. I think that it also fits the more granular approach this mod takes to technology, for being able to found a religion being a choice you make as opposed to something that happens incidentally to technology. Now, to get the scientific victory, you have to get all of the technologies, but you also have to build, I believe, the last wonder chronologically in the game, which is essentially a gateway through which your civilization travels to leave the material plane. I told you this mod has some very far future sci-fi stuff at the end. The entire last stage is basically about becoming so scientifically advanced that you transcend time and space and essentially leave the confines of the game and sort of become sentient that you are in a civilization game. It's pretty crazy, but hypothetically, if we in real life are in some sort of video game, then the final point of human ascension would be realizing that, achieving Kim, as the Morrowind boomers would say, and transcending. So, yeah, that was kind of a deep cut reference. I don't know if anyone else got that. But anyways, Scientific Victory is the only one available. This will essentially turn this game into a full playthrough of the entire game, and not something where I accidentally or can even intentionally win earlier. I have to get through everything, and the whole point of this is to fully explore all the content in the mod. There's a lot of late game content that there's just not a lot of gameplay of on YouTube, because people who play this mod get overwhelmed with how enormous it is and how, honestly, kind of poorly paced it is, and they struggle to make it that far, at least not on a fast speed. So this is going to be a very slow, very, very slow playthrough, and that's because I'm playing not on marathon speed, which is the famous slow speed for Civilization games, but the new slowest speed, which is eternity speed. This is going to be a very slow campaign. I'm going to be very upfront about that. This is going to be very slow paced, and there's certainly going to be a lot going on, but the progression through this game and all of its mechanics is going to be glacially slow, just how I like it. I'm also going to be playing as a particular civilization. As I'm sure you have figured out by now, I'm playing as the Neanderthals, who are led by a kind of an OC that the mod invents named Wirub, as of course the Neanderthal civilization is essentially categorically ahistorical. Of course the Neanderthals existed, and we'll talk more in a little bit about their lore, but there was never a unified empire that is comparable to other civs in the game, and we have no information at all about any particular Neanderthal. So this Wirub character is just what the mod kind of envisions existing, and it fully says, like, this is not based on a real person. Let me go ahead and also change my name here. As you can tell, I was playing this mod Sanusa before Wirub. Okay. I'm also playing on Snowfru Standard 05_V6. So to explain what this is one of the so-called space maps indicated by SM. Something very important to know about Caveman Cosmos is all of the maps that are labeled as space map are custom maps that are pre-made by a modder, and they also include a very large section which you can only access in the late game with the space content. Now the mod is designed in the second half essentially with all of the space content in mind, And if you're playing on a map that doesn't have the space content, all of those new units and technologies and buildings just kind of don't do anything. There's, basically all that content is built for the space maps. You can certainly play on a non-space map and play through the game even into the latter half and still play the game. It's not like the game breaks, but there's just not as much to do. And you basically have the problem that vanilla Civilization games have of the sort of modern age. You kind of run out of new stuff to do once the technologies in this mod are only focused on space exploration. You just can't really do it anymore. And so I kind of need to play on a space map for the goal of this campaign, to get through the entire tech tree, to not have the second half of this particular playthrough be just me sitting around hitting end turn on a world that I will probably fully own by then, to just get to the last tech. Even if I have fully killed all the civs, which I can do and not win the game on a scientific victory, I still want to explore the cosmos. That's a gameplay experience that's worth waiting for and having, and that's what a space map allows for. Now I'm playing on Snowfruit Standard, mostly for technical reasons. I have played on large Snowfruit maps as well, and you'd think I'd prefer to play on a larger map. This mod stretches and kind of pushes the Civ 4 engine to its absolute breaking point. And I'm not even sure how likely it is that in the late game we're going to be able to keep playing, just due to the technical breakdown of the save file with so much information. So a smaller map tends to result in a more steady game that doesn't break down sooner, but we may still have issues in the future. We'll deal with them as we get to it. I may have to even use the world editor to get rid of certain content to just free up RAM. Like, this mod is so enormous that Civ 4 was not built to handle this much content. It really starts to struggle under the strain. And otherwise, this particular map is a Pangea map layout. I've played on it a little bit. I don't know the entire map by heart, but I have a very loose kind of memory of how the map is shaped. I'm not going to know when we start where we are exactly, because we're not going to see anything, but you get the idea. So this is the standard 05_v6 if you want to play along on your side. And then in terms of the other settings, they're preset because it's a custom map, so standard map size, which means a total of 8 players, including me. Temperate climate, low sea level, and then we're starting in the prehistoric era on eternity speed. Now I'm also playing on Nightmare difficulty, which many of you may be a little unsure how this is going to go for me. I think that this mod generally makes the game easier because the AI just doesn't really understand how to fully take advantage of the new systems. However, I also think this game, rightly so for a strategy game, is sort of made easier at the beginning, but then it gets harder later on. I actually kind of think we're going to have a fairly relaxed prehistoric age, especially as the Neanderthals, who actually have some unique dynamics that make them stronger early on. But once we get past the prehistoric age, things are going to really start to get rough, and I'm really looking forward to that. But the prehistoric age is basically going to be our opening kind of more relaxed chance to get situated and set ourselves up for what's going to be a much harder game after that. So Nightmare difficulty, it's above deity level. I fully anticipate that it's possible I may just flatly lose this campaign given the difficulty. That's fine. That's an outcome I'm fine with. If I lose the game, I accept that. But I don't think I will. I'm pretty good at Civ 4. I've been playing this game for over 20 years. On to the options, and there is a lot of options to talk about. I'm not going to go into super deep detail about every single option, but I will discuss the options that I'm selecting and why I'm selecting them. So first of all, we're going to go ahead and turn on developing leader and start without positive traits. Now, start without positive traits actually starts the leaders without any of their traits. So Wirub starts with the positive traits protective and nomadic, and the negative trait hunter-gatherer. This option actually starts them without any of their sort of historical traits. Wirub is obviously not a historical figure, but these are kind of, traits that are based on what we understand about Neanderthal civilization to the limited extent we do understand it. And so with this option, all of the leaders in this game will not have their historical preset traits. However, they will still have their historical kind of personalities. So warmonger leaders like Shaka of the Zulu or Montezuma are going to still be warmongers, and we can pretty reliably expect that. More peaceful religious leaders like Gandhi are going to be that way. Even without the traits, their personalities are still there. The traits are just modifiers, a big list of modifiers. So this basically evens the playing field. And the main reason I'm selecting this is I just don't really think Weird has interesting traits, so I don't really want to bother with them. However, I do think the trait system is interesting, and so that's why we have developing leaders. Leaders gain additional traits throughout the game due to expanding national culture values. So this is still kind of a beta system, and I don't know for sure exactly how this is going to work, but I'm interested to see how we may see Weird as a leader kind of change and evolve with the civilization throughout the course of time. And this will be true for the other leaders. We have a way to see what traits everyone has, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if our neighbors are developing aggressive, something like that. Maybe kind of a warning sign for us. Moving along, I'm going to also select complex traits. Now this adds a bunch of additional possible traits and makes the existing traits more complicated. Again, with the other things that I've selected, we're not starting with the 3 traits Weird is listed with, but any traits that we get are going to be either more detailed and more kind of balanced, complex traits version, as they have both more strengths and weaknesses as well. Moving on, we're going to go ahead and select Enable United Nations. This allows the UN and the earlier Apostolic Palace to be built and have their diplomatic implications without diplomacy victory being enabled. So no one can win the game by becoming Secretary General or I guess Pope with the Apostolic Palace, but you can still do the other diplomatic things possible with these wonders. I think it's interesting, and we'll see if it becomes part of the mid-game of this campaign. And then we're going to go ahead and also disable wonder limits. This is mostly because I think that most of the wonders in this mod actually have local effects that are important enough that you want to still pick which city the wonder goes to pretty carefully. And I think it's fair to have a city with a lot of wonders if you can build them and support them in the city, keeping in mind that the city is tied up with its production to build the wonder. So I do think there's already enough reasons why where the wonder is located feels like a strategic choice, even if I'm removing the limit. This also makes it easier for the AI because they are not very good at dealing with the wonder limit. So to the extent that the AI will be building a lot of wonders, and with only 7 AIs and 8 players, including me, there's plenty of wonders in this mod to go around for everyone. So I think this is going to make the game more interesting, and honestly just kind of more fun for me, since I don't have to worry about trying to make wonders in low production, sort of more obscure cities when I run out in my main cities. I am going to then go ahead and turn on Tech Diffusion. This will basically give a tech bonus to civs that are behind on tech. I don't know exactly if this is based on whether you're behind the mean of all the civs advancements or the median, or how exactly it works, but essentially if the civs are behind other civs in their total amount of technologies developed, they get a small scaling tech bonus to help them catch up. Then you've got Win for Losing, which I'm also going to select. This gives civs a tech bonus for being behind on other things other than technology, namely their city count and population. This definitely has a big effect later on, particularly because myself as the player, I'm very likely to outpace the AI even on Nightmare difficulty in technology, because I know exactly how to min-max tech in Civilization. And so that's why I'm also selecting no technology handicaps for human. So Tech Diffusion and Tech Win for Losing will be in effect for everyone except for me. I won't be able to get this. If I'm screwing up my scientific advancement and the AI is surpassing me, I've got to catch up the hard way. I don't get any sort of handholds, but they do, and I think this will help them keep up with me on Nightmare difficulty, which is crazy to say, but it's true. I'm also going to select Upscaled Research Time, which gives all technologies a much higher cost. It's about 40%. This basically means that the game just takes longer because everyone gets the same debuff, and it basically means every single age is going to be even longer than it was just from being on eternity speed. So this may be a controversial selection. I'm sure some of you would not want me to have an even longer game, but to me, the sheer scope and the amount of stuff you can do in every age is part of the appeal of this mod. So upscaled research time is part of the setup here. I'm also going to select Beeline Stings. This basically makes it so that when you enter a new era, the previous era's techs are more expensive, so it punishes you for rushing to a new era way before you finish your whole era. I usually want to finish all the techs in an era before I move on anyways. This probably won't affect me very much, but it will be interesting to see if AIs try to rush ahead, maybe to get gunpowder or something, you know, kind of a standard civilization rush tactic. If this will start to punish them a little bit, though with the other stuff they've got, I don't think they're going to have too much trouble, honestly. I'm also going to go ahead and select Realistic Culture Spread. This makes cultures, instead of just spreading out uniformly from cultural development, or I should say sort of national borders from your cities, spreading out uniformly, it spreads kind of tile by tile, and it prioritizes tiles that are conceptually easier to settle, so like plains and grasslands and coasts versus hills, you know, jungles, forests, and peaks. Yeah, so that, I think you'll see, it's basically the Civ 5 style of culture spreading. I don't remember, I think Civ 6 and Civ 7 also have it, but I've not actually played Civ 6 and Civ 7. So yeah, but I do know from Civ 5, this is basically the Civ 5 way culture spreads. I'm then going to also select Equilibrium. I really, really like this option. This makes it so that every tile, not just unknown tiles, have culture decay. So basically, when a tile is not owned, any culture that was on the tile before slowly fades away. And this typically means that a destroyed civilization, all of its borders, you know, decay over time. With this option, territories that are currently actively owned by a living civ, they have culture decay as well. And what this means is that if you have a tile that's far from your city, that doesn't have a lot of cultural influence present turn by turn, it can be outpaced by the culture decay, and you can actually lose the tile just from your culture not really taking hold enough there. So this makes managing what tiles you control a more active part of the game. Now, I do think that this system can have some kind of odd side effects on the way your borders are laid out, but that's part of the fun, and I think this is a pretty fair and fairly understandable system once you get into the actual swing of it. Moving on, I'm going to be selecting Cities Starts with one tile. Every single cultural expansion that we're going to get has to happen one by one, although sometimes they can happen in bursts. This will make expansion much, much, much harder because you can't found a city with the expectation of the so-called fat cross, or even just the square around it that you get in vanilla, giving you access to resources. You have to either found the city on the resource or otherwise on a tile where it's going to have something to do. I think that this is a really, really fun part of this mod, and I love playing with this option enabled. Also, the amount of culture that's required to get each tile is based to some extent on game speed, so cities will expand their reach very, very slowly, but in a way that's very realistic for how much culture they have. Next up, I'm going to be selecting Religion Inquisitions. This gives state religions the ability, or state religion holders the ability, I think, generally to train inquisitors to purge other religions. I think this is just a realistic part of history to have something like this, and I think it's fine to enable it. I don't know why it's actually an option and not something just built into the tech tree, but maybe there's some reason why some people don't like the AI being able to do this. Either way, I think it's fine to have more kind of Cold War conflicts between different religions. I think that's interesting for this game. I'm then going to select larger cities without metropolitan administration. So in this mod, the square of 8 territories, 8 tiles around the city, and then the so-called fat cross, which is the additional 12 tiles on the X and Y axis of the square. There's an additional third layer, again, sort of like Civilization 5, and I think the later games, maybe it's just a 5, where you have an additional fatter cross that is even more expanded out, which gives you in total a very large number of workable tiles per city. the main thing that this does, and this is a mod thing, this isn't just the option, but the main thing that this does in the mod, it makes where you found cities a much more interesting choice, because you're actually incentivized to potentially found them both further away to reduce the amount of overlap, and there's now more overlap, but also to maybe found them closer because they can share more tiles with another city. And so I think that this is a great change that has interesting effects in both directions, and I like that the mod makes that change. What this option does is it allows cities to unlock the third tier, as you normally only have the fat cross amount, like in vanilla, before getting a mid-game thing. I think it's a building, maybe it's a technology called Metropolitan Administration. Now, if a city gets to influential culture or above, they get the larger size. This is a I've done about 150 hours of testing before this campaign. In one of my test games, I was able to get a influential culture city sort of near the end of the prehistoric age, but by playing really, really well. And so it's hard to get there very fast, but it is certainly possible. And I think that is a fair trade-off for having a very, very strong city. Noting as well that it's going to be hard to have multiple influential cities under normal circumstances, so this is really just the capital getting the bonus in most cases. I'm also going to turn on happiness penalties. This is, again, sort of a Civ 5 kind of thing, where expansion creates more unhappiness, and this does scale based on your civics, so I think that's honestly pretty fair. This will make happiness a much more important part of the game. This mod has a lot of ways to completely overpower the happiness system with different options. So this, I feel, is a reasonable way to make the happiness system trickier to min-max. I'm also going to grab upscaled production time. This is similar to that tech one that I picked, but this affects building and unit costs. This results in the entire game basically just being 40% slower, with both tech and all the production. Food is not slowed down, admittedly, so you're going to have your growth not feel as slow, but on eternity speed, growth does feel really slow anyways, so that is that. I'm also going to select strict vicinity. This means that any buildings and wonders that require you to have something in city vicinity means that tile has to be in a culturally owned territory where your culture extends. And this actually specifically means in the city's workable tile range, not just in your nation's borders. So if, for example, there's a caves territory, a lot of buildings require the caves terrain feature. If there's a caves that is near my city and my city's borders expand to it, but it's not in the workable range, it's not within the strict vicinity, and buildings that require caves can't be constructed, as just an example. So yeah, we'll see exactly what this includes when we get further in. I'm also going to select more rivers and more resources. This just increases the amount of resources in rivers. I think this makes the game more interesting because more city locations are viable, which I like. That's frankly my entire reason for that. And then I'm going to select possibly a controversial selection among Caveman to Cosmos players. I promise to you, I've thought about this a lot. I've thought about this more than I probably really needed to, but I am going to turn on Animal Teleport Hunting Awards. I know, easy game, wah, baby misadventure, can't handle transporting his animals back. Here's my reason for this. This is genuinely just because this makes the game so much less tedious for me. Having to physically escort my subdued animals back to my cities is so boring, and it ties up my hunters when I could be hunting animals and bringing them back to the city. So I think that this is purely a kind of YouTube series, like pacing improvement, more than it is making it easier. Ultimately, unless I get really lazy and I don't escort them correctly, subdued animals are always getting back to my city. It's just a matter of time. This will also let me hunt in more remote areas of the map without having to deal with that. Now, sure, in real history, the need to physically bring animals that you hunt back to your city to eat them is part of how hunting worked, but I think this is a fair trade-off. And in Caveman to Cosmos, this option normally gets enabled with the sedentary lifestyle tech that ends the prehistoric age anyways. And so any hunting you do after that still has this happening. And so this just lets you have that option from the start instead of once you finish the prehistoric age. So going to be enabling this. I'm also going to be enabling surround and destroy. This means that there is a small strategic bonus for trying to surround enemy troops and cities. I think this is actually not too significant, and although it notes that the AI doesn't use this option very consistently, I actually think that I will also not use this option super consistently. Splitting up your stack in Civ 4 can be quite dangerous if you don't know exactly what you're doing, so I think that this adds a more interesting tactical layer to the decision making. Moving on, we are going to be selecting Great Commanders and Great Commodores. This gives Great Generals and Great Admirals extra ability to provide bonuses to units that they're attached to in combat. I'm also going to select Infinite XP, another possibly controversial selection. This just means that upgrading a unit doesn't remove some of its experience. I think that it's fun to have veteran units that live a long time. Ultimately, if you aren't able to keep them up to date with other AIs or the barbarians, then they're going to get killed by a technologically advanced unit, no matter what their XP is, because the amount that tech advancing and unit upgrades changes the strength is pretty substantial. More XP to level, I'm going to select this as well. This will just make leveling everyone much slower, which I think adds to the long-term and like large-scale feel of the game. And downsizing is profitable. I get gold from disbanding units. I think this is fair. Disbanding a unit means you're basically trading production for gold. Most of the time, it's not worth it to do this for the gold. You're doing it because you need to make room in your upkeep or for some other reason. Lastly, I'm going to enable Advanced Diplomacy, which allows for more diplomatic options, mostly tied to technology. Advanced Espionage, which makes the espionage system much, much, much deeper. I actually really like the idea of the espionage system. And this is actually a Beyond the Sword issue, not a Caveman to Cosmos issue. It's just not very well implemented, and so I think Caveman to Cosmos does try and puts in a good effort try to make espionage more interesting, and this makes it even more interesting than that, though kind of you're able to do some pretty crazy stuff, especially in the mid-game, as you can kind of see there. Also, this does fix certain effects to be better scaled for game speed, so I like having that because I'm playing on a very slow game speed. Advanced nukes, I think it's fine to have more complicated nuke weapons. I don't remember exactly how much more complicated this makes it, but in real history, there is actually a very, very large difference between, for example, the nukes that were dropped in World War II versus the later developed, what are they called, the hydrogen nukes in the Cold War, and sort of modern day nuclear weapons are even stronger in many cases. And of course, in the future, you could develop new ways for nukes to be even more powerful. So I think it's fair to have some variation here, because nukes, there's not just one kind of nuke that's ever been built. There's a whole bunch of different kinds that do different things. And then the very last option I'll be selecting is realistic corporations. This one's actually pretty interesting, as it makes the corporation system in what is now Caveman to Cosmos' mid-game much less under your control. Instead, like real-life corporations, these factions largely operate on their own under the AI's control, and you have to try to strengthen or weaken them through taxation and not through just directly deciding to lead them yourself. I think this is a really interesting way to make corporations more complicated and have more player engagement, as opposed to just picking the corporation that best fits your resources. So that is all of the options for this particular campaign. I've also decided, and I may deeply regret this, but I'm gonna stick with this. I've decided, because of how long it takes to set up the actual options here, because if I don't like my start and I want to load in a new start, I've got to go through this whole thing again. I have to pick all the options again. So I'm going to stick with whatever start I happen to get when I first click launch. This may be a disaster because you can get some pretty rough starts, but I think that this will make it more interesting because I have to just roll with whatever the dice land for me when it comes to the start. So with that said, let's go ahead and begin the Neanderthal campaign. Here we go. All right, let's see what we got. I know my face cam is covering the minimap, but I will tell you if I see anything on there that is of note. Weerub. The sun rises on the year 200,000 BC. Since time immemorial, the Neanderthal people have lived a nomadic life. After years of wandering, they are ready to settle down and found your first city. Weerub, your people have vested absolute power in you, trusting that you can build a civilization to stand the test of time. Okay, well, off to a good start. I'm seeing bamboo lush. Okay, this is kind of a goated start territory. Bamboo is one of the best terrain types in this mod. I love the bamboo terrain type. Let me actually take my brute. Oh yeah, by the way, the Neanderthal units have some egregious Civ like unit voices. Just listen.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello there to you.
Yeah. Obviously, there's no Neanderthal language that we have any information about, so they just go for kind of caveman speak, which, however you feel about that. I'm going to go ahead and throw down the first of many quick saves. Actually, I'm going to do a hard save here. Weerub at 200k. Alright. Because I'm about to go and unlock this first goodie hut, and I don't know exactly what I'm going to get here. It may be hostile villagers, which is probably a reload of the save. So let's go ahead and see. We got a map. Okay, coast is nearby. Interesting. Now, generally speaking... Ooh, hold on. That is coastal bamboo. The terrain around here isn't great. I think it's probably worth it to delay starting our city to get a coastal bamboo start. I'm being dead serious here. Bamboo is such a strong... just look at this. Like, bamboo on hill is 4 hammers. I don't have any information. It looks like a flat territory, and I can't tell. I think it's either going to be desert or possibly it is grasslands. I can't quite tell. It looks a bit more like grasslands than desert, but I think it's worth it to schlep it all the way over here to get a coastal start. Having a coastal capital is just such a big thing for this game. Now, this is actually also a pretty solid start area. I could either start in place on the very tall grass lush. That's a 4 food start. But in my experience with this mod, the absolute most important strategic thing to know for the prehistoric age, and this is across the board, this is a completely uniform piece of advice for me. The prehistoric age, by far the most important yield for you is production. I can't stress this enough. You need to prioritize production over literally everything else. Because with the setup that I've gone for, especially, you're growing glacially slow. And most of your growth is not going to come from your yield, it's going to come from the food you get from hunting. Your technology is going to be slow no matter what your wealth is, and you're not going to have the ability to reliably get a lot of wealth until you're getting into the ancient age and onward. So you've got to focus on production, because all of your yield is going to be coming from your buildings, not from the terrain. So you need to have as high production as possible. In fact, I'm even considering founding on the muddy bamboo hill that's 4 hammers, but I think whatever this is, it's probably at least 2 hammers. We've got a river right next to us for at least 4... Actually, hold on. At least 6 riverside cottages. That looks very good. And that's going to all be within range. We have a mountain nearby. We've got a hill right next to us for a stone tool workshop. We could get a lumber mill. I think this is looking really, really promising. It's not on the river itself, which is definitely a shame. I could also found on the bamboo that is on the river. That is an interesting alternative. Being on the river can definitely have some advantages. And, oh man, this is tough. Getting this map was actually really, really critical because normally I think map rewards from villages are kind of underpowered. But this gives us a lot to contemplate here. We're going to be playing with the city location for likely multiple hundreds of hours. So I want to be very, very thoughtful about where I'm putting the city. Now, we don't know what the sea resources are going to be around here because we don't have visibility yet on any resources. So it's a complete shot in the dark if we're going to be founding over here on top of a resource, or where the resources will be around us, or if there's going to be sea resources. Complete guess. And being on the coast could also technically make us a little bit more vulnerable to barb ships or enemy civs on ships. But that is a trade-off I may be willing to take. I think I want to found on the coast. I think it comes down to, do I trade off less production by founding on either the floodplains desert or the grasslands? Probably the floodplains desert. I think I'd rather have more of this terrain than more of this terrain. Or do I found on the bamboo, or whatever is here? This looks a bit like, is this taiga? No, there's no way. We're not that far north. I think this is a swamp territory over here. Let's begin our journey over here, and yeah, we're gonna take a few turns to get situated here. This is not going to meaningfully cause a problem for the game overall, even though we're delaying all of our kind of production of technology and whatnot. Because without a city founded, our tech rate is going to be 1, which is very slow. But this is worth it for the long term, and I'm sure you can understand that. Okay, let's take a look finally, and let me actually turn off my face cam so it doesn't obscure things here. Give me a sec. I want you to see the full thing here. So let me just hide that there. Get back into. There we go. Okay. So this is the tech tree. And if you didn't notice at the bottom here, let me just go ahead and scroll through, and you can see exactly how insanely enormous this tech tree is. This is the most detailed tech tree, probably of any strategy game with a tech tree. So here's sedentary lifestyle. Now we start the ancient age with agriculture, pottery, all that stuff. You can see what I mean, by the way, about just the scale of this tech tree. Completely insane. Also, you can see an example of how different religions are founded from religious texts, not from the tech that kind of unlocks them. And then it can only be researched once in a game. Whoever researches it first unlocks the tech. You get into the classical age with all the stuff here. And then you get into the medieval age with all the stuff you'd expect in the medieval age. Just so much content packed in here. The Renaissance age, pretty much, it's an expanded version of what you are familiar with from Civ 4. Then you move on to the industrial age, go through all of this. Just so much content. The atomic age, basically the modern age of Civ 4 and like Civ 5 and whatnot. All this stuff here. And then you get at last to the contemporary information age. I think it's actually quite interesting because the information age, it really covers just the current time with all the modern peaks of science being here. But then you get into, once you get through this, the nanotech age. I'm not actually sure if that's what it's called, but the tech to unlock it is the nanotech lifestyle. I can check in the Wikipedia in a moment to see what the age is literally called, but I think of it as the nanotech age. This is basically the next speculative age of future development. You've got lunar colonization. I think you can start traveling to Mars and Venus as well. Maybe that's in the next age, but at least the moon. Then you get to the transhuman age. You've got more space flight stuff, all sorts of crazy stuff going on the Earth. Meanwhile, you can see some of the stuff here. Move through here. You can colonize the deep ocean. I don't know why you want to do that. Probably want to leave it alone. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff here. And then you get to lunar mega structures. Love that. And then you get to the galactic age. This is colonizing the whole galaxy. So interstellar travel, stuff like that, lunar terraforming, cosmic perspective, adaptive radiation. Oh no, we got ourselves a little guy there. Planet scouting, all the spaceflight stuff that we can do on the space map is here in this age, or a lot of it is in this age. Phasing. And then we get to the cosmic age. This is basically transgalactic travel, galactic warfare, time travel, all sorts of crazy stuff being developed now. Exotic stars, galactica forming, intergalactic empire. Just absolute insanity. This is beyond what even most sci-fi tries to simulate. Most sci-fi is still within the galaxy or within a galaxy, but this is beyond that. And then you get the transcendent age. This is where you're kind of transcending space and time through science, horizon breaking, all sorts of stuff like that. And I'm fairly sure, I need to find it in here, but the very end of this, you get to the hilarious simulation analysis, where the civilization you're playing as basically figures out that they're in the game Civilization 4, and they transcend their existence by understanding that. Where is the wonder that I have to build? Bizarro world. It's around here somewhere. Let's see. I'll have to find it, but it's in this age somewhere, is the kind of transcending gate to escape time and space. Yeah, either way, we will. You can build Rogo's Basilisk. Alright, so that is the tech tree. Let me go ahead and turn my camera back on. Okay. Oh, now my game is loading. There it goes. Okay. So yeah, that is the tech tree. As you can see, there's a lot ahead of us here. But before we get to all this stuff, we got to start somewhere with our initial couple of possible techs. Now, my opening strategy is typically to rush my way over to oral tradition. So I'm going to do that. We're going to start with language and then work our way to oral tradition, and then we'll work through some of the other stuff up here. But we'll talk about what language does when we unlock it. Alright, so 210 turns with no science. It does not actually how slow it will be normally. It's just because we don't have a city up. So yeah, that is that. So let me go ahead and throw down another hard save because I'm committed to this start. Let's go. Alright. At this stage, there shouldn't be any animals or barbs, so I should have a fairly free sprint over to the start. So I'm going to explore with my Neanderthal brute. Now, I will talk in a bit about the Neanderthal units, as they have a lot. Okay, plains bamboo. Okay, interesting. I think this is actually kind of a crazy start. Now, this is barren, which is not what I was hoping to see. Barren means no yield at all, just whatever we put on it. So this territory here is going to be a little bit useless. These are both actually kind of good starts as well. I'll have to think about this. I feel, because also having bamboo as a resource from the start would be really good, and settling on the bamboo gives us that. Now, something important to know is that when we hit, I think it's either city level 5 or 7, something like that. Any sort of terrain feature that can grow and be cut down, like trees or bamboo, will be deleted. So this tech, the extra tech from the bamboo, is only until then. However, we only need, the extra production from the bamboo is only until then. But we mainly need it at the very start until we have other sources of production. So that's actually fine. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. I think founding, but the fresh water could be a game changer. I'm not gonna lie. Man, this is rough. I wish this tile was one further north. I'll have to keep thinking about it. Okay, let's keep exploring. Just kind of around our starting area.
Don't give them no chance.
Alright. Let's go here for now. Oh, wait, I could have made it. Could I have made it there?
You're gonna get it
Oh,
now.
shoot. I think I actually could have made it. For some reason, I thought I couldn't make it there. Let me throw up the city planner, and I think it's Shift X. There we go. So this is the full. This is like the ultra fat cross that you get with metropolitan administration, or with the option that we have with an influential city. So if this is our city location, of course the bamboo is within reach pretty easily, which is nice. We do miss out on quite a few more water tiles. Both of these are very water tile centric, but water tiles are actually really strong. I think the main question is, can I get through my initial, like this is 3 less production. That's going to be about a 50% production trade-off. The extra food and wealth will not have a very meaningful impact initially because we have to build all of our buildings that are going to produce us those resources, which comes from production ultimately. So the main trade-off here is this start is essentially like where I am in place, which is where I do the start. I think I would do it on the southern side here. The trade-off here is that this start has the main advantage of being on the river for certain buildings that are really good that require you to be on the river, and it also starts us with let's see here. Yeah, I mean that's really the main advantage. If I do it in the south, I'm not on the river, but then I can use this territory for a cottage later on, which at least would be fine. I can decide this next turn, so let's wait till next turn to make the call. I'm still contemplating it.
Do not watch out.
Okay. This is a very tough call. I think, all things considered, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to literally check the wiki to see what buildings require fresh water. I think it's important enough to know this for sure. So, I think there's a way to find this. So, landscape features. No, it's not here. Hold on, let me find. I know how to, I think I know how to find it. This index or this like wiki, by the way, is very crowded with stuff. So let me find what's the name of it? Is it the river port? Hold on, I gotta find it in here. Yeah, river port. Here it is. Require river. So there's no thing to select that shows me river access. Shoot. Okay. River authority. Okay. Okay, obviously the river stuff is good. Yeah, this is the main. So this like line of buildings that make river tiles have one more wealth is really strong. However, we actually only have. So if we're on the river tile, we actually lose one of the river tiles that we can use for the extra wealth. And the question would be is how. And so let's just assume for a moment that line of buildings is because that's the only one that I can think of that requires you to be on the river. And so the question is, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other spots. Is the additional wealth per tile better than the wealth from a cottage on the tile, as well as the other advantages of being in the bamboo? There's no fresh water here, but I think I'm going to move to the bamboo. I think this is the right call. I'm thinking long term here. I think having the initial production bonus is more important than having the freshwater bonus, which or it's not even a freshwater bonus. Having the river bonus, because the freshwater is just a wealth increase for the yield. I think I want to settle in the bamboo, and I will accept the extra barren tile closer to me. It's fine. Yeah, I also do get more sea tiles, which is going to be where a lot of my food will come from. So I think this is the right call. I think this is the right call. All right, so let's scout with you. Looks like we're in the north here, or maybe the south. It's hard to tell. Let's go ahead and found here. Build the city. City is called Atapuerca. Sure. We have also built civic militia and housing homeless in Atapuerca. All right. We also just got a Neanderthal tribal guardian. This is a kind of a guard unit that can only be on the city itself. Once he upgrades later on, he can leave the city, but his best role, given his stats, is city defense. So the tribal guardian protects your capital against all intruders. It refuses to leave the palace of the ruler. Let's go ahead and just defend in place. And then in Atapuerca. So by founding on the bamboo, we are starting with a 2-4-1 yield, which is not the best ever, but it's better than it would have been over here. It would have been, I think, 3-1-3. I'm fairly sure that's what we would have seen. Yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and get our city going here. 4 turns in here. Let's start by building the. So we got 2 initial buildings we can build: the alpha male and alpha female. The alpha male is going to give us initial production. The female gives us food. At the moment, we are not going to get above stagnant no matter what we do. We have so little food available that it's better to start with the alpha male for the production. We'll then throw her in as well to help with disease management. And welcome to the super complicated world of all of the properties, which is a new kind of city management system added in by Caveman to Cosmos. We'll talk about this more in a minute, but there's 2 properties that are affected by these buildings: crime for the alpha male and disease for the alpha female. So let's go ahead and start with the alpha male and then queue up the alpha female. 18 turns is pretty slow, but we got to start somewhere. And I have seen slower, trust me. Okay, so that looks good. And then let me go ahead and just continue. We also now have a proper 30 turns to language. We're about 5 turns delayed from the AI. I think it's fine. This is, I think, a better city location for the capital than this was. This is actually a pretty strong location as well, but this gives us so much more production, and I would rather trade everything for production in this particular mod. So I'm happy with that choice. It was a bold choice, but getting that map really changed the game for us. Okay. All right, I think I was pointing over here. We started over here, of course. I'm going to go south to try to wrap back around to get the Goody Hut and explore this area down here. We are on Nightmare. There's no, like, raging barbs or raging animals, but on Nightmare, I need to be a little careful. I can easily get my wandering units just slaughtered by barbs if I'm not on my toes. So let's proceed with some caution, but they shouldn't be spawning too much yet. All right. And of course, the Neanderthal brute can only move 1 tile per turn, so we gotta slowly creep our way southward. Yeah, I think being on the coast, especially because we're not going to have much production in new cities that we could have built on the coast, is so important for getting early exploration. This game really, really rewards you for exploration. This is a big map, and there's a lot of goody huts, and with the hunting system, exploration can translate into very, very strong rewards for your cities. We'll talk about all of that as we go. I don't want to front load everything, as even more than I have already with information. But yeah, I think this is a very good city location for this campaign. There's some caves, interesting. Now, something I will quickly talk about is any civilization in the game can actually build what's called Neanderthal culture. It's this here, CN Neanderthal. Actually, hold on, that's the special building. Where's the Wonder version? Hold on. Oh my gosh. Where is it? Where's the cultures? Okay, I don't remember where to find it, but anyways, yeah, so basically, normally there is a wonder you can build that unlocks Neanderthal culture for you. Any civ in the game can do this, and it gives you access to the Neanderthal versions of units. So you may have noticed that my units are all called Neanderthal units, so Neanderthal Tribal Guardian, Neanderthal Brute. This is actually a Neanderthal version of a unit called the Brute. So let me actually find, here it is. So this is the regular Brute. So in the prehistoric age, all of the prehistoric generic units have, their stats and their modifiers, but they all have a Neanderthal version. So for example, the Neanderthal Brute has the same modifiers, but it also has 1 additional strength. And that's the main difference, is that all of the Neanderthal versions essentially just have 1 more strength than their non-Neanderthal versions, and no other differences by and large. They also have a slightly different model, which doesn't make a big difference, but just worth noting. And it requires the Neanderthal culture, which, like I was saying earlier, any civilization can build it as a wonder if they have access to rocky terrain or caves, and then they can build Neanderthal units. And then playing as the Neanderthal Empire, we start with it automatically. So we don't have to have specific terrain, we can just do it automatically. Now, this Neanderthal line of units, like for example, the Neanderthal Clubman, as opposed to like the regular Clubman, this gives us a direct, like clear advantage in the prehistoric age. Importantly, all of the Neanderthal versions of units that have equivalents throughout the prehistoric age, the very last point in the prehistoric age with an upgrade is the obsidian line. With you have to actually have obsidian to get this. But once you get into the ancient age, everyone upgrades into the regular human units, including our units. So even though we're playing as the Neanderthal Empire, we don't have Neanderthal versions of all units in the game. We just have access to the Neanderthal versions of all of the prehistoric units, which other civs that unlock the Neanderthal culture can also do. So we have an advantage unless someone else gets the wonder. And actually, in a kind of odd way, we have a slightly less advantage over them if I weren't playing as the Neanderthals, because if I weren't playing as the Neanderthals, I would actually prioritize getting the wonder to prevent the AI from getting it. And because I can't do that, I'm fairly sure I can't actually build the Neanderthal wonder. In fact, let me see actually. Maybe it'll tell me if I can build it or not. Let's see. Yeah, because I have CAC Neanderthal already, because I'm playing as the Empire, I don't think I can actually build the wonder as a wonder, which means that one of the AIs could actually build it. Now, we should be notified. Yeah, here's a CAT Neanderthal, or a CAC Neanderthal. We also have a European culture, because that is more or less where all the Neanderthal remains have been found. So we also have access to the European subcultures, which we'll talk about in the future. But basically, we should be notified with a wonder text if someone builds that culture, and we'll know other Neanderthal units may be about. Essentially, what all of this means, I know that was a lot of explanation, is assuming that we're not far behind the AI in tech, and they don't have military techs that surpass our tech, we're going to have a tech advantage, or we're going to have a military advantage 1-to-1, because our units are just going to be one strength higher than their units. So hopefully that kind of simplifies what I was just explaining in detail. But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting campaign because the Neanderthals never had, of course, a kind of organized empire in the way that this nation sort of exists. And it's essentially the most ahistorical campaign possible because we're arguably, and in fairness, this is disputed, but we are probably either a subspecies of Homo sapien or a different species from Homo sapien. There's dispute or disagreement among different paleontologists and anthropologists about what exactly the Neanderthals were, but everyone agrees that we're not the kind of popular viewpoint of, I say we, the Neanderthals. We're not what a lot of people assume, which is the ancestors of humans. That is not the case. Although it is true that Neanderthal DNA is in the human genome, it's true to the extent that Neanderthals intermixed with Homo sapiens, and eventually the Neanderthal species kind of blurred into the Homo sapiens species. But it's not the case that Homo sapiens came from Neanderthals, which is what a lot of people kind of think. It's more that the two species coexisted and overlapped because they were very, very closely related. And eventually the Homo sapiens species kind of fully consumed the Neanderthal species through interbreeding just over time. All right, I think I'm going to quickly scout down here. Ooh, I'm going to go grab that as well. I also know that I could be using Quick March on the Stone Thrower, and probably I should have been doing that so far, but I'm so paranoid about animals sniping me and barbarians that I'm going to proceed one tile at a time. It's not like I'm in a rush. I got plenty of time, and I'd rather keep the Stone Thrower alive. Or, I'm sorry, the Brute. A lot of nations start with the Stone Thrower. I do start with the Brute. This Brute can upgrade into the melee line, which makes him actually quite a valuable unit, so I really want to be quite careful with him and not put him at risk if I can avoid it. Alright, what do we get here? Let me actually throw down a little cheeky quick save, because if we get hostile villagers, I may reload the save. Another map. Okay. Okay, so we are in the southern hemisphere. This is actually very good information for me. I think I will actually work my way down here and get the... No, you know what? I will double back and grab this and then keep scouting. Because I want to get down here and then kind of go north and scout in like a circle. I don't want to necessarily go too far afield because I will have to come back home to upgrade him. And his first upgrade will be to a clubman, which will require hard hammer percussion. This is a fairly early game tech. It's actually just over here. So we're going to get here not too far in the future, although that may feel like far in the future, but I don't want to go super far afield with him. And becoming a clubman will give him much more, like 3 strength is enough to survive most animals that would likely attack him, except for, notably, gorillas. In this mod, gorillas are not to be messed with. You need to be very careful about gorillas. They are super, super territorial. If you are anywhere near a gorilla unit, they will likely come and annihilate you. They're very strong. They're dangerous. If you loiter in their forests, they will destroy you. Same thing with a lot of the big cat units. They will actually actively hunt you, but they're a bit less direct than gorillas. They will prefer to chase after you than to actually just attack you on sight. But in my experience, if you see a gorilla, like, run. Like, get out of there. That's probably good advice for real life as well, but in this mod especially. Yeah, the animals in this mod are way, way, way more complicated and detailed in their behavior than in vanilla Civ 4, which makes the hunting system much more interesting, I think. All right, someone already finished gathering, which is insane because they got the Gatherer born in a faraway land. It's only turned 17. Holy moly. That's crazy. First to get this gets a or actually, sorry, not first to get it, but when you get gathering, you get a gatherer for free. So I don't know who pulled this off. This is kind of crazy. I think someone must have gotten multiple research boosts from random events and maybe from the goodie huts, because they got nomadism and gathering in just 17 turns. That's kind of alarming. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know exactly how to feel about that, but okay, sure. All right. Continue along. All right, first animal spotted. We got a raccoon over here. Okay. If we were in quick march, I wouldn't be too scared of this, but animals are spawning now, so that is good to see. All right, alpha male should finish this turn. All right, the enemy has been spotted. We've got a razor bill. The enemy, here he comes. Yeah, the enemy spotted text will spam this game turn by turn as animals just travel by our borders. It's a little goofy, but it is what it is. Now, incidentally, the alpha male, I will quickly read this history here because I think it's interesting. In social animals, the alpha is the individual in the community with the highest rank. Male or female individuals or both can be alphas depending on their species, where one male and one female fulfill this role. They are referred to as the alpha pair. Other animals in the same social group may exhibit deference or other symbolic signs of respect, particularly to their species towards the alpha or alphas. In hierarchical social animals, alphas usually gain preferential access to food and other desirable items or activities, though the extent of this social effect varies widely by species. Male and or female alphas may gain preferential access to sex or mates, and in some species only alphas or an alpha pair is permitted to reproduce. Now, I will quickly address that there's been discourse around how the mod includes alpha male and alpha female as buildings, both because it's kind of funny to envision that as a building, but also because people talk about how this sort of implies that the mod supports the kind of outdated viewpoint of animals, particularly wolves, having an alpha male, which is not the case. Wolves are actually typically in family units in their packs and are typically led by the mother. The issue, I think, with this criticism is that the mod is so messy that it doesn't really have a cohesive, like, political viewpoint. I think that you're going to find different political views kind of all over the place with this mod's enormous amount of content, which isn't necessarily good. I think most pieces of art should try to have a cohesive vision, but like I've said before, this mod is very messy and like over designed, so there's all sorts of stuff all over the place, and it's hard to really read the mod as a whole as having one political viewpoint. Also, I should note that while the idea of alpha males in humans as like a social behavior is certainly worth making fun of, I do think that what this building and the alpha female represent is not about saying humans have alpha males and females in the way like the manosphere says. It's about the animal behavior of hierarchy, which is well documented in many animals, including wolves. Whether you call that an alpha female or some other term, it's completely true that wolves have a social hierarchy with some sort of leader, which is what that term represents. And it's super true in humans. Humans are very, very social, and our social, coding leads us to largely independently and consistently develop hierarchical relationships. Now, is hierarchy good? Generally, I would say no. Hierarchy has many problems and has caused many problems. But is it a natural behavior that humans tend to kind of orient themselves with hierarchy in mind? I think so, and I think modern people's efforts to break out of hierarchical thinking is generally a good idea, but it is still a breaking away from what is a natural inclination. Hierarchy doesn't necessarily mean submitting to someone in like some specific way that carries some sort of implication. It just means viewing relationships as being about power dynamics, which I think is a fairly reasonable summary of human socializing. A lot of our social kind of our genetic drive to socialize is about establishing power dynamics, whether they're a parent and child power dynamic or an equal power dynamic between partners or whatever is going on. I think that this kind of backlash against this framing and saying this means the mod supports, absolute knuckleheads like Andrew Tate or whatever, like, I don't think that that's a fair assessment. I think acknowledging that like hierarchy and sort of those social dynamics developed in humans at the earliest stage, which is what this represents, is not really a controversial opinion. And I think people are just trying to find ways to kind of smear the mod, to be completely honest. I just don't think that's a very reasonable criticism. I will say that a much more reasonable criticism is how the mod depicts certain things in the modern age that are more politically charged. I think that's completely fair as a criticism, and I will talk about that when we get there in roughly 800 episodes. But I think this complaint, which multiple people have made online, I just don't think is a very reasonable issue to take with the mod. Sure, you see it right away because it's the very first thing you build, right? And sure, a lot of people who are not super informed about how wolf studies have changed over time, they don't understand that this is not referencing those older ideas and the way they've been twisted by stupid men in the manosphere. But at the same time, ultimately, yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. I mean, this is kind of a nuanced take because I'm not really parroting either of the main positions that you sort of see, but it's nuanced, and human civilization is nuanced. And a lot of things, a lot of behaviors that we may not think are good behaviors, for example, rape is a bad behavior. It's a super common behavior in nature and a common behavior in humans before civilization and social, broader social norms started to prevent it. That's something that is a natural behavior that is bad, and so we shouldn't, want that to happen, right? Okay, we have a 4.5% chance to kill this raccoon, so I'm not gonna try to do that attack. But yeah, you can just kind of list off a bunch of behaviors that the humans did before civilization restrained us and taught us how to be more more compassionate and developed. All right, we're getting progress delays towards language. So that's great. Yeah, but and I actually really just hate this kind of perspective. The idea that something being natural or having a natural origin in human behavior, making it like good or fine is so stupid, because a lot of behaviors have a natural origin but are bad for us to do, such as rape, such as infanticide. That's a behavior that there's evidence a lot of early humans may have done that. A lot of animals, not a lot, but some animals do that as well. Yeah, you get the idea. I think that there's valid complaints against this mod for the way certain content is portrayed, and I think there's also some kind of invalid or less meaningful complaints that I think kind of misunderstand what is actually being depicted here. So I will leave it at that. Okay, the enemy has been sighted again. We've got razorbill action on the coast. Hate to see it, but it is what it is. All right. Alpha female is coming along. We're going to have probably about a turn of downtime before language is done, so I'll put a turn into another Neanderthal brute. But ultimately, we'll pivot over to a building unlocked by language as soon as we have access to building it. Alright. What are these events? Oh my gosh, off to a bad start here. We got more false developments. Ugh. Okay, well, I guess we will have more time to build that Neanderthal brute after all. It is what it is. Oh, hello, Moa. So we've got ourselves a Moa over here in the tundra forest. All right, this guy is not to be messed with. 4 strength. I am not even. I'm gonna get out of his way if I can. We will hunt them later when we have the units that can actually take them on, but we won't for a little while. Oh, what do we have here? We have a, what is this, a barn owl? Yep, we have a barn owl. We have a razorbill. Yeah, danger is afoot over here in Atapuerca. It is the case. All right, good. So let's see. We have a hut here. I do want to get over to like this area and then start traveling back, I think. And this is, by the way, exactly why I'm not using quick march, because although these animals are not too aggressive, if there was like a polar bear down here, I would get absolutely curb stomped if I'm on quick march. Now, I'm probably going to get curb stomped even if I'm not on quick march, if it's a polar bear, but I want to limit my chances of getting... Ooh, yikes. Okay, that's not good. We got a jaguar on the way. I think the chances that my city gets razed by a jaguar are not particularly high, but definitely not, like, I have no answer at all to this animal. Like, nothing I can build right now can even start to kill of this animal, so gotta be a little careful for sure. Ancient Age OST for Civ 4. We're going to be hearing a lot of it in this this campaign, needless to say, and how long we'll be in the prehistoric and Ancient Age. But that's okay. I like it. We got a sea lion? Okay. Interesting. Female is finishing now. Very good. Again, this is not going to give us much food, so we're not going to actually see any growth, but we got to build it at some point, and now is the chance. Alright, let's throw down a quick save and see what we get. If it's another map, I'll laugh, because we've gotten 2 maps so far. Okay, we got XP. I'll take it, honestly. I'll take it. Alright, what do we have now? No buildings available yet, no wonders, so let's throw 5 turns into a brute. I think that's fine. Oops. Okay, let's see here. I will... God, kind of tempted to go for guerrilla, because then I can possibly get more movement, but I think combat is the way. Yeah. Let's just go for combat too. This guy's going to be a military mainstay, so I need to have as much strength as possible. He's not going to be doing any hunting, that's for sure. Right, there may be a hut here, so let's just go down. Or, even more relevantly, there may be a wonder down here. This mod has a lot of natural wonders, and a lot of them spawn in cold environments. So if like Aurora or some of the other kind of cold environment ones are down here, first discover a natural wonder gets a 500 gold bonus. I'd love to have that. I would absolutely love it to have 500 gold. So 500 more gold, I should say. I would have 600 gold. So let's see what we get. Should only take a few turns of a detour. Go check down there. But yeah, to kind of like wrap up what I was saying earlier, because obviously talking about, oh no, ooh, yikes. Fortunately, I can get vision by going there. He only has 1 movement per turn, thankfully. He's not too fast. Yeah, this is exactly why I'm not running around at quick march. I would have, if I was on quick march, I would have definitely ended turn going into line of sight of the sky and getting my shit like packed in by this fucking bear. Look at him. Even he's partially damaged. He's got 6 strength when he's full health. This guy would just obliterate. Like, polar bears might be one of the most dangerous animals alive in like modern day. Like, polar bears are not to be messed with. So I'm gonna stay as far away from him as possible. But this is exactly why I'm moving so carefully. But yeah, I think ultimately that I think there's a problem, in my opinion, with the way a lot of people talk about history and trying to like evaluate and like think about human history, because for a lot of time, and this is just my honest opinion, for a lot of time, people have really overvalued history, and in the sense that they overvalue the past, where they, you know, we're sort of talking like small c conservatism, like considering the past to be innately valuable because it is the past. And I just don't think that that is quantifiable. There's no reason that something having happened before means it's valuable or good. It just happened before, right? And essentially, because of that, there has, in more recent history, been a kind of reaction to that viewpoint that tries to devalue the past and say stuff that happened in the past is innately worse, or that's like the kind of less refined way people articulate that. I think that that viewpoint, although it's not as problematic because it hasn't destroyed civilization the way that conservatism had, in my opinion, just throwing out all sorts of takes today. I think that that viewpoint is also not very helpful because it's also just as reductive. The reality, in my opinion, is that the past doesn't have any merit or meaning at all. It just is what happened before, right? Time progresses at a steady rate. Things happen. People live and they die. Civilizations, appear and disappear. And a lot of human history that we now know about is just a small fraction of everything that's happened. We have much less confidence, really, about our past as a species than I think we pretend we do. There's entire worlds of civilizations that we just don't have any record about, and we can make educated guesses. There's ways to scientifically figure out what happened when, and we can make a fairly good guess, for example, that there wasn't like super advanced civilizations that we don't know about. Like, we can figure out that that's probably not true, but like, we just ultimately can't know, and that has to be okay. That's the reality of living in a universe with a system of time that progresses at all times, right? So I think ultimately that the way that I look at history, and I think in my mod Hegemony, I'm kind of imbuing this viewpoint into that, history should not be intrinsically viewed as negative or positive. It's just, the same as how things are now, but back at the time, right? There are things that are problematic from our viewpoint, from our morals, and things that are admirable. But we shouldn't try to paint everything with one big brush as it's all bad or it's all good. The most we can do is view it as, were people being hurt? Were people suffering, those are, I think, are generally things that make something bad. Or were people being uplifted and empowered? I think those are things that make something good. That's why my viewpoint as a person who exists in like current time is developments that improve, the human experience are generally good, kind of categorically, whereas things that are cruel and harm people and cause a breakdown of a person, those are bad. This is super basic stuff. Like, I don't think anyone would disagree with me about this, but people just disagree about what counts as what, and that's the problem of politics ultimately. All right, let's just move on. I'm just gonna yap forever. I should really be yapping while I'm hitting end turn because there's so much ahead.
Language is not only the vehicle of thought, it is a great and efficient instrument.
Okay, so what the language tech does is it gives every city one happiness. Fair enough. And then we also get a bunch of folklores, which are buildings we can construct, and animal folklores, which we get by bringing hunting rewards, subdued animals from hunting, back to the city. With the option that I selected, they're going to teleport over to the nearest city when I capture them. And this is a hunting mechanic. We don't have any hunters yet, so we can't do much with that at the moment. But yeah, so that is the language tech. We also get the native language policy, or civic, which we will take a look at in a moment. We also get the stinging insults, goad, and educate unit upgrades, which are for different kinds of units. And we also get access to oral tradition, which is the next tech that I'm researching, and cooperation, which we'll take a look at in a moment. So let's go ahead and see the big picture. So the civics in this mod are extensive, as you could probably have guessed, and we are going all the way down here to language. So we currently have nonverbal. A lack of language makes complex communication an impossible task. This gives +1 unhealthiness in all cities, 5% reduced worker build improvement speed, 5% reduced growth for improvements, and 10% reduced military unit production. I'm not going to read through all the lore here. You can pause and read if you like. We're going to switch over to native language. A language exists, but it is very difficult for foreigners to understand. This changes our modifiers to +1% gold, science, and culture in all cities, and +2% more of those things in the capital, and we can build the community discussion building. Now, because this is such an early game civic, it has no upkeep at all, and there's no revolution timer, so we can just switch right to it. And what do we have here? We have a skunk. Interesting. So we've adopted native language, and we can now switch our production to a community discussion. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do have only 10 turns remaining. It might be worth it to actually finish the brute, so I have another unit to scout. I feel pretty confident that my tribal guardian, especially because as a Neanderthal he has 1 more strength, he can defend my city from anyone who would come attack it. I don't think there'd be any barbs at a higher tier than like maybe slingers at most coming my way right now. So the 3 strength, especially with the city defense bonus, and he's fortified. And we also have a 50% defense bonus on the tile from the bamboo. We should be okay. So I think I will finish the brute and get another scouter up and running. I think scouting is really, really important in this campaign. So yeah, let's go ahead and continue. Now, 50 turns is not the best, but we only have 1 single wealth to pay for all of our science, so that's why it's so bad at the moment. It will get better though in time. We also don't have any tiles to work, so we're using our 1 workable worker. Or our 1 worker kind of that we can assign to our citizen, which is just 1 production, which is of course not doing too much, but we got to start somewhere. But yeah, that is kind of my big viewpoint on history and politics. Obviously, I have a lot of political views. I don't usually try to dwell on them in my videos because ultimately I'm making this as entertainment, and you're not here to really hear my political takes about like modern, like Ethiopian wolf. This guy can be a little aggressive. My thoughts on like modern politics, of course I have a lot of thoughts about that, but you can probably guess my leanings by what I talk about. But yeah, I just think ultimately that like the internet and like social media has really damaged the way people talk about history, because now everything with a historical angle has to have a political slant. And I say that not because I like miss, that history was apolitical before. History is a fundamentally political topic, and all history media is intrinsically political. I completely believe that. You cannot convince me that there's such a thing as a apolitical work of historical fiction, including Caveman and Cosmos, that is also historical fiction. However, that being said, I think that just because all his historical media is intrinsically political doesn't mean that it has a political motive in what it's trying to say as a piece of art. It just has a political implication in whatever it says, having a political effect, right? For example, the HBO show Rome, which I've talked about many years ago, that's really, really... Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I am not moving on to that tile, that water buffalo, muskox, 4 strength. All right, never mind. We're going to pull back there. The HBO show Rome is a really, really good work of historical fiction, and I don't think it has a very clear kind of modern political viewpoint that anyone could immediately see. I think that it actually does have a political viewpoint that is just a little bit more subtle, which is that it is a anti-authoritarian work of art, which is admittedly a common position for a lot of Western art. I know some people think that, Western culture is overrun with authoritarianism. I think a lot of Western art is actually still pretty anti-authoritarian intrinsically, and I think HBO's Rome is among that category. It's a very, very simple kind of approach to take, and I think a lot of art kind of even accidentally is anti-authoritarian. I think that show is anti-authoritarian on purpose because that's part of the theme of the story it's telling about Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar. However, I think that show doesn't have a more, detailed, exact political point than that. It doesn't have clearly, a liberal or progressive or conservative angle. And so people have to read that into it. So they basically say, oh, this show is a conservative show, or it has conservative themes, or yada yada. In my opinion, actually, a lot of art made with specifically intended to have progressive or conservative themes are not actually progressive or conservative, especially because, in my opinion, a lot of conservative media, made specifically by right-wing, industries, are largely espousing viewpoints that are not really conservative viewpoints. They're just political viewpoints that are currently held by modern, voters who believe themselves to be conservative. But that is another whole can of worms I'm not going to get into right now. Needless to say, I could talk about politics forever. I have a political science degree from college. I have a law degree. I'm an attorney. I know a lot about American politics and law. It's my job to do that, so I have a lot of perspective, but ultimately I will only get into that stuff when I have nothing else going on, right now, because I don't want to get derailed. Oh, I'm getting boxed in by the animals. This is not good, so we gotta flee. Yeah, so this is why I'm not on forced march, because these guys, they may not be attacking me. The wolf right now, he probably is hesitant to take an attack on a 2-strength guy, even outside of the defensive terrain. But if I was on forced march, I'd have a 50% strength loss. He would possibly attack me because I'd be weaker. So I think it's smart to be slower but safer in a case like this. Alright, Livy completed the wealthiest civs in the world. We're number 8, so great. Rub the Forgotten. Love it. That's a great sign. Okay, our second brute is finishing now. Alright. Let's... yeah, I'm going to head north now. I think I've gone far enough afield to start circling back. Alright, you start heading north, start exploring the coastline northward. Community discussion is next. We're going to run out of time before this anyways, so... yeah, with so little wealth, if we had spawned here, we'd have a lot more wealth. Our science would be a lot faster, but this way our production is faster. I think this is still ultimately the better snowball approach. Yeah, community discussion is in the works now. We'll have plenty of time to explore it. Maybe we get a goodie hut with a science pop. Ooh, who's this? Who did I just meet? The Celts? With Celtia? I see them Oh no, we're being attacked. Oh no! That is unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Alright, looks like we got Boudica in this game, leading the Celts. Annoyed. We share the same philosophies, we don't speak the same language, and they don't like our first impression. We're the worst enemy of Boudica already. Great. Welcome, Rib. Mighty Celtica, or Celtia, seeks peace with your weak little civilization for the moment, that is. Alright. Well, at least we met them before we got slaughtered by that ox, so good timing on getting this guy out. See, I was not even on Quick March, and I still just got attacked by an ox. Like, you wouldn't think that's like a dangerous... Ooh, we got a Glyptodon up here. I don't think these guys are very aggressive, so let's just kind of give them some space and move around him. Yeah. Unfortunate, but that's exactly why I built another brute to keep exploring. Okay. Oh, we also now have access to the espionage system. I am definitely tempted to get some espionage going, but, oh my god, really? This is the third setback event. This is not off to a good start. We're getting some really bad luck with these setback events. What would I need for one? 15%, jeez. It's probably worth it to have one per turn right now, just so I am building espionage on her. With that being said, I don't think I can justify it right now. I think we need to keep full power in on science. I'll have plenty of time to build espionage on her later. So yeah, I think it's fine. I'm not willing to sacrifice 15% science for just the one espionage per turn. Are you actually kidding me? I've never... Folks, I don't know what to say. I've never ever seen event luck this bad. 4 setback events in one session? That might be like a world record worst luck. Like, what's going on here? Just the game is not giving me a single break. 4 setback events in the first like 50 turns is absolutely, because we didn't even found until turn 4. 4 setback events in 50 turns is absolutely crazy. I've never ever seen bad luck like that. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Now we definitely can't run espionage with events like this. Okay, the animals are a block in my way. 20% versus the dart frog. Okay, we're gonna lose to a frog. We're gonna have to go around him, I guess. Oh my god, alright. Well, at least our buildings are progressing. I'll take that. Yeah, nightmare difficulty is already tough enough, but the random events are kicking my ass. How about some good events? Let's get some tech progression events, maybe something like that. Some hunting events, that'd be... Oh my god, we got a Bengal tiger. This guy is gonna get slaughtered. This is rough. This is a rough start. I think I'm playing it pretty much as best I can, but the luck is not on my side. The RNG is just rough. Got a cobra. Another frog in the way. Ugh. At least we met... I'm glad we met her, at least. I like to have that neighbor relationship set up, even if I have to wait for a while to get espionage on her. Yeah, having visibility on the other civs, even just in the list, is really good. It gives me a lot of insight on what's going on the map. They're getting tech boosts? Come on. Are you serious? I get 4 setbacks in a row and they get a tech improvement? Alright. Alright, bro. Just insane luck to start things off here. I'm gonna have a hard enough time as it is. I'm getting pummeled by this game. If I have another tech setback, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, gold from the hut, I'll take it. I was expecting hostile villagers at this point. My luck is so bad for this episode. I am gonna go south because this tile might be Great Barrier Reef, and if it is, I want the 500 gold. I know it's a little bit of a waste of time, but I'm not taking any chances here. You never know, it could be Great Barrier Reef. I mean, someone just found Kilimanjaro. I gotta find some wonders to get some money here. Okay, as expected, it's not Great Barrier Reef. At least silver lining with the tech delays is I'll have time to build 1 or 2 more brutes to explore for me, so there's that at least. And I did get some good exploration done while I had the first brute. Oh, I thought that was an attack. Or maybe I am being attacked. I think I am being attacked. Oh, I killed the attacking cobra. Yes! Okay. Rare misadventurer luck right here. I don't really want to heal in place with a tiger right there, but I can't exactly... Unless I quick march away. Do I dare quick march into the fog? I think I kind of have to. Now, he'd be attacking over a river into 70% defense, but it's against a 1 strength damaged unit, or a damage unit that's damaged to 1 strength. I'm not super sure about this, but if I go here, I don't really want to heal in the swamp because I have a chance to just die every turn that I'm in the swamp. I think I'm going to move not on quick march. Yeah, I think that was the right call because I don't know what's up here. A quick march would definitely make me look like a snack to someone up here. Hopefully he doesn't attack me right now. My defense is a bit worse, but if I stayed, he'd also probably have attacked me if he was going to attack at all. So, let's see what happens. It's out of my hands here. I think I made the right call. Yeah, okay, he didn't attack. That's good. Let's go here. We have an Okapi. I'll heal up here. I think that's fine. Okay. Never let it be said that the opening turns here are not interesting, or there's nothing exciting going on. It is full of excitement and dread. All right. Let's just see Keltia get another tech improvement event. Let's see it. I know it's gonna happen. I know what how this game goes. It's inevitable. Hold on. Do they have no cities? Hold on. Am I reading that right? Leadership level 0. Maybe that means something else. I thought this meant this number over here was the number of cities. There's no way they have no cities. There's no way. It must mean something else. It must mean something else. Because why would they not have a city by now? 69 turns in, no founding. Crazy new strategy from Boudica. That's what she's doing. I think I must be misreading what that does. It means something else entirely. It has to. There's no way. Alright, just a end turn simulator for a couple turns here while our brute heals up. Riveting gameplay, but it's nightmare difficulty. I was not kidding about how hard this is going to be. I mean, the stuff that's happened to me is actually not really because of the difficulty, but just because of bad luck. But the difficulty is not going to help things. That is for sure. Ooh, yikes. Because I'm in another swamp tile, he might attack me, but I can't do too much. With 1 movement per turn, I'm kind of rolling the dice every movement into the fog, so let's hope he doesn't go for a snack. Alright, we dodged Doom there. We got a chimpanzee in the swamp. Okay. Hopefully he probably won't attack. Alligators and crocodiles are not super aggressive, but they are pretty bulky, so you don't want to attack them if you don't have a lot of modifiers helping you out. Alright, let's grab that. Got some seagrass and some coral reefs. Okay, these guys are in my way, so we just gotta... What the actual hell is going on? Another research event? Oh my god. What is happening here? I get 4 setback events back to back, and Keltia is just swimming in the goddamn technology. What is happening here? Are these events tied to difficulty? I did not think that was the case. Are they just genuinely randomly getting tech events because they can? Do I have a... Hold on. That's not what I want. Do I have a tech log or not a tech log, an event log. Here it is. Oh my god. What? Come on. This is just absurd. Come on, let's see some tech events for me. I'm doing my best here. I need a break. I need some oral tradition. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Here he is. Now that certainly is going to give me an oral tradition, if you know what I mean. All right, Albert, put it away. Our researchers have made a technological breakthrough, rapidly advancing their progress. 175 beakers. Hallelujah. That's exactly what I needed. See, this is what I mean. When you complain enough, the game does reward you with random events. You just have to complain sufficiently. All right. I will withdraw my fury a little bit. All right, let's proceed here. We got our community discussion built. Very nice. Humans have always been social creatures. Once language was really developed, regular community discussions were instrumental in rapidly expanding mankind's knowledge base. Those tribes that quickly figured out that they could benefit from sharing and understanding the experiences of other people were far more capable of surviving and thriving in the early prehistoric era. This building represents the growing custom of having regular discussions, rather than simply taking place at intermittent intervals and only as needs demand. It may have taken some surprising degree of effort to get this to happen, as at some sacrifice to other potential efforts. Alright, this gives me 1 education per turn, and also gives 1 health and 1 culture. Alright. Incidentally, let's take a look at the properties now that we have a few of them. So the main ones are water and air pollution, both of which are currently in the negatives, which means we have none at the moment. Crime, which is at 56 with a trend of -3. Disease, which is at 56, again with a trend of +2. Education, which is at -102 with a trend of 0. And inflammability, which is at 1. The way that these work from my experience is that this number here is not a per turn change permanently. Essentially, every building basically adds weight to a certain amount, and your property number moves towards the weight, sort of like gravity. It's a little hard to explain, but a building that has -5 crime doesn't mean your crime will go down by 5 from then on eternally. It's more like it reweighs your total crime, and it's more than a building that gives you -3. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well, but basically, the main challenge of this mod in the mid-game is actually these properties and not your culture, health, and happiness. Because the more population you have, the more these things scale in a negative way. We also are not going to have much education for a super long time. But anyways, let's proceed here. We can throw a few turns of production into a brute, but oral tradition will give us another building we can build, the knowledge inheritance, which we want to build as soon as possible because it gives us 1 beaker per turn, among other things. So let's get into the brute going. We have a Galapagos penguin hanging out down here in the barren land. Interesting. All right. I could use a few more positive events. If you have any more of those, you know, hand them over if you do. I'll take them. Got a viper and a viper. Okay. I thought that was a border there for a second. I was about to say, that'd be pretty close to me if that was a border. This is a pretty big map, so we're not going to see anyone's borders for a little bit here. Oh no. Okay, we got the chimp attacking us. We are on a hill with a jungle. Do you see how many hits we just took? Holy crap. Bro just got ravaged by the chimp. Okay, we both are at basically no health. Let's heal up. Let's pull up the combat log for that one. That's the chat log. Oh my gosh. Yeah, crazy. Alright. Well, we survived. I don't think he'll attack again. I don't think the Okapi will attack me. No one else nearby is very aggressive. We should have time to heal up right here. And we're in good 85% defense range. This is Muddy Jungle Hill. No one is getting to us on here, so that is good to see.
Here, we tell the story why the people came here, what they did when they got here, going back to the Native Americans, and coming all the way forward.
Okay. So this will unlock oral tradition, which I will go ahead and switch to. Generally, most of the civics are worth switching to as you unlock them. There's a few exceptions where it makes sense to not switch because of how big the impact is, but early game, a lot of the early civics are essentially sequential. And here, we definitely want to get out of ignorance. +1 happiness in all cities, -5% gold, research, and 10% culture in all cities, and then another -5% of those things, and espionage in the capital. Oral tradition replaces it with -1% gold, research, and espionage in all cities, and -2% gold, 1% research and culture in the capital. We have faster construction of the storyteller unit, the knowledge inheritance and school of scribes buildings, the library, Lyceum, in elementary school, and if we are still in oral tradition when we get there, the holographic school, you probably won't be in oral tradition by then. We can also build the creation myth, which we will want to build in a little bit, and +2 education per turn in every city. This is definitely worth switching to, so let's do just that. Okay, big picture time. Let me throw on cave dwelling for a moment just so I can look at my city, because I'm Civ 4, so you can't just look. Let's see here. We got hills. Let me take a look for a sec at caves in vicinity. Jungle or forest or burnt forest. Okay, not bamboo though. But then, hold on. I'll explain what I'm thinking in just a moment. Shelter building. Tall grass in vicinity. Skinning and hide, okay. Taiga in vicinity. Wood. Okay. We also don't really know. We may have a resource. Oh, here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to go ahead and actually go for nomadism, and then go for gathering, and then scavenging. And so scavenging and gathering reveal most of the resources. Some of them are revealed with later text, but the majority of resources are revealed from these two, respectively. We need nomadism to get to them. This also lets us train a wanderer, which is basically the first scout unit. So yeah, we'll do this. The reason I was looking at these texts is your city has a housing building that is automatic. It's called conceptual building because it's not built by you. It's created by the text. And we currently have homeless, which isn't very good. However, the other kinds of housing require certain things. So I'm not on a terrain type that I think will give me another housing type right away. So I need to actually see if I have resources around me. Oh, hold on. I might be wrong about that. Jungle, forest, young forest, burnt forest, and forest. I mean, when's my vicinity going to grow? I think it's going to grow kind of soon, won't it? 27 turns. I do have forest right next to me, and it's not unlikely that I'll grab this, put it into vicinity. Does bamboo count as a forest? I think it's it's counted separately, I'm pretty sure. It might, though, count as a forest. I think in case it counts as a forest, I'm going to go for cave dwelling first, and then I'm going to go for nomadism, gathering, and scavenging. I don't have caves near me, so I can't build a lot of the cave unique buildings. But in case I'm able to improve my housing, I want to have that option. Specifically, well, hold on, no. Oh, no, yes. Tree Hollow is here. I don't know if I'll get housing Tree Hollow, but if I do, that's 1 unhappiness, 1 unhealthiness taken care of. Although I guess in fairness, it doesn't make a big difference right now. Okay, you know what? I've convinced myself to go back to my original plan. Maybe it's not even worth it to have this much contemplation, but that's what you're all here to watch me do, let's be honest. And also this gets me closer to tool making, which is a game changer, so let's proceed. Also, let's switch over from building the brute. Well, is it worth it to finish this brute? Oh man, this is so slow. So insanely slow. I think it's worth it to finish the brute, to be completely honest, because it's so slow right now. I will actually queue up the knowledge inheritance and we'll take a look at this a bit later. I need more scouting. I could wait for a Wanderer, but I actually want the Brute, so I could possibly upgrade him and then bring him back and use him as military later. The terrain in the interior of this Pangea map is pretty rough, so the Wanderer with their extra... Oh, here we go. He's back. he's back. He's shown us about his oral tradition, and now he's come to show us about nomadism. All right, you freak. All right, excellent. Okay, that actually changes my planning a little bit. Yeah, I am gonna still get the Brute out in the turns that I've got, but yeah, this is a good development for sure. Yeah. Okay, that is acceptable. I'll take that. All right, maybe our luck is turning around a little bit. But Albert blessing us with his tongue, needless to say. Okay, these guys are in the way, so let's just... got a spectacled bear and an Asian elephant. Okay. But yeah, this rough terrain, having a scout wouldn't really make them move faster. Scouts also don't have... they have more bonuses against animals, but I'd rather just use brutes for now, so I'm not going to build a Wanderer once I finish Nomadism. Especially if I have 2 brutes up and running. We're apparently losing some score right now. I'm not sure why that's happening, but okay. Interesting. Oh, hold on. I forgot that he was actually healing. Whoops. Yeah, let's heal right here, actually. Yeah, I definitely want to heal him up. It's pretty important. Alright. The end turn spam resumes. This has been a really fun start so far. I hope you're all enjoying this this video. This is not really like anything I've played on my channel before, but I'm really excited for this campaign. Like I said, I've done many hours of test games. I have over 100 hours of testing of this mod to prepare for this campaign. So definitely, when I say testing, basically I'm just playing the mod for fun. But yeah, I also was sort of testing how it works. I'm very excited for this. This is going to be a really interesting new series for the channel. All right, just powering on ahead. The brute. Can I actually kill that penguin with the brute? I might be able to. Tasmanian devil. 100%. Okay, let's go for 100% kill. The epic battle of the brute and the penguin. Alright, we actually did kill him. That's good. So as you can see, killing an animal gives resources to your nearest city. Here we got a little bit of food, which made the game think we actually have food stored. So we're going to starve back down to stagnation. That's fine. That's expected. Yeah. We also can build a storyteller now. There's currently no reason to, because the main thing storytellers do is build dance buildings, in that they actually build dances as buildings. But you need a dance hut to do that for most of them, so I'm going to wait until a little bit later.
A nomad, I will remain for life, in love with distant and uncharted places.
Nice. Okay. And then I'll just heal him in place here. How are you doing? Almost there. One more turn. Excellent. Tacitus completed his greatest work, the wealthiest civs. We're of the puny. Okay, we are the 5th of 8 most wealthy civs. We're above Boudica, which is nice to see, I guess. All right, so you, I'm going to send in to kind of scout over here, I think. You keep going north now. See what you can find. Let me actually quickly check my culture situation and see how we're doing. Should be expanding pretty soon. 8 turns? Okay. The main reason I care about this is once we expand, I'll probably redirect our current citizen to work anything. Every tile except for the barren tile is better than 1 hammer per turn. Although my preference would be the hill tile for the 2 hammers. I actually think, and this may be a crazy take, but I think that the math bears out here. 2 hammers and nothing else is actually literally better than 2 food, 2 wealth, 3 food, 2 wealth, and 1 hammer. Like, I'm really valuing production over everything by a pretty large margin. But yeah, we'll see what we get. Like, a 2 hammer tile is doubling the production that the worker is currently giving me as a citizen. So that is certainly worth it. Alright, continue to explore. Elephant might attack, so let's give them space. Chimp could also attack, but it will probably be okay in the 60% muddy jungle, 60% defense muddy jungle, I should say. Oh, here comes the chimp attack. Okay, let's see what happens here. Alright, that's unfortunate. We survived the chimp attack before, didn't survive it this time. Fortunately, we have a new brute on the way to take over. We have the Tasmanian devil still lingering here. Alright, so I think I may just give up on trying to get through Monkey Town up here. We're not breaking through. So let's go explore over here, I think. But yeah, you can see what I mean. Like, again, I don't have like raging barbarians or like crazy animals enabled. This is just how they are in Caveman to Cosmos. Not to be trifled with, needless to say. I now wonder, should I actually build another brute? Or perhaps build a wanderer? Oh my god, are you actually kidding me? 35? No. Okay, that is... I need Albert to come back. Please return. 34 turns. They're kind of expensive right now. I don't think I can justify it for 34 turns. I need to get knowledge inheritance up. I mean, getting more research is everything right now. So, we might be dead. That's super unfortunate. That's really rough. That's really, really rough. Please just spare my soul. I've been through enough already. Okay, thank goodness. Get into that ancient forest. Whew. Alright. Keep exploring. Herds of wild... Okay, Celts are getting even more positive events. That's just insane. That event gives you food. Okay. No goody huts so far. Or wanderers. Oh, here we go. Threshold next turn. Excellent. I really hope we spread to the hill. If we spread here and the Tasmanian devil blocks us from working it, I'm going to lose my mind. That would... okay, well, we're 75%. I don't think he'll attack, but we'll see. We can always build more brutes if we need to, but I would prefer not to have to. Okay, good. Alright, we spread north. I guess that was to be expected. Okay, we finally got a good event here. Our people sat around a small fire trying to warm up from the cold in Atapuerca. Seeing everyone together and exchanging stories made the people feel more united. We get temporary happiness and 130 culture. Excellent. That will speed us on the way towards the next level. Okay, so 2-2. This is a production loss. A notable production loss, as you can see. But I do think... Well, hold on. Let's see here. So we're at 20. So we're at 29 versus 26. I actually think the extra wealth for the research is more important than the production in this circumstance, especially because I'm building something that would give me research anyways. The one research from knowledge inheritance. Let me actually do the math here. So we're getting 8.74 as opposed to, what would it be otherwise? 7.63. So it's about a 1 research difference, which is what the knowledge inheritance, if I produced it faster, would give me. And then what's the difference in turns? That's 44 through 36. So that's 8 turns of difference. So it's essentially 8 turns faster to get 1 more research versus 8 turns slower to have 1 more research right now. So I think doing the math, it makes sense to actually work this tile with no production, even though it hurts my soul to not have production. Also because, the food part doesn't matter, but this will potentially get us more resource information from gathering sooner, which, if a resource appears on this tile, could make the tile stronger anyways, even if it doesn't have an improvement. So I think it's worth it ultimately to get gathering a little sooner than to get knowledge inheritance a little sooner. Hope that all made sense to you all. It will be on the test at the end, of course. I'll do a test at the end of the series of all the things that I asked for you to remember, and it will be 300 hours long because of how long the series will have been. We got a thylacine over here. Interesting. If my brute is killed by an animal, I will actually switch to building a new brute. I think that is a good way to handle that. I need to keep scouting no matter what. Is that a giraffe? Okay, interesting. Some interesting animals around here. We got a forest giraffe. Love to see it. Is that a lemur? What is that? I think that's a lemur. A capuchin monkey. Okay. Jungle tarantula. Interesting. If I get killed by a tarantula, I'm deleting my YouTube channel because that's just unfortunate. Okay. Making progress. Please, no chimpanzee. Okay, this is probably fine. Probably fine. Someone found Devil's Table. Okay. I'm actually gonna throw down a quick save. I'm so paranoid about that chimpanzee. Okay. We got a tapir. What do we have over here? A viper. We should be okay. Chimpanzee's over here somewhere. As long as we give him a lot of space, we should be okay. But he's killed 2 of my... Or no, he killed 1 brute. He attacked the brute twice, but he killed him once. Boudica adopted native language. Okay. An American alligator. I think we should be okay to get over here to reveal this area. Again, I'm looking for Great Barrier Reef. Could be worth 500 gold for me, so it's worth it. We're keeping pace score-wise with Keltia, so that is something. That is definitely something. All right. No reef, but that is, I guess, to be expected. All right, we have another conversation event. Very good. More... I'm going to risk it with the swamp. More, for a shortcut, more culture for me. 46 turns now to the next advance. I would really love to get a production tile, perhaps. That'd be pretty cool. It's probably going to expand here, but this is, I think, a clear, like, this is just a flat upgrade. 202 to 312. Yes, please. In fact, it could have gone here first. I'm not sure why it went here instead, but... what can I say? It's not up to me. It's the game doing it for me. Alright. I wish you could actually buy territories like in Civ 5, but it probably wouldn't work with the way that these options are set up anyways, so it is what it is. We got a large saltwater crocodile. Yikes. Let's not tangle with him. We're definitely in the jungle now. We're probably around the equator up here. We got a lot of room to work with. So we're on the southern hemisphere, kind of in the roughly temperate area between the equator and the southern pole, it looks like. All right. Marlin. part of why I'm staying by the coast is... Ooh, okay, Nile crocodile. A lot of the more dangerous animals like to live a bit further inland, or in kind of hillier terrain. That being said, on this map, it's so hilly everywhere that pretty much everywhere is dangerous at all times. Kind of no matter where I am. Oh, another chimp over here. Yikes. I may not be getting past this. Look at this wall right here. A chimp and a croc. I think I may have to start circling back. I think that's fine, actually. We've gone pretty far north now. We found roughly the equator. So there'll be a northern hemisphere with temperate land and then colder land north of that. Oh, we can actually go through here. Okay. I think I will go back south, though, and explore this area a little bit. Okay. Alright, so far so good. Okay. I'd like to leave the jungle. Less chance of chimps, if I could help it. Yeah, apparently chimpanzees are just as dangerous as gorillas. You learn something new every day. Very, very rugged land. I mean, look at the forest here. It's like Arborea, almost. Okay, I think we've got some internal, like, elevation-based cold. So a lot of these custom maps have this where, to represent higher elevation areas further inland, they actually have colder terrain, even though it's not in a colder biome. Which is kind of interesting to see that. That was a caribou. I thought that was a Neanderthal unit for a moment, but it's a caribou. Okay. I'm very interested to see what we get from gathering. I really am hoping we get some good stuff on these tiles. Now, eventually, I would like to cottage them and use them for wealth, but I'm certainly happy to have them be resource tiles as well. That's perfectly fine. A big change in this mod is because of how many buildings there are, because there's like literally hundreds of different buildings that you can build in your cities. A lot of your work is going to come from specialists more than from tiles. And a lot of your yield is coming from the buildings, and the buildings give you a lot of specialists. And so the strength of the tiles matters a bit less, but if there's a resource on them, that makes a big difference. Oh my gosh. They found me at last. My days on the run are at an end. Okay, let's turn on, let me do it actually, a quick save, because I haven't saved in a little while. We're on the resource indicator. Turn from now, we'll see. If I get a research delay, I'm gonna lose my mind, like right now with gathering one turn away. Okay, I was about to have a heart attack. We got the fire event again. Oh my god, all right, and we also got expansion. What do we have? Holy expansion, look at that. We got 3 expansions. Okay, this is a crazy expansion right here. We got control of our coast. We got the Baron. Admittedly, we can't work either of these tiles right now, but we can work this, which is an improvement for sure. All right, excellent. We got 5 production again. Still stagnant, you know, that's to be expected, but we maintain our extra gold. So this is, I mean, these are both very cheap tiles for the culture to expand to, because until we have a, what's the name of the tech that does this? It's on the top of the tree. Trap fishing. This lets us work water tiles. We can't work it, and the Baron doesn't give us any yield at all. But if we get a resource on the Baron, that would actually be pretty good. I'm actually crossing my fingers for stone on the Baron. I have no idea where the resources are. I don't know that part of the map, so we shall see. But we're gonna find out next turn how much I'm gonna lose my mind, because this was not a city start location. This is a place I moved to, so I have no clue where anything is.
For man, autumn is is a time of harvest, of gathering together. For nature, it is a time of sowing, of scattering abroad.
So we can also now build gatherers. We can actually build a Neanderthal version, which I'm fairly sure is just the same but more expensive. I don't think there's any other difference. It's just more expensive, which, you know, fair enough. All of our military units being better does kind of make this worthwhile. But the gatherer is an early version of the worker. The worker is unlocked in the ancient age, like in vanilla. But the gatherer is consumed when you build most buildings other than the early version of roads, which is called trails. And trails don't have a movement effect, or a very small movement effect, but they do connect up resources. Okay, so first of all, continue scouting. Okay. Ooh, wow, that's insanely lucky. Holy shit, wheat on the floodplains plains. Okay, for some reason, this is a known glitch. The resource display doesn't work. Let me actually quick save and a quick load, which will fix this. I need to show you what resources we have because it wasn't showing you correctly. Once it loads in, it'll display correctly. Okay, here we go. So we've got wheat. This is an absolute. Oh, we got grapes. Holy crap! Wow. Now I'm gonna forgive this campaign for the insanely bad event luck I've had so far. This is, I mean, I also picked this spot. Where was I gonna start? Like over here? With coconut? I think not. Okay, there may even be scavenging resources around here too. If I'd actually settled here, this would actually still be a really good spot. We'll see if there are scavenging resources around here. There might be one on the tile, but there may also be one here. Double grapes and wheat with coconut nearby. Actually, not close enough, actually, for my city. Nothing down here, which is interesting, but there may be scavenging resources down here. Okay. This is a crazy bit of good luck here. So we got 6, 1, 2 on this tile now. We can almost grow at turn 130 on eternity speed. That's insane for Caveman to Cosmos. I've never, ever seen luck like this with that. And this will probably make these tiles higher priority for culture expansion next. Well, 182 turns, but grapes are going to be great. That is extra food and wealth, so that is, what, 4, 1, 2, and 4, 2. Insane. So yeah, definitely good developments here. Okay, so I'm super happy with that. Now, the other question to consider here is, do I actually build the building which I need to build here, which is a scavenging camp? That's what I unlock from, or I mean a gathering camp. That's what I unlock from gathering. Or do I wait? And if I build that camp, it will increase the yield by 2. Although admittedly right now, that still won't be enough. And the reason I'm considering this is after scavenging, I'm going to go ahead and get trails, which will let me build a trail. Or not that, here it is, the trail improvement. And building a trail will be necessary to connect the wheat. And actually having the wheat in the city, I think, is more important than improving the wheat, because many buildings are based on the resources you have in this mod. So I think I'm actually going, and possibly controversial decision, I'm going to sleep my gatherer that I got for free by getting the gathering research. Even though the wheat is right there, I could improve it, but I'd lose the gatherer. The seed camp would give it +2 more food, but that wouldn't actually meaningfully change anything, and I'd have to build another gatherer, which is slow, and it uses the city's growth. I guess at the moment that wouldn't matter anyways, but let's just sleep the gatherer and kind of see what scavenging reveals. But this is a really great start. I am super happy with that development there. That makes up for a lot of the bad luck that I've had so far. Absolutely. Okay, we have this event here. If we'd found a wonder, we could do this, or a natural wonder, and I would probably do this for an extra population. That would be super huge right now, but we can't. We have to chase them away because we don't have 800 gold. Yeah, that's too bad. Ooh, okay, I'm not getting to that, though. We're the worst enemy of Boudica, once again. Yep, the stingray has been spotted. Oh, no. The enemy's been spotted. Stingrays are probably a reasonable thing to have as an enemy. They are dangerous. Oh, no. What do we have here? Harpy eagle. All sorts of, we got a jaguar. All right, we're gonna go south now, I think. All right. I am very excited about this start. I'm so glad I picked this spot. This is a much, like, I mean, just look, and like, I would have started there. Such a better spot for the city. Even though I'm not on the freshwater, I do think this was the right call, ultimately. I'm happy with it. I am happy with it. I'm gonna give a wide berth to that jaguar. No way. Stay away from me. Stay back, Satan. Now, I am noticing that there's not a lot of production resources around. There is a lot of prime timber up here and some stone. This is like production central up here. But down here, not too much going on. I don't think scavenging reveals any production. Well, that's not quite true. Some of the animals do give production bonuses from the buildings you can build in the city when you have the animal resource. But yeah, this is a very good food and wealth area, but not so much production. Fortunately, the terrain around here, especially this bamboo and this hill, do give me some production areas to work with, so it'll be okay. It'll be okay. That might not be okay. I don't like that at all. Hope he doesn't attack me. Good. Okay. It's kind of dangerous, but I'm making my way around. We're getting a lot of scouting done, which is great. We also see some obsidian up here. Any other obsidian? Obsidian is one of the most important prehistoric age strategic resources. Okay, there's obsidian over here. The mountain obsidian I won't be able to actually mine very easily until I have a later tech that lets me mine in mountains. But the obsidian that's over here in the hill, this is mineable. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know if there's any other civs that are closer. It's not out of the question. Boudica's like around here somewhere. I'm gonna try to find out with my brood. But having obsidian would give me an edge in the late prehistoric age. Although, can you build copper, or can you build ancient age units with obsidian? Let me check really quick. So a lot of the units require resources that are historically accurate. So for example, you need, where is it? Yeah, copper working to get a lot of this stuff. So you need bronze, copper, or iron wares for a lot of the ancient age units. What about classical age? What do you need? Bronze, copper, or iron. I think you can use any of those three for most of these guys. Bronze or iron. So copper falls off, and then does bronze fall off once you get up here? Bronze, okay, you can still play with like bronze as your resource for quite a while, actually. That's interesting. All right, when does bronze fall off? Does it ever fall off? Come on. Let's see. Where's my... Okay, matchlock. Okay, obviously matchlocks. You don't need bronze anymore. You need firearms. Firearms, though... What do they need? Do they need iron? Hold on. I have to sift through this massive page to find. Okay, gunsmith. Okay, they do need iron. So ultimately, it's better to have iron because you can use it from the start. Oh, hold on. Is that true? When can you start actually using iron? Is it with metal casting? Silver, gold, silver, no. Or is there an iron working technology? I think there is, right? Let me look at it this way, actually. Alternative way to find it here. So let me go to technologies. I think it'd be in the classical age. Let's see, iron working. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Building enabled. Okay, here it is. Smelter iron. Provides iron wares. Okay. Okay. This requires iron ingots, which you have to make with a iron ingot resource, which comes from a iron smelter. You can see how complicated this mod is. So you have to smelt the iron to make ingots, which are then used to make the wares, which is then used to make the iron wielding units. Okay. So iron working is required to get iron ingots. So iron working is really the beginning. And so what is iron revealed by? Iron ore revealed by mining. Okay, so we are not going to be able to see iron ore until the ancient age. So we're going to have no clue where the iron is. But we do know where the obsidian is. We're going to reveal copper as well. I think with, is it hard or wait, which around here somewhere is the copper reveal tech. Where is copper revealed by? Oh, here it is. Soft hammer percussion. Here it is. So copper ore is revealed by that. So we'll be able to see about a fourth of the way through the tech tree for the prehistoric age if we've got copper nearby. If there's copper like right here, I'll be pretty happy. But no guarantee, of course. Okay, let's continue. I've been yapping forever. Okay, Lynx is probably not going to attack. We got resin over here. What is this? Tobacco. We got tobacco. We've got tobacco over here. Oh my gosh, look at the list of modifiers there. Sheesh. Okay. Papyrus. Interesting. Got gorillas. Alright, that's not great. Those guys could easily kill me if they wish. Hopefully they don't wish. We shall see. Okay. Indigo. So far, so good. Our brute has made it a pretty long ways, but I think his end is probably near, knowing my luck. Okay. We got Neanderthal brutes. So there's an AI-controlled Neanderthal faction. Obviously, it's different from me, who are not necessarily aggressive, but they can attack you, I'm fairly sure. And they also interact with the other AI, like animal factions as well. Okay. Let's continue this direction. Hopefully we can complete this loop and see what's over here. I'm pretty happy with this amount of vision around me. If my brute dies, I won't train a new scouter for a little bit. Probably my next unit that I'll train is actually going to be a chaser, which is the first in the line of the hunter units, which is a very, very important part of the prehistoric age, is hunting. So they're not like designed for scouting. They have less movement bonuses than a scout does, or like the scout line, but they do have 2 movement, and they are notably good at scouting because they have a lot of bonuses when fighting animals, which is the main kind of enemy that will attack you while you're scouting, as you've seen. So I think that would be a good call. I'm having a really fun time, by the way, with this recording. I haven't had this much fun with a long recording like this in a long time, because this is just such an addictive game. The one more turn thing is really true with Civ 4 and any mod of Civ 4. But yeah, with this mod in particular, one more turn is an unavoidable thing for me. All right. Was an enemy spotted? Okay, Celts are suffering research setbacks, finally. It's about time. It's not like I want them to fail, but, you know, I mean, I kind of do want them to fail, because we're playing in a Civ 4 game against one another, but nonetheless, interesting to see. All right, there is knowledge inheritance. Very good. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Here it is. Knowledge is defined variously as expertise and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject, what is known in a particular field or in total, facts and information, or awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. Knowledge acquisition involves complex cognitive processes, perception, learning, communication, association, and reasoning. The term knowledge is also used to mean the confident understanding of a subject with the ability to use it for a specific purpose if appropriate. So this gives us +2 education per turn, 1 beaker and 1 culture per turn in the city. We also need this to build the Elder Council, which is a really good building we'll take a look at in a little bit. And it has faster production for certain traits. Again, remember, no one has any traits right now, and I don't have any traits, so yeah. Okay, looks good. Let's go ahead and exit that. Okay, next up, we have a lot of buildings that were unlocked by gathering, and even more that is not unlocked right now. The Flint Gatherer will be doable once we have another culture expansion, and we've got... Actually, hold on, do we actually have... I don't think we actually have anything rocky nearby, but there may also be resources revealed by scavenging that could help. Maybe not with this, though, but either way... let's see. Does this require... Can you get this from hill? Hold on. Stone, obsidian, rocky, badlands, jagged, polar outcrop, or polar out... Lots of polar outcrops for some reason. I think there's different polar outcrops that look different, so they all count as different terrain types in this list, which is kind of funny. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Okay, so here's the build order. So we are now going to pivot to building a bunch of these gathering buildings, starting with Rock Gatherer, 42 turns, which is a lot, but all of them are going to be 42 turns. They're all the same cost. And this one is the first one to go for because when we get stone tools, you need to have a Rock Gatherer to build a stone tool workshop, the most important single building in the prehistoric age. And I'm not kidding. The stone tool building is so important to build. Multiple technologies interact with it and make it stronger and better as a production and wealth building. So Rock Gatherer first, just in case we're still working on this when we get stone tools. And then we'll start to queue up the other production buildings, because production buildings will help to pay for future production buildings. So next up is the Lichen Gatherer with +1 health and +1 production, and minus disease, which is kind of nice. And then the Driftwood Gatherer. And that will be all for now. I'm not going to queue up more than that. But yeah, lots of production focus. I'm hoping that we potentially get this from a culture expansion. Again, I'd rather have... I even think that the insanely good 612, I still think a 3 production tile is better than this. A 2 production tile, I would maybe prefer this, but 3 production I still think is probably better, which is insane. But that's just how the math works with the way that the system is balanced.
You're gonna get it now!
Alright, I need Albert to show back up, and for us to not have any setbacks. I would really like us to get scavenging as soon as possible and see what we have. I'm really hoping that we have a scavenging resource on the Baron to make the tile more useful. As it stands, I have no idea what I'm going to do with that tile. I got more stone over here. Okay, still no sign of Boudica. I don't know where Keltia is. I thought it'd be within vision by now, but I must just be just out of range somewhere. Where we got the fire event. Very good. I love that. I think that event is because we have community discussion. I think that's what causes that event to happen, but I'm not 100% sure. It may be from having the civic of oral tradition, but I think it's from community discussion. 107 turns, very nice. Okay, let's continue. Still no Boudica. Okay. Greatest civilizations? Thucydides, my favorite guy. So we're number 1, so we have the most culture in the world. That's actually kind of interesting because at this stage, no one's doing much hunting yet, which is often a big source of culture. But we have just a lot of culture from random events, so I will happily take that. Well, speaking of which, hey, look at that. Excellent. Oh my gosh, still no Boudica? Where the hell is she? We got horses. We got hotels. We got all sorts of crazy animals around here. Nile Monitor, what are you doing down here? Interesting. Alright, I am going to try to even this out, and then I'll go north. Emphasis on try. I've got to kind of creep through the crowded plain with all these wild animals. I could get killed by the tiger, but I've gotten a lot of value from this brute, so I'm pretty happy with the scouting he's done, even if he does get killed. That is my way of rationalizing my grief at his likely imminent loss to this Siberian tiger. 7 strength, by the way. Siberian tigers are really dangerous, but fortunately he's not too hungry right now, so that is a relief. That is a relief for sure. Got a Gariel, okay. Still no Keltia or anybody else. I'm on a standard size map as well, so I don't know where everybody is. Like, I'm not that stinky, come on. Give me a wide berth here. Sabertooth, yikes, okay. Is that a coastline? No, there's no way. I think that's a freshwater coastline. Look at that. We'll have to find out next turn what that is. Maybe it's a coastline. I don't know the shape of this Pangea very well, so it could be a coastline. I have no clue. That's a freshwater lake. Okay, it was a freshwater coast. I was completely right. I play too much Civ 4. I gotta stop. I gotta have a life. But there's Caveman to Cosmos to play, so the grass will remain untouched. All right, let's go back south. Yikes, I don't like the look of this too much. Let me at least get this, and then if I die, I will be at least not left with a really awkward bit of fog of war or like unexplored terrain to have to live with. All right, those movements made me have a little heart jitter, but I think we're fine. Okay, let's go back north and try to get this rounded out a little bit. Yeah. I like, by the way, this kind of coastal mountain range. It gives us a lot of really good defensible, I mean, good and operative is not really the operative term here. I mean, this land is pretty rough. Taiga all over the place. We got permafrost down here with the stone. Yikes. Ugh, yeah, this is not the best. I'm really hoping scavenging or fishing like resources are going to be around here, because this is pretty rough. Otherwise, the only direction to go really is north. But I am in the southeast corner of the Pangea, so that I guess does make some sense. All right, I'm just gonna again stay off of quick march because it increases the chances of surviving an attack if it does happen. If anything attacks me while I'm in quick march, I'm probably gonna get killed. So I think it's the smart move. Let's go around like this, I think. All right, let's see what we get with scavenging. Really hoping for something on the Baron. Horses would be great, but I'm not sure if I can actually see horses yet.
If your friend is already dead and being eaten by vultures, I think it's okay to feed some bits of your friend to one of the vultures to teach him to do some tricks. But only if you're serious about adopting the vulture.
Least unhinged Caveman to Cosmos quote right there. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, this is good. This is real good. Bison on the hill. Okay, in fairness, it's not the best spot I could have had bison. Bison's a really good scavenging resource because their building that you can build for having the resource gives you, I think, 2 production, among other things. The one problem here is that this will mean I won't be... In fact, yeah, I think it's switched over. This is 100% the correct move, by the way, by the governor of the city. The 712 is 100% a less valuable tile for me right now than the 3-3 with no wealth at all. The 3-3-0, basically. This is the correct move, 100%, 100%. And now, actually, hold on.
Hello there to you!
+1 food from the scavenging camp. I still think it's worth it to wait for trails, because I want to trail up my areas and then build the camp. I at least want the bison in the city. In fact, yeah, for sure I want to trail and then the scavenging camp here, and then I can build. In fact, I can show you right now. No, I can't show you right now because I need to get which tech is it? I think it's Is it trapping? No, it's later. It's tracking. Tracking is where the bison camp. Here it is. Wait, bison isn't a production? I thought this provided production. What am I thinking of that provides production? Do any of these provide production? Am I just completely wrong? Okay, elephants provide production. Is that it? Am I just stupid? I think the answer is yes. What was it a trapping camp that did that? No, these don't provide production either. What am I thinking of that provides production that's connected to bison? Am I just losing my mind? In fairness, though, with this mod, there's like 500 things it could be, so I don't even know where to start looking. You know, either way, I do think having the bison is good for another reason, because where is it? It's not prehistoric dance. Where the hell is? Where is the bull jumping wonder? I don't remember where it is. Is it from tracking? Or no, it would be from trapping, wouldn't it? No, tracking, not trapping. No, that's not it either. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. I need wonders. Where is... Great Wonders. No, it's a national wonder, not a great wonder. Bull leaping. Here it is. Oh, it is prehistoric dance. Okay. So this requires bison. And this does give me lots of culture and great artist points. So yeah. Okay. That is one reason having bison in particular is a bit better than other options. So, okay. Not as exciting as I thought, but it's still okay. And I think ultimately, although I can still put a stone workshop here, it won't give me the bison resource. I think it's still better to have the bison resource than to not. So this is fine. I would have preferred the bison to be here, but I will accept this as the way this has worked out. And I will... Hold on. Before I... Let me lock in here. I'm sitting up because I'm locking in. Oh gosh, my camera. Huh. Okay. We're locking the hell in. That is not what I meant to do, but let me go back over here. Actually, let me do it like this. Go to the wiki. Map bonus, bison. Let's see here. Okay, I get food from the butcher. It might make sense, actually. Well, we'll come back to that later. I don't even want to start talking about picking the religion, because, yeah. So I get bull leaping. What else? Okay, I get more food from Master Hunter. I could get the Bison Rider. Interesting. I mean, that's kind of cool. What does this replace? Is this... Yeah, what does this replace? It upgrades to the cuirassier. What on earth does this replace? The one part of this interface I hate with a passion, it doesn't say what unit this unit is like a replacement for. Maybe it's not a replacement for any particular unit. Let's see, it's a 7-2 unit. Let me go back to the tech tree and see if I can find what is a comparable unit. This would be kind of animal writing. So it's better than the horseman, and it's similar in the tech tree to that, so okay. What does the horseman promote up into? Promotes to a mounted infantry, 8-2. Okay, so it's basically like a separate unit, not in the main line, but it promotes up to a cuirassier, even though the knight is quite a bit better at 14-2. Okay, Bison Rider is not too exciting, honestly. So yeah, I think because... And so let me actually go back then. So if the main thing that having the Bison resource gives me is... Oh, I gotta find it again. Is the... Okay, building enabled... Camp Bison, okay. What else can I get? Camp giant bison? I don't think so. That's kind of it, actually. Buffalo herd as well. I guess that is a lot of food. But I don't think the bison resource is actually going to be as good for me as I kind of hoped it would be. No, hold on. I can get herd bison. That's what I was thinking of. That was the production providing bison building. It's a bison herd. So to do this, what do I need? I need the animal... So maybe... Wait, no. What does this require? Because it allows me to get the bull leaping and the other stuff. It can be built by subdued bison or tamed bison. What about if I have the bison resource? Is that an option? I don't think so. I think I have to hunt a bison to get this. I don't think I can actually use the bison resource on the map to get this. Okay. So I actually don't think getting a trail to the bison is as useful as I thought initially. How about a trail to the wheat? Let's see if I want to trail the wheat first or start building the wheat improvement and lose the gatherer instead. We're making crazy min-max plays right here. This is the most min-maxed video you've probably ever seen. Okay. But in fairness, the index and like the wiki does let me see all this information. It's just super disorganized, so I have to sift through it myself. So let's go ahead, go to wheat, xenofauna and xenoflora. Interesting. Yeah, xenofauna, sure. Okay, so the wheat here, let's see. So this enables, okay, the farm stuff I'm not going to get for quite a long time. Do I get any buildings at all from, this all requires agriculture. All right. Nature circle, wheat gatherer. Oh, hold on. I can't, with groundstone, I can get cereal stuff from the wheat. So that could give me more health and food, but that's not super critical. Buildings affected. A lot of stuff is affected by it. The Burger World restaurant. Okay. I think getting the wheat resource is probably worth... So I think what I will do... So because I'm working the bison, actually upgrading this territory doesn't make a big difference. So the way that I'm thinking through this is like a kind of sequence. It's like a flow chart. I would rather work the bison tile than work the wheat tile, but I'd rather have the wheat resource than the bison resource. But then for that I need trails, which means waiting for trails, which means waiting to build either the scavenging camp or the seed camp. But then at the same time, because I'm working the bison resource, even if I upgrade this, I would first need the trail, and then I'd upgrade it. I'd lose the gatherer. I'm not going to get the benefit from the upgrade, the +2, because I'm working this, so this +2 won't do anything. And so, because of that big, complicated, autistic flowchart that I just thought through, the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to do nothing until trails is done, and then I'm just going to build trails, which doesn't consume the gatherer. I'm going to build trails everywhere, and then once I'm done with building trails, and there's no new trails to build soon, I will then expend it probably on a bison camp, because I'm working the actual bison tile. That's probably the way I'm going to do this, but we will check back in 38 turns, or likely longer because of events giving me setbacks. So that is that. Hope you enjoyed that lengthy explanation of my thinking here. But yeah, I mean, this is what I get for being neurospicy. I have to think through everything in so much detail. It's really we got guinea pigs. Very fun. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but guinea pigs are like a wild animal that people would eat. Fun fact about guinea pigs. I don't know if you knew that or wanted to know that, but the guinea pigs that we've domesticated are not the same as the wild guinea pigs. All right, let's continue through here. We got obsidian over here. Okay, I'm spotting a kind of god tier city location over here. This is pretty far from my capital, so this would be a very, very questionable, like, first settlement location or second city location. But, I mean, just look at this. You got mushroom, you got guinea pig, you got prime timber, you got almonds, more... Like, this is crazy. You got horses here? Holy crap. Okay, obsidian and horses in the same city range is kind of insane. Like, this is kind of an insane location over here. But there may also be Keltia or someone else nearby that could snag it first. So we gotta be careful. Got to be careful. We got more fresh water. Okay. Interesting. We got barley up here as well. Okay. I'm thinking maybe even 2 city locations, like one up here, one over here. But again, it's far from my capital, so we'll have to see what is feasible to do. I'll have to avoid the links. That's unfortunate. We have another Glyptodon over here on the T tile. I almost just walked into the Glyptodon. The T thing was blocking my vision. Let's not do that. Poor guy. Leave him alone. Yeah, so I think basically once I've unlocked trails, the build order for the Gatherer is to build a trail to the Bison, and then probably build trail to the Wheat, and then maybe just build trails elsewhere so I have them. And then well, no, you know what? Honestly, I think, given that there's often an event where freshwater, like riverside tiles, wash out trails, you have to pay 200 gold to stop that and to keep the trail. I think I will actually just build trails to the Bison and then build the camp on the Bison. That's probably the way to do for now. I can build a Gatherer later to build a seed camp for the Wheat and to build a trail to that. And of course, once I unlock agriculture, I'll build a farm on the Wheat, obviously, to get that resource. Okay, interesting. This stingray needs to leave. I am unnerved by his presence. Leave me alone. Oh, I'm out of coffee. This is not good. Urgent emergency over here in the Misadventurer Gaming lair. I don't know if anyone's ever really looked at my camera background, but I think it's kind of funny. Like, I wonder how many people have even registered that I just have a giant-ass bisexual flag behind me. It's just kind of there. I don't really talk about it that often, but yeah, I am bisexual. I've mentioned it before offhandedly, but I don't really make a big deal about it. But I've had this flag behind me the whole time I've ever had a camera, basically. Well, that's not true. At my old apartment, I didn't have a spot for it, so I didn't put it there. But basically, since I moved here about a year ago, I've had the flag behind me. I'm sure some people who have not noticed it are now bothered by knowing about it, because there are some people who probably watch my content who are not very open-minded about human sexuality. It is what it is. Can't please everyone, and I know that in the historical strategy world of gaming, there's certainly plenty of people who are not of a more progressive social viewpoint. I think that's fine. You know, it doesn't affect me, really. I mean, ultimately, unless you're, like, calling me a slur, which I think that'd be kind of funny, honestly, if you called me a slur, because I literally brought it up. Unless you're doing that, I'm not too concerned about what you personally think about my personal preferences for things. I mean, I'm in a committed relationship with a woman, as I've mentioned before, so it doesn't even really meaningfully affect my life that much, but just kind of a fun fact about me, I guess. Also, I think there's not a lot of bisexual male public figures. There are plenty of bisexual men out there, but a lot of famous bisexual celebrities are women, because there's just different norms around accepting bisexuality in women versus men. This is just a fact of how the world works. So yeah, not to mention, and this is a whole other topic, there's a lot, in my opinion, of lingering kind of biphobia from queer spaces, which is why I am largely not in those spaces, even though I think it's gotten better than it's been before. I don't have any energy for that anymore. I've spent enough time of my life trying to trying to fit people's mold for me as a bisexual man, and I just don't care to keep doing that. And if any of you happen to also not be straight, then I applaud you for having it a little bit harder than than other people. It's, you know, it's not always, you know, more difficult for me or for other people all the time. It's a complicated thing, but definitely right now, it does not feel particularly like rewarding or easy to have some of these labels, sadly. But yeah, it definitely informs my like political viewpoint to be in the position that I'm in. I think it's just kind of inevitable. Plus, it was an inspiration for the Freddie Mercury mustache I've been rocking, and maybe that's an optimistic assessment of how the mustache makes me look. That's a pretty iconic look, as long as it doesn't give off like, you know, creepy middle-aged man vibes. You know, that's like the, when you have a mustache, that's the tricky balance you're trying to walk. Like, you want to look like Freddie Mercury, you don't want to look like creepy middle-aged guy. So we'll see what people think about my stash situation. I think it looks okay. I have pretty good facial hair growth. I mean, really, it's a double-edged sword because I have generally pretty good testosterone, but it leads to good facial hair growth, but really bad, like, hairline loss. Like, obviously, the hairline here is an absolute disaster. I mean, I'm gonna go bald. Like, I'm gonna shave my hair and be bald at some point, probably in the near future. Not because I have an issue with hairline loss. Like, this is a natural effect of having testosterone as a man, but I just think it's gonna look a bit better than having the kind of lingering situation that I do right now. Yep. And I think because I have good facial hair growth, it makes it work. So yeah, we'll see what my grooming situation ends up looking like. Hopefully okay. But I guess you'll let me know in the comments what you think. Look at this. The game has gotten so uneventful. I'm talking about balding. Love that. Okay, Rock Gatherer is almost done. Still no sign of any. Where the hell is everyone? Like, I'm playing on a standard size map. It's not like I'm on like a super gigantic map. Where is she? And where is everyone else? There should be 6 other civs I haven't met yet that are on this Pangea with me. I haven't found anyone. Like, where is everyone? Like, it's not like I like urgently need to meet people, but I'm a little flabbergasted that I haven't seen anyone at all. This is really really unusual. That's for sure. But we're up to 8 production now. That's pretty good. And we do also have more buildings that we can get from the scavenging tech that we got. I'll add them to the queue. I'm going to get the stick gatherer, the lumber gatherer, and that's it for now. But yeah, everything is the same cost, so I'll just keep working on what I have already. And lichen gatherer is the highest priority because of its other effects. So that is for sure. All right. Okay. I want to see what's down here. I also have not found any natural wonders at all. Like, where are they? Come on. You know what? I'm actually going to do something out of, because of this, oh yikes, because this map is so large, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to quickly, okay, bear with me here. I'm going to very quickly turn off the game capture. So it should be a black screen for you now. I'm going to go back to my game, which I can see, but you can't see. I'm going to just zoom in to, like, the middle of the ocean, so I can't see anything. And I promise you I'm not, like, peeking at whatever is hidden in the fog. I don't want to spoil it for myself. I'm just going to quickly go ahead, save the game, and go to World Builder to make 100% sure that this is a space map. I want to make sure I'm on the right map. Enter the World Builder. I'm not looking at the screen here. I'm like covering it with my hand. I'm just going to look at the minimap. See that there's space. Let's see. All right, it's loading. Yep. Okay, there's space. Exit the World Builder. I'm not looking at the actual map. I promise you I'm not looking. Wait for the font to come back in. Okay, good. Let me go ahead and switch the camera back on. Okay. I promise you, I was just looking to make sure that there was space on the minimap, and there is. So we are in the correct space map. And the reason I'm checking this is because I often have played on the like tectonic map, which doesn't have space, but is much, much, much larger than the space map when it comes to the Earth size. So I was getting worried that I somehow accidentally didn't select the map that I selected like 2 hours ago, even though I literally was like watching it as I did it. But you know, just gotta double check that stuff sometimes. So we're fine. We can proceed. Nothing to worry about. Oh, out of coffee. This is a disaster. What do we have here? Wolverine. I'm gonna go the long way around here. This guy's made it pretty far. I don't want him to die like this. Although if he does die here, he will have done more than his worth in scouting for me. That's for sure. Not the best, but hopefully we can get to here before he gets killed. Okay. If you'd like some misadventure lore about my experiences being bisexual, the way I'll phrase it is I gave it a good try. Like, I tried to find, back, you know, before I was with my current girlfriend and soon-to-be fiance, like, I tried to find a male partner. If anything, just because I wanted to really prove to myself and other people that, like, this is real for me. Like, this is not just me being confused. And, you know, I'm not going to get into all this, but, like, I'm certainly attracted to men. Like, I have no doubt about that. But, the problem I came across, and I'm sure a lot of, you know, non-straight men or you know, non-gay women in the audience can relate. Men just kind of suck. Like, I tried so hard to, like, be open-minded to guys and, like, try to connect with them, but it was just really hard to find a guy that I felt I could, like, trust, and, like, I like understood what his needs were and, like, felt like they were reasonable. Maybe I'm just, like, kind of a good guy, but I just was really having trouble finding someone that felt emotionally mature in a way that I needed. And certainly I have been with many women who I also felt didn't meet those criteria. But I do think that just because of how, you know, people are socialized and the additional challenges a lot of women face in the world, women, I think, tend to generally be, on average, more likely to be emotionally intelligent. Again, I don't think it's like an innate thing. But I do think it's just a matter of socialization, a matter of how history is borne out. You know, we live in a generally fairly patriarchal world, even to this day. Despite what some people may say, I don't think the, like, misandry is a serious societal problem by any means. Even if some people can be personally misandrous, I certainly don't think that, like, it has a meaningful role in society. Misogyny absolutely does have a meaningful role in society. Meaningful here meaning impactful, not, like, good. Obviously misogyny isn't good, duh. But, like, I think just because of those material conditions, women tend to be, on average, a bit more likely to be emotionally intelligent, though not always. There are plenty of absolute bozo women that I've known, and seemingly many of them have also dated me in my experience, but maybe that's just selection bias. But of course, I've got the anti-bozo in my life now. My girlfriend I love. She is an absolutely amazing person and the absolute perfect person for me. And I'm so glad to have finally found her after so many years of trying to find my person. So I'm very happy with her. And the fact that she is able to, like, understand me, even though as a bisexual man I am not, like, the average guy. I think that is really what makes this work. So I'm very happy with her, and I'm glad my search for my person is over, because whether that person ended up being a man or a woman, the thing that mattered ultimately was that they were the right person. And that's how I think everyone should think about sexuality. It's not about, like, oh, like, you have to be with a man or a woman, or you have to have this or that. It's about, it gives you more options for what you are looking for. Because ultimately what you should want in a person is who they are as a person and not what category they fall into. All right, enough yapping about that. This is interesting because in my regular Impera Rome content, there's so much more going on that I just don't really have the wherewithal to talk about more personal or like esoteric stuff. But here, there's a lot of downtime, which makes it feel more relaxing, and like I can just kind of ramble about stuff. Hopefully all of you are enjoying it. I mean, if you're 3 hours and 13 minutes or whatever into this video, you probably are enjoying it. That's probably why you're still here this far in. So, yeah. I'm thinking of getting coffee delivered by Uber Eats. Is that too first world of me? Maybe I get a McDonald's order with a coffee. That actually sounds kind of good. I'm gonna do that actually. Pull Uber Eats here. Get on my phone here. All right, little food break. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Can they deliver? Yeah, they should deliver on the weekend. Let's see, McDonald's. Let's go with this one. Yeah, they're doing their lunch menu now. You know, hold on. Okay, don't judge me. Please don't judge me for this. I have a McDonald's soda right here from yesterday. I promise I don't eat McDonald's every day. I promise, but I happened to also get it yesterday because I was getting my girlfriend some chicken nuggets. She had a craving for chicken nuggets. So I got a McDonald's soda. Let's see, is it flat? It's not too flat. So we're gonna roll with that. So all right, I'll save my money. You know, gotta pay rent somehow, so with those Uber Eats fees, it's like you pay rent or you pay for your one Uber Eats meal. That's about it. All right. Okay. Please don't judge me for slurping up this day-old root beer, but you know, I got quite a bit left here, so. Albert is visiting the Celts once again. Hate to see it. All right, I'm worried about that chimp from at this point, like 300,000 years ago, reappearing and killing my brute. We'll see what our situation here is. So I'm actually going to text my girlfriend that I'm at home right now, because I don't think she knows that. Great. All right, there's that chimp. All right, I'm out of here. I'm not even gonna go over here to the 95% over the river. He's still probably gonna kill me, so we're booking it. This is Planet of the Apes up there, and I am yielding to the true ruler. I know what'll happen if I don't. All right, here comes Trails.
One who walks in another's tracks leaves no footprints.
All right. All right, let's see the big picture. Okay. I think with the amount of buildings I still have in my queue, I can delay the stone toolmaker for a little bit. Ooh, you know what? I can get a bamboo grove. Yeah, I should definitely get this. But should I get this next is the question. Let me review. Okay, I have forest in. Yeah, now that I've got a forest tile in vicinity, I think it's time for cave dwelling. This will give me out of housing homelessness and into housing tree hollow, which is better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, look at all these homeless houses. I guess homeless people can live in tents, but like in an age where everyone everywhere lives in tents, are you really homeless if you live in a tent? I don't really know if I'd say that. I mean, we were living in one location. I guess houseless people can also live in one location in a tent and be considered homeless. But like by modern standards, not being homeless is considered to have like a more permanent, like fixed location in a structure. I don't really know how the logic works, basically, in this scenario, but sure, whatever. All right, let's continue scouting. Please, no chimp. Jaguar is not what I want to see, but I guess it could be worse. Are we still at the equator? I think so. This map is huge. Holy crap. Oh, I forgot to start building a trail. Whoops, that's a one-turn loss. It's fine. I won't restart the series as much as I maybe would be tempted to. All right, I think what I'll do here. Yeah, let's not be too crazy here. Let's get a trail, because the trail here could get washed out, and I'm not going to be working the tile, so I won't build the camp for a bit anyways. Let's trail and scavenger camp the buffalo, or I mean the bison. Hold on, I just realized. Can you enter my territory? I think you might be able to. I really hope I didn't just lose this gatherer. I completely forgot this guy was here. He's just hiding in the forest. I'm just gonna chance it. I don't want to build another brute. And if I need to build another gatherer, it's fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Hopefully. Okay, no chimpanzee in sight. We got a bunch of crazy animals, though. Alright, looking good. Was that a cave bear? What is that? Brown bear. Okay. This is kind of a crazy city location. Look at this. You got bamboo on the coast and lush. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright. So trail first and then the camp, because this will consume the unit. 30 turns for the trail. Jesus, okay. Just gotta start somewhere, I guess. Okay. Where is everyone? Like, where the hell is everyone? I've scouted pretty thoroughly, and I'm not finding anyone. There should be 7 other civs, including Keltia, on this map with me. All right, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. I don't know what the holdup is, but I'm sure I'll find them sooner or later. I've got to. Alright, Lichen Gatherer is almost done. Very good. Again, these early buildings are real slow, but every building that adds production will speed up the next building by a little bit, so it gradually makes the... Oh, crap. I did not mean to click that. That's a complete misclick. That's probably death. Yeah, okay, that really, really sucks. I completely missed that there was a lynx in that bamboo. He completely blended in. Yeah, that's a 100% player error situation, but I accept it. I'm not going to reload. My last save was a little while ago. It's not worth it to reload that. That sucks, but I did complete the scouting mission of the century here. I mean, look at all this. That's too bad. But that kind of player error is going to happen now and then. This was a pretty okay moment for that to happen. It is what it is. Now we'll just power through the turns quickly as we build our trail and build our driftwood gatherer. And the stingray will cause that enemy spotted notification to spam over and over. Alright, we're getting more of these events. Oh, we got growth. We have taken over the lush terrain in the interior. Interesting. I don't know what I'll do with this terrain here. We got fledgling culture now as well.
Don't give them no chance.
Probably, we'll see. We'll see what I do there. I'm not 100% sure. 3 food only is not amazing for right now. Keeping in mind as well, we got a nearby volcano eruption. Okay, where'd that volcano erupt? That event pops up when there's a volcano eruption in areas that you have the that you've explored, but even if you don't have line of sight. So somewhere on this map there was a volcano eruption in an area that I've explored before. But yeah, something to know about being coastal is that sea tiles, even without resources, can get really, really good for producing food with the right buildings. Rub the Forgotten. Oh boy. We are far behind. I mean, all those setback events have really done a number on us. But yeah, so having less of these super high food tiles on the land isn't as big of a deal with a lot of sea tiles to work. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly take a quick break. I will keep the recording going because I don't want to have to bother stitching the recordings together in Premiere and then having to wait 100 hours to render everything. So basically, what I'll do is I'm going to turn off the, it's almost like doing a stream. I'm going to turn off the camera and the video. And so what you can do as the viewer is skip ahead in the video. You can just hit the right directional key to do this until everything is turned back on. That means that I'm back from my break. So I'll just be on for a few minutes and then we will resume. So let me go ahead and do just that. And I will see you all in a few minutes. Okay. Testing, testing. We should be good now. Get back into the game. Needs a moment to load in the visual. There we go. We are back, and I've retrieved some leftover chicken wings. So I'm going to be eating on camera. Hope you all don't mind that. Feel free to just avert your eyes. Actually, you know, I think I may just let me just turn my camera off while I'm eating. Yeah, that's fine. If you really want to watch me eat, let me know and I can maybe make some custom content for you for your viewing pleasure. But for all the rest of you, you'll just have to bear with the sounds, I suppose, that'll have to do for you. Okay, let's go ahead and resume. I just want to do this while I'm playing because I'm waiting around anyways for end turns. I'll tell you, refrigerated boneless wings just hit different. These are good. Oh man, the sauce, peak. That's a little spicy too. It's good. Oh, yeah. That's it. Probably some sus sounds, honestly, that I'm making with no camera. I assure you, I'm just eating my wings. Okay, one more, then I gotta stop.
One just principle from the depths of a cave is more powerful than an army.
My chair is so loud. Okay, there we go. Camera coming back on. Alright, we have built tree hollow and animal burrow housing. Okay. I will take it. Oh, you know what? I just realized. Okay, lean-tos replaces animal burrow. But then, does animal hide... There's one more production and one more wealth. I need wood as well. Oh, that's right. Okay. Not for a bit here. Turn my fan on. There we go. Hopefully that's not too loud. Okay, but I can get hide from the what's it called? Hold on. This interface, I swear to God. Where do I get hide from? It's auto-built? Oh, Skinner is what it requires. Okay, yeah, obviously. That makes sense. Let me find it in the list. Okay, the Skinner gives me hide. it requires skinning technology, it requires carcasses, hunter's camp, or snare trap, or ancient customs. Okay, so snare trap is not too far away. Carcass can come, though, from the slaughterhouse, which requires poultry, carcass. Wait, no. Cooking and shelter building. I think I can build this. Wait, no, the slaughterhouse requires carcasses. The butchery makes the carcasses from... No, it makes raw meat? Hold on. Oh my god, this is like an infinite loop. Like, all the different ways that the tech tree and the buildings interact when it comes to... That's a little bit too loud, actually. The way they all interact when it comes to... Oh my gosh. my microphone just fell. Whoops. Okay, hold on. Let me... It didn't break or anything. It just fell off my desk. Hold on. Let me fix that. Oh my gosh, that's funny. How does that even happen? Okay, that should be fine. It just literally fell over. Good thing I was holding it. This thing is a kind of a large microphone, so okay. Anyways, let's see. Okay, so okay, +1 food with bison. Okay. Can I build this? This requires... So, okay, so let me back up. So in order to get... Let me start over from the start here. So, okay, we're starting with the question of how do I get hide? Hide is revealed by which tech? By skinning. And it requires... oh my god, where... Please just tell me where this comes from. Please, I beg of you. I beg of you. It requires the Skinner building. I know that part, so let me go back over there. So the Skinner building. Here it is. Okay, so this is needed to build resource hides. And then this requires one of these things. Okay. So this requires the skinning technology and carcasses. Carcasses come from the resource carcass, which comes from the... Oh, it comes from the herd building. Okay. Now I see. So Camp Bison, or the herd of bison, will give me resource carcass. Resource carcass then lets me build the Skinner directly. Okay, we figured out the flowchart of these technologies. What this means is actually having the bisons hooked up will be good for that when I get to that in a couple of layers of text. Okay. So, having said that, shelter building is no longer as big of a priority. I think next is going to honestly be weaving, because well, hold on. So 39 turns, then I have to actually build it. How much longer do I have on my buildings here? I think it's probably worth to get it now. I don't think there's any reason to get something sooner, because nothing else will give me a more immediate advantage. Let me go for tool making next. Yeah, I think this is the right call. Okay. I also got more coffee while I was taking my break. All right, the volcano quieted down. Okay. Oh my gosh, my face is so itchy. Okay. Can I... Hold on. Now it's in a weird spot, this microphone. Let me try to scoot it a little bit. This may be a bad idea. Loosen its grip slightly. Push it back. Okay, that definitely sounds sus. Please don't. I promise I'm just moving the microphone. I'm not doing anything else right now. Okay. Yeah, let's just... There we go. All right. That'll have to do. Okay. Oh my gosh. My eyes are watering from the wings. Those were good wings. I still have more to eat, but I gotta stop for now. Oof, that's good. Okay. Oh, making progress. Hold on, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Okay, there we go. That should actually... Okay, there we go. Alright, the Driftwood Gatherer is almost done, and they have just finished the trail. Excellent. Now we have to actually build the scavenging camp to get the bison in the city. But now we have a stronger reason to do this. I now have a more clear reason to focus on getting the bison resource, even if I lose the Gatherer. So let's go ahead and spend about 40 turns and 14 golds to get this building. Get this improvement, I should say, constructed. Alright, looks good. Stick Gatherers next. And again, each time one of these finishes, the next one will be a little bit faster. So definitely worthwhile. Okay, we built resource wood. Is it because we have a wood territory in vicinity? I'm not sure, but this is really, really good actually that we have wood. Oh no, it's because we it's because we built the Driftwood Gatherer. That's why we have wood. Yeah, that is the reason why. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. We're gathering driftwood, so now we have wood as a resource. So that is good. So we actually can get the lean-to... I think it's the lean-tos. The ones that require hide and wood. That's good to see. That is good to see. Alright. The end turn spam continues. Not too much going on right now, so you may as well just power through. Alright, we have another one of these events. By the way, the circle here means that this is the location the event happened. So I guess it happened over here in this valley. Sure. 207 turns, okay. I'm pretty happy with the expansion so far. It'd be nice to grab this and this. I feels like the next natural spot to go. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. No sign of much barbarian activity yet. Obviously lots of animals, but like human barbarians or Neanderthal barbarians. So far pretty quiet on that front. It'd be nice to have a brute out and scouting around, but let's see how much it would take to actually build one. 8 turns is pretty light. Yeah, scout would be nice as well. Actually, I could build a wanderer and then upgrade with gold to a scout. That would probably be more efficient than just building a scout. But I also think it makes some sense to just build a brute if I'm going to build a unit to scout. Unless I was going to build a chaser, which I can't yet. Chasers are not until persistence hunting, which could be the next tech I do, honestly. But so the way I'd want to do this is whenever I get persistence hunting, I'd want to be at a point in my build order where I can squeeze in hunting instruction. This is really great to have before you build any hunter units because it gives all of them Hunter 1 promotion for free, which is a great way to help them. The thing with hunter style units where you're using them to hunt animals, which obviously that's what you're using them for, is it's kind of a momentum game where it's really difficult to hunt early on, but as they upgrade and get they get better upgrades from combat and experience, and you improve them to higher technology versions, hunting becomes much, much, much easier. And this is by far the main thing that makes playing as the Neanderthals in the prehistoric age give you an advantage, or having the Neanderthal culture. It's the Neanderthal versions of the hunter units. This is, I would actually say, and I'm going to throw this out here as my maybe hot take for the video, this is the biggest possible advantage any player can have in the prehistoric age, is specifically having access to the Neanderthal hunter units. Because hunting is a huge return on investment. You make tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of food and production and culture from hunting animals, adding subdued animals to your nation's heritage. I'll talk about that more in a little bit when we get there. And hunting it's just like combat. So a unit that is stronger and has one more strength than the non-Neanderthal equivalent is going to have a much better chance to get those initial kills, to start leveling up and get even stronger, and to survive long enough to promote up to being the next level up, which is a tracker. And then the level above that is an actual hunter. And then the level above that is over here in the next stage. I don't remember where it is, but it is a... in fact, I can see it here, actually. So a hunter upgrades into a ranger. There it is. Yeah, bronze working. So because of that, and also considering that all of the hunter units as a line also have a persistent 125% versus wild animals on top of 25% versus all animals generally, what this means is that a regular chaser is essentially doing maybe about 2 or 2.5 strength damage in a battle while at full health. But a Neanderthal chaser, because it's a percentage increase on a flat base increase, 125%, like, 150% of 2, they're doing not just, 1 more damage, but they're actually doing more like, 1.5 more damage. So, if a regular chaser is doing about 2.5, a Neanderthal chaser is doing about 5. Again, this is kind of rough math, but it essentially means that the base increasing makes the percentage increase, which is really, really high, much more impactful. This is why Neanderthal hunter units are so overpowered. And it really gives you the edge early on, because the AI, although they know how to do hunting, are not super consistent about focusing on hunting. And hunting can basically feed and power your prehistoric age civ in its entirety. You can have completely terrible terrain, but hunting does the work for you. Now, there's some things about hunting that do make it more complicated. Animals do spawn in the fog of war, like barbs do, but I think as the time progresses, less and less animals will spawn to represent the gradual breakdown of the natural ecosystems that spawn them. Certain, like, ancient animals, like mammoths and the big armadillos, I think they only spawn earlier in the game. I don't know exactly what the cutoff is. They may not spawn after they've spawned at the start. I'm not really sure, but if you miss your chance to hunt them, they just won't come back later. And you can even, if you capture like a mammoth, you can develop the alt history timeline stuff where you develop like mammoth riders and stuff like that, like over here, which is pretty insane. Definitely pretty insane. You get like war mammoth. Look at this. Yeah, the bombard mammoth. Yeah, look at that. So lots of cool stuff there. Anyways, let's just resume. But yeah, so getting to chasers is going to be really handy, as they're going to punch way above their weight. Other non-Neanderthal chasers are going to struggle to actually hunt anything. You basically have to hunt birds with chasers, or like snakes, or spiders. Really easy, fairly safe animals to go after. Birds, though, are super annoying to hunt because they're so fast and they will just fly away and you'll never catch them, right? So having the strength to take on, like, maybe wolves or Tasmanian devils or lynxes, like kind of mid-tier animals, that's something that the Neanderthal chaser can sometimes do. You still have to avoid anything that's like strength 4 or above, like spectacled bears. Obviously, the monkeys are too strong. Most bears are too strong. Most cats are too strong. But the options are more expanded, and that will, it's a feedback loop. The stronger thing you can hunt and kill, the more XP you get, which means the stronger you get, which means the stronger thing you can hunt and kill. And also, the stronger thing you hunt and kill means more food, more production, more culture for your city, which means you can build more things. It's a big snowball, and having the huge advantage at the very literal start with Neanderthal hunter units is what makes playing as the Neanderthals interesting and have a unique key advantage that it feels really special to this mod. Like, that's why I'm so excited for starting that snowball. And yeah, I think after tool making, we will go for persistence hunting. I'll have to double check and see that there's no other prerequisites for it. Let's see. I already have trails. Okay, so that's fine. I think this is pretty much the perfect... Yeah, because like so aside from getting cave dwelling, I think I couldn't have gotten to this any sooner. I guess I didn't need to get oral traditions or language, but either way. I needed those for the civic effects. I also don't have... I haven't had the production capability to build chasers. Chasers are expensive, and all the hunter units are pretty expensive, and I want to build the hunting instruction first. So yeah, I think this is the right move. I can also get hard hammer percussion to get Neanderthal clubmen. 3 strength on military units will keep me safe from pretty much anything for now. So I'll have to think about exactly what the next moves are. I want to time my techs around my build order. Like, that's a big part of how you strategically play the prehistoric age, especially with your capital. We have a lot more we can build, but a lot of these are going to provide food, which is not particularly necessary quite yet. We just can't realistically get above the stagnant level for quite a while. So yeah, keep focusing on production for now, I think. I think I'll even delay, even if I can build chasers, I'll keep focusing on production buildings so that I get that up and running first. I think that's a pretty important priority. I can also use the chasers essentially as scouts and hunt animals as I scout, because the animals are going to be teleported back to my city. We were of the Forgotten. Okay, sure. All those setbacks have really done a number, not to mention I just have less tech capacity than my contemporaries, being on nightmare difficulty. Alright, the endless turn progression continues. Just not much else to do right now. I'm not going to squeeze in a brute right now. Just the number of enemies spotted. Like, this manta ray has got to go. I guess it's a manta ray, not a stingray, but he's got to go. He is just harsh in my groove. What can I say? Alright. Time to get a bit more relaxed. Okay, hopefully the mic is still picking me up pretty well. I think it should be.
Man is a tool-using animal. Nowhere do you find him without tools. Without tools, he is nothing. With tools, he is all.
Okay. All right. Do I go for weaving first, or do I go for persistence hunting first? It's gonna be such a wait any either way with the amount of research that I have. I think I go for weaving first, but I don't go all the way to basketry. Let me do this one tech at a time, just to be on the safe side. Wait, what was that? Oh, pop boom for the Celts? Sure. Why not? Okay, here's that world wonder, by the way. So I can't build this because I already have CAC Neanderthal. Here it is. Because I already have Neanderthal culture. But the other AIs can build this. Or not the other AIs. The AIs can build this. I am not an AI, as I'm sure you've noticed. Okay, so the question is, do I add this to my build order? It is 2 production, and as you can tell, many prehistoric, or not even prehistoric age, but like through basically the classical age, this building keeps getting buffed and buffed and buffed and buffed. Now, in fairness, I should really say through the prehistoric age. And then in the ancient and classical age, it starts to lose its buffs to represent how stone tools become supplanted by other kinds of tools. And sedentary lifestyle, which is the tech that starts the ancient age, just shreds this building's productivity. However, during the prehistoric age, this building is going to put in work for us. And having stone tools is really good. Alternatively, I could get the folklore buildings, which provide research, and I can get all 5 of them. The issue is, because of all the debuffs I have to my capital's research rate, being like a tribe and all this stuff, the actual research provided is about 12% of its actual sort of formal value. So this is much, much less research than it looks on the surface. You have to look at the actual line there under the name. Which means, I think for now, it does make sense to go for Stone Toolmaker as the next thing. And then once that, so let's see, 8 and 26. So 26, so that's 4, so that's 30, and then 4 is 34. So maybe I squeeze in a bit of production on a building, and then I switch to the Bamboo Grove once I get that. Unless I get Albert Einstein showing up to give me more research, or I could get a setback that causes the reverse problem. So we'll see what happens. I don't really know exactly what to expect, but I'm hoping that we get a visit from Albert to help us get this faster. But out of my hands, really. It's the luck of the game. I love this song, by the way. Yeah, the Ancient Age music, like OST for this game, it cooks. It sounds so perfect. All right, we got floods washing out the route. Wait, huh? You're not on the river. Can floods wash out trails that are not on fresh water? Oh my god, are you actually kidding me? Oh no. And he's about to finish the camp too. Okay. Here's the thing. I don't technically need the bison right now, which means what I can do is I can let the trail be destroyed. He's 3 turns away. I'm going to cancel his action. The 3 turns away, it stays, so it's still partially finished. He's going to switch to building new trails and then finish the camp after that. Super annoying. This is going to delay this camp by about 30 turns. But I don't want to spend 200 gold that I just don't really have a way to get more of right now. I may need that for something else. So yeah, that's super annoying. I thought that only tiles that were on the river or on fresh water counted as being able to get that event. I guess literally any tile can get that event. Well, that's good to know. That's annoying. Oh well, we move on. At least at the very least, this is basically the best time this could have happened, because I still have the gatherer and I haven't finished the improvement yet. Because the extra 1 food from the improvement won't actually matter, but I would rather have the trail and then finish the improvement. So given the way my food situation is, this is still the best way it could have gone, basically. Alright, Lumber Gatherer is almost done. This guy needs to leave. He's just spamming my event log with enemy spotted. It's a manta ray. I called him a stingray earlier, but he's actually a manta ray. My mistake. I apologize for my grievous error. I'm really tempted. I'm really, really tempted just to have someone doing something between these turns. I gotta wait. I'm almost to persistence hunting. I'd rather just have chasers running around, getting XP, exploring for me. I'll just wait. Oh! Uh-oh. Okay, this is not good. If he moves here... Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel... I've canceled your action for the turn. I may have to move my gatherer back to my city. I don't have any way at all to protect... Okay, he left. Okay, good. False alarm. Keep building that trail. I don't think the Neanderthal would actually enter my territory to take my gatherer or to kill him. Well, actually, he would capture him, but I'm not risking it. I've done so much work to do this efficiently. Oh, crap. Here we go. What is that? Neanderthal Wanderer. I don't love the two movement on him. Is he able to reach me right now? What is his range? Hold on. Movement cost of 3. Movement cost of 1. Is this crossing the river? I don't think it is. In the event that he can reach me, he could take my gatherer. I'm running back to the city. I'm not, absolutely not risking it. Not after everything I've been through. Oh my god. Okay, no, he's not going to attack me. He's actually in my city with me, which means he's not aggressive. At least I don't think it means he's aggressive. I never remember the different faction rules. I think the Neanderthal faction, of course I'm also the Neanderthals, but this is like the barbarian Neanderthals. I think they can attack you in the wilderness, but I don't know. I'm going to throw down a quick save and tentatively get back to work on the trails. I don't know exactly what I'm in for here, but in case he snipes me, I'm going to do a reload on that, because this is just a mechanic thing that I just don't really... I'm not confident on. Ah! I'm so glad I quick saved, because that's exactly what I didn't want to have happen. Alright, I normally try to not do quick save and quick load cheese in a campaign like this, but that's so stupid. I just genuinely could not remember how the mechanic works, because they're allowed to be on your cities, but they can also take your units, which doesn't feel very fair. Like, why can't I kill him with my Tribal Guardian? I probably could beat him as well, but I can't attack him. It doesn't let me. And he didn't have to fight me to come here. So we're just going to wait for this guy to leave, because he could just kill me. Unless I have a unit on the Gatherer, then he'd have to fight the unit, I'm fairly sure. So I guess for him, he's allowed to declare an attack or not declare an attack, like movement by movement. Okay, he just left. But he could also come back, so we're going to wait until he's gone further from there. Fortunately, given his movement range, any territory that he could be in where he could then reach here, except for like over here, I can see right now. But if my unit's here, I can also see this because of the range from being on the hill. So we should be okay. Let's just wait for him to leave. That was a really good call to save there and pull the unit back into the city. All right, break time's over. Back to work. A little bit of excitement in the Neanderthal campaign. Gotta appreciate that. All right, just continue to wait. Celt's getting more good events, of course. Oh, he's back. All right, this is a problem. Fortunately, him coming into range cancels the movement over the turn, so I can now run back to my city. Get the hell away. Stay back, Satan. Oh my gosh. Get out of here. Yeah, okay, come. He's gonna come loiter in the city and look at my gatherer hungrily. I don't think so. No, not today. Not today. He's obviously still within range, so we're gonna just keep waiting. Get out of here. Oh my gosh, not back to me. Get out of here. Alright, there he goes. But he's still too close, so we're gonna wait another turn. The other thing, too, is that a Neanderthal chaser probably couldn't beat him. At least not reliably, so... Alright, let's try this again. Making progress little by little on this rebuilt trail. That's Civ 4 for you. Alright, what are we at now? 16 turns to go. Halfway through. This is some riveting defensive gameplay right here. Fortunately, once the stone tool maker is done, the extra wealth will give us a slight tech boost, which is quite nice. About a 10% tech boost, actually, because we have 9 per turn right now. And we'll also have more production to build. We'll see what we want to build first. I have got some time before I can start working on the bamboo grove. There we go. Yes. Oh, he says it like that. Okay. Let's see. We could throw on. I mean, the issue too is we have so many health problems right now. We could also throw on trails. This is going to cost us about a gold per turn, but give us 1 additional beaker. This will be good later, but for now, it's a little questionable if this is worth it or not. Let me start putting some turns into another gatherer, and then we'll switch over when weaving finishes. Because at the moment, our food isn't going anywhere anyway, so it's just going to help a little bit with the gatherer. I guess it doesn't help because we're below the amount, so it's fine. I'll just work on the gatherer for now, but I'm going to switch over to other stuff in the build order after we get weaving. Alright, we got another one of those events. Very nice, 120 turns now. We also lost the, look at that. We lost the lush tile that we'd had before. That's funny. I wonder what changed exactly. Interesting. We'll probably get it back sooner or later. Sometimes you get tiles like that a little prematurely. It's fine. So did this get glitched? No, it didn't. Okay. Let me do another quick save, actually. Alright, weaving in approximately 3 turns. Actually, exactly 3 turns, not just approximately.
Man does not weave this web of life. He is merely a strand of it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself.
Okay. Alright, so big picture time. I think persistence hunting needs to be next. 55 turns, which is insane. But we can now switch over to building a bamboo grove. This is actually good for a few reasons. So the extra food is, fine. Having the bamboo will unlock some other buildings a bit later on. I think it lets us build baskets with the bamboo and maybe some other stuff, but the real prize here is the 1 production and the 1 gold per turn. The gold per turn will at the moment translate into a notable tech boost, which is definitely worth it. So let's get the bamboo grove up and running now. Before the gatherer even. We don't need this gatherer technically at the moment. So the question I guess would be, is it worth it to go for persistence hunting, which is pretty far ahead of everything else, or stay back here and finish some of these other techs first? I don't think I need herbalism urgently, or ritualism. Getting into cooperation could actually be quite good. Cooperation has some very good buildings, especially the child labor crew. But at the same... Also, the increased improvement construction is nice. At the same time, though... yeah, I think we gotta go for persistence hunting. We need to get some chasers up and running. So, let's proceed like this. Alright, the greatest civilizations in the world. This is not what I wanted to see. Boudica the Glorious, Rerub the Forgotten. Thucydides is doing me dirty here. Alright, Thucydides. Yeah, we are at turn 300. Roughly 153,950, which is about 1/4 through the timeline of the mod, if you think about it. Because the mod starts at 200,000. Well, okay, that's not true, because it goes pretty far into the future as well, but... in the cosmic scale of things, we are about 1/4 of the way towards modernity, at least, in terms of the timeline. Because 2000, AD is really not that far away from 0, but 200,000 is much, much further away in the other direction. So, yeah, I think this may actually be a... You know what? No, I'm not going to stop right here. I want to keep playing, and no one can tell me otherwise, because I'm the one deciding to do it. So yeah, it is a natural stopping point, but there's nothing natural about what I'm doing here. Okay, the trail is done, thank God. We're gonna finish that camp now before, and if I swear to God, if the waters clear out the trail again, I'm losing my mind. I can't deal with that. So let's finish getting the bison. Okay, 2 turns to go, please. Just get this done before the Neanderthals show back up again. Let's see what we got. Alright, we should be fine. Alright, the camp is done. Yes. Alright, it doesn't show it very clearly, but this is 4 and 3. And we're getting the bison here. Very nice. Does this give us any new building options? Not right now, but it will in the future. Okay, excellent. I'm happy with how that worked out. Little dicey with the Neanderthal, but it's fine. There's that cultural expansion once again. Very nice. Maybe getting this improvement finished helped extend our culture over the hill. I'll take it. I know, riveting gameplay, but once we have chasers up and about, every turn there's going to be hunting action going on, so don't worry. It's just a little boring right now while we're getting set up here, but long term won't be this way all the time. Okay. This manta ray has got to go. Like, this is just... He needs to leave. I'm so exhausted of his stupid notifications. And the other thing, too, is that he... Oh my god, are you actually kidding me? What is this event luck? I've never, ever... Like, I told you, I did hundreds of hours of test games. I've never seen event luck this bad, ever in my life. This is a cursed save file. We got 4 setbacks, and then we get 2 flood washes out the roots after I finish building it. I mean, I guess that's when it would have to happen, but... Oh my actual god. Please. Here's the thing. Is it actually critically necessary that I have this route built Not really right now. I don't actually have the tech, which would be tracking, that gives me access to the building. So it's fine if I have to wait and build a route later. I'll also have faster building in the future from techs, so that's fine. The trade-off is I pay the money to keep the route, and then I guarantee that this event happens again right after to punish me for paying the money. So no bison for me, I guess. You know, just screw me. We're living a bison-free lifestyle. At least the camp is done. You can also get events that destroy improvements, but if I get that event shortly after getting the flood event, I will lose my mind. Like, come on. This is just outrageous. All I'm trying to do is live in my little bamboo grove by the sea, being constantly harassed by this goddamn manta ray. I've got the world's most overenthusiastic watchman who's blowing his horn every day when he sees the manta ray. He's like, "Alert! The enemy has been spotted! There he is! And I need him to stop. I know he's there. He's been there for hundreds of thousands of years. He's not moving anytime soon. Please, just... I know he's there. You don't need to tell me every turn. I know he is there. I know the enemy's been spotted. I am confident he is not going to attack and destroy the city of Atapuerca. Please, just leave it." And now we've got the red circle around this permanently for some reason. Another strange visual glitch. It's just a reminder of my ruin, a reminder of my pain. Okay, there it goes. All right, at least the grove is going to finish in just a moment now. And then I'll probably get the worker done to rebuild the trail. We'll see what exactly I decide to do. But let's see how the bamboo grove affects the... Oh. It affects it 0 amount? I thought I'd get a bit more than no. Hold on. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that. The actual gold amount is scaled down because it's in a city with those modifiers. Okay, well, at least we get the production. 15 production is better than 14 production, I suppose. So we could get a weaver. This would provide quite a bit more gold. And also +1 with bamboo. Okay. We could get cloth as well. Okay. Let's finish the gatherer, because I'm sure the trail will get washed out again by the time I have room in my build order again. I still don't think it makes sense to pivot over to building the food buildings quite yet, because we just don't have the... Like, we kind of need a level of critical mass to have enough food to make it worthwhile to even build the food buildings. I think... I guess we could build the weaver... Oh wait, this does give an actual beaker as well from the trails. Let's build the trails and then the weaver. I think that's the order. Or hold on. But they both will come after the Neanderthal gatherer. That's the way. That is the way. All right. Oh, I thought he left for a moment. He's back. I'm just hunted. I'm haunted by this guy. Nothing I do will ever get rid of him. Okay, and then my camera is all messed up. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. And depending on how many setbacks I'm going to probably get working on persistence hunting, I'll have to adjust my build order a little bit to fit in hunting instruction and then a chaser. I'll start with just one chaser for now, and then we'll get back to our regular build order. one more turn. At least in the early game, without much going on, the turns fly by pretty fast. Given that we're on eternity speed with slower tech and building and improvement, it's going to be slow, as you have surely noticed by now. It's pretty slow. Okay, no sign of the Neanderthal Wanderer. We should be fine to get this trail complete. And then we'll work on the trails building at the same time. 27 turns. It's like each time I build it, one turn is removed from the total amount required to build it. I really wish I could actually customize the random events. I wish that only positive events were possible for me and the AI. I'm fine if the AI get positive events too, if I'm going to get them, but the negative events are just so annoying. Like, especially the ones that destroy improvements or buildings. It's just such a huge hassle to rebuild them, which I can pretty much always do. I just don't like it. I don't like the way it's implemented, but this is a problem actually with the Civ games generally, and not with Caveman to Cosmos. These sorts of events are also in the Civ games. I think Caveman to Cosmos' events are a little bit more punishing, but yeah, it's still just annoying. The other thing too is that hunting instruction will cost me a gold per turn as well, which isn't necessarily great. Am I going to be able to, assuming I don't pay for stupid trails, which I may have to, can I get another source of gold in the near future? I think I probably can. Let's see. Does the music... Yeah, the instrument maker gives me 1 gold per turn. Okay, I should be able to get around that. And you know, actually the basket maker also does. We should be fine. I think it's going to be fine. I need to get hunting instruction up and get the chaser out as soon as possible. Population boom for the Celts? Why not? It's not like they've gotten every good event in the game, and I've gotten every bad event in the game. It's not like that's been what's happening the whole time. I'm so bitter. Alright, here we go. More kicking me while I'm down. Thucydides hasn't had enough, yet he's come back with the most powerful civs. I'm the Forgotten. In fairness, my military is 1 tribal guardian, so admittedly I am definitely at the bottom of that list. That is a fair assessment, I guess, but just... he should make a list called the most tenacious and awesome civs in the game, and I'd be number 1, as I am doing my best with a tough situation. Galapagos penguin, interesting. Alright. 13 turns. I swear to God, if this route gets washed out within 50 turns of me building it, I'm losing my mind. The amount of time I've spent building this one route for the bison is unbelievable. Just please just stop messing around with that. Ugh. Alright, here come the trails. At the very least, that's good. Okay, let's see what we got. Alright. I am not seeing an increase in my science exactly. Actual minus 0.93 plus 1. Well, it seems like I'm still paying for the gold and not for the science. What is this? I think the way the math works out, it still is balancing it so that I'm not losing gold, but I'm also not gaining science. Okay, well, I'm no longer in a huge rush then to necessarily get the Weaver. I mean, I could throw in the folklores while I'm here, but I think the Weaver is still more of a important priority. So let's get the Weaver going. We're gonna replace it with the the hunting instruction when I can build that in 6 turns. So it'll be fine. What are the Celts doing? They've just got so many good events. It's just crazy. All right. Hunting instruction, or I mean persistence hunting, here we come. And I guess also hunting instruction.
The secret to a successful hunt is this. Make sure your prey gives up before you do.
Okay. All right, big picture time. What's next? I think let's see. I'm going to tentatively select hard hammer percussion for now, but then let's take stock of things. Oh, finally we have a hunting event. Yes, okay. I will pay, well, hold on. Under the circumstances, I actually don't think getting 100 gold is worth it. I'm just going to lose, or I mean getting 100 food is worth it. I'm just going to lose this food to my city starving because it stagnates back down to 1 population. So we'll just take the smaller amount. That's fine. It's still going to shrink down to 1 population anyways. This would have just made it go slower. There's no reason to have more than this if it's not another full pop. Okay, so let's go ahead and throw on hunting instruction first, and then get a chaser up and going after that. It's going to be a long time, but we should be able to turn around on the maintenance cost with the Weaver. And so, with that in mind, this does reveal marble. I could have marble in the Baron, which would be really, really, really good. I would love, or I could have one of these things in the Baron. Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. But, I mean, so my gatherer, how much time left for the trails? 4 turns for the trails, okay. So this gatherer is probably going to build trails for the wheat next, although not actually consume themselves to build the wheat seed camp, because I'm not going to be working that tile for a while. I kind of want to actually build trails into the Baron just in case I have a resource there, but I would also like to know if there is a resource there. Whatever is there probably isn't going to give me more production than 3, and I don't really know, unless it's like 3 and like 2 wealth or 3 wealth, then I would switch over from the bison camp to that. I'd rather have the wealth than the food right now. So there may be some argument for actually going for hard hammer percussion and then soft hammer percussion. These are expensive techs, though. I just don't really have a lot of research right now. But I think getting more money would help with my research. I think actually with that in mind, going for stuff that will give me additional wealth and money is probably more important to get the research going. Which means basketry and prehistoric music are probably next. So let's go to basketry next, I think. Yeah, I think so. Hold on, wait. Marble, obsidian, stone, flint. Yeah. I think basketry is next. 54 turns is insane, but we gotta start somewhere. So let's go for basketry for now, and we'll touch base on whether I need... I mean, the thing, too, is I'll get a lot of food and production from hunting, so that'll help, too. But not really research. That's going to remain a problem. But my hunts can bring me back materials and resources to help me power through the buildings. So yeah, it should be okay. I think this is the right call. I want to have a basket maker in my building queue while I'm working on the soft and hard hammer percussion techs to see what I have. I may not even have something in Baron. I have no idea if I have something here or not. Like I told you, I wasn't looking when I looked at the world editor to look at the minimap, so I did not peek to see. If I did, I certainly would be using the information to decide this for me, but I don't know, so we'll have to see what our percussion techs reveal. Okay, if this trail gets washed out by a flood, I am losing my mind. I have spent so much time building this goddamn trail. Please, like, look how far away the water is. There's no water anywhere near you. I mean, there's kind of water near you, but where is the flood even coming from? Just, please, just no more of that, please. All right, now let's go ahead and trail this up. All right, sitting up now. Oh, okay, make the trail. Here we go. Grabbing my chicken wings. My hunger has been roused. I'm just gonna keep the camera on. You can all deal with it. Hell yeah. He's back. Holy shit. That was a lot. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Putting the wings aside. Locking in. Albert has blessed us. This is big. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can hear the very nice instrumental music. I'm also going to turn this off so I can see the NPCs a little bit better while I'm at this range. So just to be on the safe side, I can't build... No, I can't. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, I need tracking for that, so we're fine. We're fine. Hold on, I have an idea. Is this gonna work? Hold on. Maybe it will. I'm gonna check something really quick. Right, give me just a sec here. I'm gonna see if this works or not. Shouldn't be able to see this on the screen because I'm just sharing the game capture. Let's see. This is maybe a little bit indulgent, but I really like my project. So I think I want to play my mashup album while I'm playing the game for the video, which I've never done before. We have a lot of downtime right now. This may get the video partially blocked, the way I got the album partially blocked. That's fine. It's being blocked in Belarus and Russia, which I don't think I have a large audience in, so it's fine. And the thing is, like, Civilization 4's music and the Caveman and Cosmos music, a lot of it is also going to get flagged as well, so maybe a lost cause anyways. Okay, let's see. How loud is this? This way. Oh my gosh, it's really loud. Okay. I think that's probably a good amount. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Alright. A little bit of misadventure on misadventure content farming, or content usage.
I'm trying to put you in the worst mood.
Yeah, there we
cleaner
go.
than your church shoes. Millie point two just to hurt you. All red lamps to tease you. None of these toys only.
If you haven't checked it out, this is my recently released mashup album, Queen of the Stars, mashing up Toblo and The Weeknd. It's a 8-track masterpiece, in my opinion.
Rocks a table cut from ebony. Cut that ever into skinny pieces. Then she clean it with her face when I love my baby. You talking money, need a hearing aid. You talking about me, I don't see the shade. Switch on my side, I take any lane. Switch on my cup, I kill anything.
I can't tell how loud it's going to be in the video, but I'm keeping it kind of quiet just in case, because I can never tell.
I'm a motherfucking star boy.
Yeah. Alright.
Look what you done.
Just in time, we got hunting instruction, thank God.
I'm a motherfucking star boy. Every day a nigga try to test me. Every day a nigga try to end me. Pull up in that
Okay, now we got
roadster
nice.
SV. Pockets overweight,
I can survive
hefty,
waiting for the chaser and then finishing the maneuver after. I don't want to wait 12 extra turns for this chaser. I think it's worth it to get it out sooner. And this chaser will come out with Hunting 1, which is Hunting 1. Yeah, this is just flat like a Mortal Kombat 4. Complete turns for the road. Casually play my own music. Oh, I did this. Ooh, yes, nice. Yeah, we're not going to pay for the extra amount. No reason for that right now.
I'm a motherfucking star boy. Let a nigga bracket, legend of the fall to the year like a bandit. Bought my mother crib in a brand new wagon. Now she hit the grocery shop looking lavish.
Are we growing? Oh, it's switched over. Why did it do that? Don't do that. Oh, it switched over to prevent shrinking. That makes sense. Well, you can shrink. Yeah, this is still better. This is still better. It's also a difference of 4 turns on the chaser, so no doubt about it.
I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy. Look what you done. I'm a motherfucking star boy.
Okay, I think I'm going to... Hold on. Let me just pick that for a moment. This should probably get me to even. Maybe the storage fit too, so I should go back first. In case, just to be safe, I'm gonna grab Prehistoric Nuke as well. I know I made it, but it goes. You know? Oh, the root finish, that's why that triggered. I was about to say what happened there. Okay. let's road the barons out of optimism, I guess. And then we'll go and road this, and then we'll decide what to do. I don't really know about roading over here, or like adding a trail. Number one, it could be washed away, but I also don't have anything else to consume the worker for right now. So I think that's fine. A Neanderthal wanderer over here could snipe me, I can't see. But I can't do too much about that. If that happens, that is what it is. Or like a barbarian wanderer could also do that, not just a Neanderthal. Ooh, Earthquake by Kalea. Finally. Some bad luck helps. We're also keeping score with them, or we're on the same score as them, which is kind of impressive. I'm not sure how I'm pulling it off. I'm playing pretty much perfectly, I think. I think I'm playing essentially perfectly with them under the circumstances. We just had some really, really rough luck. We're gonna have a quick save. Pausing the music because it's time to cry, because we have got forest fire on the bison territory. That is a production from that territory, from the forest, that will go away if the forest is destroyed. Okay, so the temporary unhappiness, I think it's like 500 turns on eternity difficulty. It's like a really absurdly long time. I don't remember exactly how long it is, but it's like many, many hundreds of turns. On the other hand, do I really want to spend 150 just because I don't want the unhappiness? If only I could see how much happiness my city has right now, I could make this decision with more information. But this game, and this is a Civ 4 problem, this isn't a Caveman to Cosmos issue, I can't select off of the event. Just no information for me. You have to just guess. I don't know how close we are to the happiness cap, but I don't think we're right on it, and we're about to build more buildings that give happiness, so this should be survivable. Okay, apparently I was completely wrong. We are 1 below the cap now. Great. Alright, so that is also phenomenal, because now we can't work our bison that I've spent hundreds of thousands of years to build this goddamn camp and trail to. Okay, all I experience all day long is endless, deep pain for everything that happens. At least we didn't lose the money, but we lost the forest. Now it's a 4-2 tile. Oh my god. Just end me now. Just okay. Let's at least the chaser is about to finish, so yeah, let me put the music back on. That will at least calm my misery. At least the music slaps. If I get the trail washout event now, I'm losing it. Toynbee. Okay, Rope the Forgotten. We're just no one respects us. We are bottom of the pack in everyone's mind. But we're gonna show them. We're turning things around here in the Neanderthal Empire. Alright, so what's our solution going to be here? I think the best we can hope for here is finish prehistoric music, very, very slowly build the instrument maker. But that doesn't provide happiness? Motherfucker. Oh my god, I thought it provided happiness. Okay, the music cut right backwards. That's what I was remembering. It's the storage pit. It's gonna be 100 billion turns with no endless suffering. Alright. Well, I gotta stem the blood flow of money, so one crisis at a time. Alright, storage pit is next after Weaver, and then we build the music hut. Our production back on our burned hill with no trees. I can't have any nice things for this campaign at all. This is insane. Endless, unending, ceaseless agony. Just gotta dance. What else can you do? The music and bring back the Civ music because we're about to do some capital G gameplay in this video. Unbelievable, because we're about to have our chaser finally. Okay, here he comes. The boy has arrived. There he is, looking good. With his 2 strength, his Hunter 1, which gives him 25% versus animals, on top of having, as a Hunter-style unit, 125% versus wild animals, and 25% versus regular animals. And then he also has, by the horns, 15% increased chance to subdue animals instead of killing them. Okay, so I think the first target has got to be that Tasmanian devil. I wish I could swim out and kill the manta ray, but sadly that's beyond his powers. Alright, 78% in the bamboo is not a great start, I'm not going to lie. But let me just throw down a quick save. I am 100 trillion% reloading if he dies to this, because I am not waiting to build another chaser after all that. Alright, he didn't die. I'll take it. What do we get here? He's withdraw. Okay, that's fine. He took a lot of damage actually, so we'll be able to kill him on the next turn. God, these Neanderthal call-outs have got to stop. Also, let's yeah, you know, I quick saved already. That's fine. Let's proceed. Got the birds. Great. All right. If I could subdue him, that would be excellent, but I will accept a kill as well. But I'd love to subdue him so I can show you how that works, what that means. Come on. All right, we killed him. That's fine. So you can see we get production, food, and science sent to our nearest city. This is the main way that we're going to get through the prehistoric age from now on, is by hunting and producing those 3 resources mostly through hunting. We also can get culture from certain kinds of hunts, I believe. And if we subdue an animal with the options that I selected, they will spawn at the city, and we can consume them at the city for some additional bonuses on top of the hunting bonuses that we otherwise get. So yeah, that is what's going on at this stage. All right, if these birds could stay within range, that'd be pretty swell. Oh my actual god, no! And I see exactly which tile it's selecting. I can't believe my luck in this video. This is completely outrageous. It's gonna destroy the hunting camp. What is happening in this campaign? 100% chance. All right, come on, please subdue him. Give me that. Let me just take this owl, please. Okay, he killed the owl. That's fine. I got the hunting reward. Just unending, ceaseless misery and suffering for Werewolf and the Neanderthals. I don't know what did I do to deserve all this. just oh my god. Okay, so at the very least, and I can't believe I have to say this, the fact that we're experiencing starving, dying of disease, rioting people means that no one is available to work the bison camp anyway, so it doesn't technically make any difference right now. But it's the principle of the thing that disturbs me so. All right, once this guy finishes the road, he's going back to build a new scavenging camp. I can't believe how often I keep having to do this. Just, please, what is going on? I need Albert to come back. Where is he? He's been gone for too long now. Or other positive events, like, please. All right. Unfortunately, 99%. If we die to this, I am deleting my YouTube channel. Okay, we're good. I was about to say, if I died right there, I would have been deeply upset. Okay, no capture. Oh yikes, Jaguar. Not liking the look of that, but he probably won't see a kill, and he's also not necessarily going to attack. If I lose the chaser to that, it is what it is. That's just unlucky, but hopefully that is not what happens. Come on. Okay, he didn't. He kind of shuffled around a bit, but time to get the hell out of there. Let's go heal up in our territory. Our culture grew and is considered minor. All right. No expansion, though? Okay. All right. Just what can I say? What can I say? This is Caveman to Cosmos on Nightmare difficulty with all the options that I've set right here. I bet you this Weaver doesn't even give me a full gold, and so I still have -1. I bet you that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lose my mind. Watch it happen. I'm confident this is my fate. Just to endlessly suffer, no remorse, no reprieve from the suffering. Just, ugh. At least getting the bison back will at least give me 1 health again, but that's not going to barely do anything. Okay, yeah. So it looks like we've got about 300 more turns on the unhappiness. I guess it's not as much as I thought it was, but still, it's a few hundred turns. Obviously, that is quite a bit. Okay. I think it's time for my album to come back on. Let's go back over to that.
Even though it's wrong, baby, look at it. Golden tables, broken mirrors, naked girls around. Young and scared of love affairs, so keep your conscience down. The world is
Ooh, okay. The Glyptodon's still there. I'd love to capture him. He's a little out of my capabilities right now. Glyptodon's probably... I think the Tracker could probably take him on. The Hunter definitely could. The Tracker might be able to as well. Yeah, I think so. Especially if he has a bit of experience and is hunting too. I think it's doable. The deer, though, that looks doable. Yeah, let's go for it. Getting a deer herd would be crazy good. But you know what? Quick saving before every hunting attack. I'm not messing with it. Like, if I get killed on the end turn by an animal, that's fine. But if I lose a 99%, I am not accepting that. Come on, where's my subdues? Kill the deer. I mean, I'll take the food and production and the research. That's what I'm saying. But you really use some subdued animals. You've got hunting 1, you've got by the horns. Here we go. Okay. Hunting 2, what do you require? Okay, we need shelter building, which means we actually do this already. And then this needs basket. Okay. Brush crafting. This is so expensive. I don't think I can justify that. So I'm not going to save this. I think Woodsman is sensible. Like, the entire continent is just covered in woods. I think this is completely justifiable. And combat, although it does give him more strength, also reduces his subdue chance. I'd rather have... I mean, the bonuses against animals is more from Woodsman than it is from combat. Just given the way that I'm... Alright, come here to heal up. Okapi and the Dark
You get in between the lines of a life you don't need. Pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, carry die. Pushing, pulling, pushing, pulling, carry die.
Alright, come on. Let me see plus and minus 0. Oh my god, no! I celebrated too soon. I didn't even look over here. Oh my god. What? I don't get it. Okay. I'm not paying 200 for this goddamn trail that I'm not even using right now. Alright, just... Alright. I'm not even gonna bother building a new trail right now. Just these floods are just constant, ceaseless floods every couple of turns, it feels like. It is what it is. At least we got Heat Death in the background now. The song was crazy good.
Ever since I was a chick, and why was a shit? Shawty keep wanna come around, she wanna get hit.
She thinks she done made me, cause I keep her by my side. Double up, bust on her watch, she know that I'm timeless.
I put my son in some red. I pull that gun off the head. Pockets on 22 clips. I'll break her up, come on, go so. Put on a shirt, get put on a blip. Feel like a stain, get ready to lit. I had to tell her that other days I was a chick, no, I was shit. She singing my songs, she wanna dial it. Tryna get hit.
Okay, I'll take that. Yo, capture it. Why would I have nice things in this campaign?
Come and get checked. Ice on my neck. Double her wrist. She in the sky. Hell of a cat. Push her the chest. 400 pack.
I spin it in Paris. Just for these hearts, they finna flood. Just for fun, it's all they bought. I'm just finna hit. I'm feeling ill. I'm rusting it all on my divas. I feel like the rush.
Hey, look at that. Of course, it was the least valuable of all the animals, but I'll take it. You got ourselves a frog. Yes. We'll talk about this.
She just wanna roll and I don't mind it. Ever since I was a G, I've been legit. Now you should let it go. She wanna be
okay.
double O tatted on her body.
Okay, so subdued animals can do a few things. Most of them, actually I think all of them, can do a tail for the cultural heritage. This is a one-time culture and research boost. This amount increases with later techs, but initially it's not super large. Although with our current dismal tech rate, this is over a turn of tech, and what's my culture rate like right now? It is about 3 turns of culture. So it's about, I think it's about 2 turns of tech, 3 turns of culture, which is actually quite valuable. Animals can also build a heritage, which adds the heritage to your nation. This is not city-based. Heritage is actually a system that is nation-based. And here is the entire list of all the heritages in the game. These are all the different animals you can subdue. And basically each one, the first time you click this, it then adds it to the list. This produces, as you can see, a very small amount of research and culture. So it's very, very cumulative. But basically the first time you get an animal, you largely want to do this. You can also, with these animals, construct other things, like to certain folklores. I can also construct the folklores with regular production. I can't do that with heritages. So generally speaking, although it's a little bit of a time sink, I will eventually get to these folklores, which are not super valuable, as you have noticed, and I will construct them in my build order. We just have had stuff to build first. So for this, I'm going to add the dart frog heritage to my heritage list. We're going to find out about dart frogs. Even though we're killing other animals, our nation doesn't really know about them until we subdue them. So that is a big reason why you want to hunt with hunter units that can subdue much more consistently. Okay, let me go ahead and turn the music back on.
It don't matter what they say, I'm timeless. City on fire when I'm coming home. Fill up the sky, I fill up the dome. They'll play all day. It's a hell of a show, but it's gonna hurt, cause we did it first. Feel like skateboard beat, BBC boys on the creep. Feel like it's 03, Neptune drum with a beat. She hit me flipping a beat. She wanna fuck with the team. She fell in love with the cream. She fell in love with the scene. Oh yeah.
Plan is I'm gonna head kind of over. I'm gonna try to head back over here and keep scouting the coastline. I gotta find someone. I gotta at least know where the Celts are, how far could they possibly be.
Ever since I was a kid, I've been legit. If I was you, I would cut on my wrist. Exotic all over her body. She just wanna run and not ever since I was a kid.
Others tell me my taste in music is positively prehistoric.
It's a really funny quote to get while I'm playing my music. Okay, that is prehistoric music. Let me just throw on that for a moment. I'm going to switch back to the game audio for a little bit. Okay. So, let's see here. This would also give us bull leaping, incidentally, which would give us more happiness. So there is that to consider. With the bison, we can build it. It's expensive, though. It's going to be really, really expensive, especially to build while we're unhappy. That'd be pretty rough, I'm not going to lie. Okay, let's see here. Where? Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait, where's the dance hut or whatever it's called? Music hut. Am I just missing it? Where was it? Won't it show even if this is in the queue? Maybe this needs to be built before I can even see it. I'll just let it continue in that case. That's probably what's going on. Alright, I want to be a little careful here. Let me actually do a quick save. Alright. I want to focus in, lock in, so I'm not going to play my music again for a little bit while I am scouting. Need to give that guy a wide berth, that's for sure. Okay. Ooh, you know what? This looks like a very... I think I can kill that giraffe. Yeah. If I can capture him, that'd be great. Giraffes are pretty rare, so I'd love to capture him. That would be excellent. I think I can even build a giraffe herd with a subdued giraffe. That could be huge. That could be a lot of production. Alright. They're just hanging out in this burned forest. Kind of a vibe, but I'm gonna come and ruin the day for them. Oh, he's running. He knows. Alright, come on. Subdue, please. Please subdue him. Ah, that's rough. That was a lot, though, of resources, so that is definitely still a good outcome for me. I will take it. Alright, this is probably going to overflow into money. Maybe it will. We'll see. Nope. Apparently not. Oh, it did! Okay, that's exactly what I thought would happen. Alright, let's heal up in place. Okay, can I build... Here, no, wait. Hey, where's the dance hut? Do I need something else to be able to build it? I thought it was unlocked by that tech. Oh wait, I don't have shelter building. That's why I can't build it. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay. I also have been researching deception this whole time. I completely forgot to switch over from that. Whoops. Okay, just a general snafu. I mean, I have to research this eventually, so it's not like a bad thing that I did that. But, let's see. I don't get much value from deception itself. I really only research it to get to much better cooperation. I think, let's see, so child labor crew, cocoa, kava, mushrooms, eggs, raw fish, or raw meat. Okay, well, raw meat, am I getting raw meat right now from this? I don't think so. But I would get raw meat from the bison herd, I'm fairly sure. Okay, resource carcass, though. This turns into raw meat with the slaughterhouse, right? Or is it with the... Yeah, the butchery does it. Okay, so the butchery takes... So the butchery needs the slaughterhouse, which needs the raw meat. Or needs the carcass. Okay, so... Oh my god. So the bison herd provides carcasses, which I need to build a slaughterhouse, which I then need to build a butchery, which then produces raw meat, which I then need to build the child labor camp, or child labor crew, rather. I think... I'm fairly sure that's the way this is achieved. This also requires the child care hut, which I can build with shelter building. Okay, so here we go. We figured out the order here. But this also gets me to communal. Yeah, this is actually worth it. So let's actually finally work our way towards cooperation and then go for shelter building. I think that's the order here. Yeah. Okay, worked that one out in the end. Which means in the meantime, I don't have a way to get happiness after all. Oh wait, no, I do! I can build the storyteller, yes! This is exactly what I needed. Okay, so this thing here... Okay, it needed the storage pit, so building the storage pit... I was building it with the intent to build the music hall, or the music hut, but I actually also needed it to build the storyteller, so this works out in the end. So let's go ahead and build the storyteller. It's also not too expensive, which is nice. So this is going to give us 1 happiness, which will give us back our worker, who we can assign back over to the bison or to something else if something else makes more sense, but it's probably going to just be the bison. Yeah, that is the plan. We have figured it out at last. This manta ray has got to scram. Like I'm running out of patience for this guy. He's got to go. Okay. Don't laugh at me. I've been through enough. I'm gonna quickly check actually how much is my recording going to take up too much space here. Let me check really quick. It's not going to show until I finish the recording itself. It's probably fine, which is not the most confident I've ever been about something, but it'll probably be okay. Alright, I am also going to take another... Oh, yes, I can probably get this guy. I'm going to take another quick break. I will be back in just one moment. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my microphone and my video for just a sec. And I'll also turn off the background so that you can see very clearly when I come back. So give me just one moment. Okay, here we go. I'm also going to throw down a quick hard save here because I haven't done that in a little bit. Alright, let's resume. I don't love the jaguar following me too much, but let me get a little further away, I guess. Please subdue him. This is a extinct animal. Ugh. Okay, well, surely we can get a subduction? Is that the word? Subduing? Sooner rather than later. That would be ideal. Okay. Come on. It's monkey time. It's gotta be monkey time, right? Oh, I guess not. It's not monkey time after all. No. Alright, heal up in place. Alright, keep healing. I'll be a head on the bottom of the camera here. I don't know what's wrong with my actual camera here. It's like, oh wait, hold on. What in the world? Okay, we're good. You can see my manly Physique. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Bet you didn't know I was fucking swole. Things you don't realize from your favorite Imperator Rome player. Alright. Alright, the hunt resumes. We'll keep making our way north. This is a pretty good way of doing it, where I just kind of gradually head north and take targets of opportunity as I see them, but I'm not necessarily getting too distracted. Ooh, caribou.
You're gonna get it
You're...
now!
You... With the right terrain matchup, this is doable. Jungle Tarantula is definitely doable, though. I'm going to go after you next. It'd be really funny if if the only animals I'm able to subdue so far is a frog and a spider. Like, really? Alright, come on. 100% chance. Come on, let's capture him. It's a literal spider. Okay, I can't even catch a spider. Sure. What kind of hunters even are you? You're just not too impressive. Alright, at least we got a Woodsman 2 from that. That's increasing our subdue chance a little bit, which is quite nice. And let's head here. 3 turns away. Okay, just in time for the storyteller to finish right after, to give us another worker, sort of a city worker to use. Really? 96? That made a big difference. I guess it is in the woods, so I'm not even going to bother quick saving with those odds. Okay, withdrawal. But he's pretty hurt, so I should be able to get him next turn, unless he moves, which he may, and I won't be able to catch him. Not in these woods. Alright, please, just stay put. Stay put. Yes, okay. Alright. I could really use a caribou here, please. Just this once. Nope. Alright, I'll take the resources. It's better than nothing. But I could really use some subdued animals. Without 4-2 is really not amazing. Can I even justify 4-2 over 6-1-2? I think the extra wealth here does make the difference, which means I actually kind of want to get a seed camp after all. Yeah, I should have probably remembered that this forest burned down, because that really changes the math here. At least I have the bison in the city again. That is worthwhile. So let me finish the storyteller, and then get another gatherer out to go work on the seed camp. Has to be done. I think I will start working the wheat tile even before the camp is done, because I won't have the camp for quite a while, so may as well. Do I have my music turned on? Yeah, it is. It's just really quiet. Oh yeah, it's there. Let's go further inland this time, instead of going through monkey hell with all those chimps. No, thank you. I've learned my lesson. I'm giving them a wide berth this time. Okay, storyteller should finally resolve the riots. Yes, Atapuerca has become happy. That is what I wanted to see. And now, let's see here. Actually, because I'm building a gatherer, it builds faster with this being selected anyways, so I may as well, because this will also... Let's see here. So this, some of these resources don't trigger while you're in the menu, but they will update when you go in and out of the menu. So 9.52, 10.64. That is a definite boost from the extra money, so that's definitely worth it. I will go with that. What's my culture situation like right now? Wow, okay, that was crazy timing right there. Livy just completed the most cultured civs literally right after I asked what's my culture situation. Apparently it's going very well. Rub the Glorious. That's right. I may be apparently bad at everything, but I'm very good at being cultured. What can I say? Alright, we're at minor culture right now. We're trying to strike a chord, and it is probably a minor, as it turns out. Probably shouldn't make that joke with this mustache. It's just asking for trouble. Okay, this manta ray needs to leave. I'm so tired of it. Just lurking there. Get out of here. It's in the sea, which means... Oh god, how long do I have to deal with this guy? When do I get seafaring ships? It's not until the Ancient Age, is it? Oh my god, where is seafaring? Oh my god, it's all the way over here. It's at the end of the Ancient Age. Oh no. This manta ray is gonna be here for another 100,000 years. That's like 3 or 4,000, well, maybe not 1,000 turns, but like that, like seafaring is probably around, I mean, it says currently 3,000 turns away. My research will get better before that, but like given the amount of text I need to get here, this is probably around 3,000 to 4,000 turns away at least, which is rough. If this guy is gonna stay there that long, please let me get rid of him. There's gotta be a way. I'm tempted to go into the world editor to literally delete this unit. I'm not even joking. Just the constant "the enemy's been spotted" spam is getting to me. I'll think about it. It's a bit drastic. That's a lot, but it may be necessary. Just okay. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. All right, please subdue the deer. You've got Hunter 1, you've got By the Horns. Oh my god, what the hell is this? We've got a Stone Thrower and 4 Brutes. Holy crap, okay, I'm keeping a wide berth away from these guys. This is a actual, like, NPC Neanderthal doom stack over here. They would destroy my chaser if they decided to attack. So let's hope they don't decide to attack. Oh, the Wanderer is there too? Okay. Great. I'm going to fortify in place because I don't... Oh, hold on. Wait, no. That Wanderer can reach me from there. But can the Wanderer kill me? I'm not sure if the... I mean, I have Woodsman too. I actually don't think the Wanderer or any of them can kill me while I'm on this tile with Muddy. 85% defense. You know what? Let's just heal up in place, actually. That's a good spot for it. He also left as well. Okay, let's trepidatiously move forward. I just want to get further north at the moment.
Never attempt to win by force what can be won by deception.
Alright, cooperation is next. Okay, we finally met someone new, and it's Ragnar. Hail and well met, Reb. I am Ragnar, ruler of the glorious Scandinavia. So tell me, does Neanderthal have a lot of rich and unprotected coastal cities, or what? Minions, prepare a feast to celebrate the peace between our great empires. We've got one coastal city that's honestly kind of unprotected, but I have no clue where Ragnar actually is, either. Oh, he's right here. Interesting. We got seemingly an inland jungle Vikings empire. This will have to be examined a bit more closely. I actually almost found him earlier. I completely just was a little too far away, but he's... Okay, so we have a general sense of how far away at least one of our neighbors are. There is plenty of room here. Yeah, we're not going to have any trouble with him at all. 17 score? Holy shit, what? Hold on. How on earth does he have so much score? Okay, I gotta investigate his borders here, because there is something crazy going on here. Oh, yikes, these guys are a little dangerous, but we're gonna proceed carefully with a little cheeky quick save just to be on the safe side. Whew. 17 score. What is he doing over there? I mean, there's no way he has like a second city, right? I think I can see this information. Info screen. This does not tell me anything at all. Stats? Well, it shows me my stats. I guess I have to have espionage to see this information. Yeah, it's not happening. I don't have any wherewithal to get espionage right now. Let's go here. Oh, you know what? That is actually not further away than I expected. 50% defense. We're in jungle with Wisdom 2. And we're Neanderthal. I don't think they're attacking. I don't think they see a win on this attack, which is what they would need to do an attack. I think we'll be okay, but it's a little bit dicey for sure. Okay, we're fine. Let's just... I mean, they've got prime timber. I mean, that kind of makes sense for the Vikings, but I don't know why they spawned on the equator. It's an interesting map priority there for them. Okay, they got silk, wood and silk for the Vikings, and cocoa. Very interesting. Okay, Upsalir. It's not coastal. Is it even on the river? I'm not sure if it is. This is a very unusual Viking spawn. I've never seen the Vikings spawn in a spot like this before. We got white rhinos as well. Okay.
Don't give them no
Out of
chance!
my strength range, but I think as a tracker I can probably take on the white rhino. As a hunter, definitely, but as a tracker even, I think so. Okay. What? How did we become unhappy again? Just... What? What is causing this? We hate our government? What? What? Okay. I mean, I guess creation myth is how I solve this. I guess I'll finish the worker, and then I'll get going on a creation myth. I don't know... Yeah, that's probably the way. It's fine. Can't do much about it. This has been a very, like... I've never had a start quite this difficult, which I guess is good because this is the one that I'm doing the series with. Of course, we got Neanderthals in sight as well. This is pretty rough. I think the main thing, if I had to guess the main reason this is so much harder, it's actually because I removed all the traits. No one having traits actually makes a really big difference. And, oh, we got a gorilla right there. And in particular, not having traits at the start has really, really limited my productivity, which has slowed down everything else. As I typically play civs... Ooh, yikes, that's a clubman. Oh, he's a really weak clubman, though. Ooh, I can potentially get a crazy chaser versus clubman kill. Look at this look. 0.06. That's a 99%. I mean, he's not going to attack me, at least, so I got to go for it. We got Barb. Jaguars lurking around. Oh, the gorilla's following me? Get out of here. Get 3%, no way. Oh, hold on. I'm spotting. I have the opportunity. Yeah, what the hell is this start? What? I mean, this is kind of a crazy start, though. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Is this 4 without the... No, it's +3 from prime timber. Yeah, so it's 4 with the prime timber. Okay. And the timber gathering, what would that provide? I'm not 100% sure, actually. I think +1. So he could have a 5 productivity forest tile or jungle tile. That's kind of insane. That is kind of insane. Of course, he gets that, but not me. Oh, yikes. Okay, we got cave bears. Cave bears are not to be messed with. Spectacled bears are a little out of my range right now, but cave bears are just going to slaughter me. Well, at least we found someone. There's that. We also don't have negative gold trend, which is nice. This may not have been the smartest move I've ever made, but I couldn't see him, in fairness. Okay, we're given a chance to escape here. I'm gonna possibly squander my chance and chase after this guy. I really want to get this kill. That would be kind of crazy. Alright, I forgot that the trail got washed away as well. Let's, I guess we gotta get to work on that as well. Let's get the trail going. I mean, we have to wait before we can even work the tile anyways, so may as well get the trail up and going. Oh no, we went the other way. Shoot. I've spent like hundreds of thousands of years in this campaign just building trail after trail. Just endless. Are those, is that 2 manta rays? Okay, no, it's just the one. Okay. Alright, I'm sitting back up. I'm locking in. That auroch might be killable. Let's see. You know, that's a winnable fight, I'm not gonna lie. The lynx as well, actually. I think it's likelier the lynx attacks me while I'm damaged from fighting the auroch, so I'm gonna actually attack the lynx first. A little strategery right here. Alright. Subdue. Please, subdue. I've been through enough in this video. Oh my god, don't withdraw. No. That's not what I wanted to see. Okay, I can kill him after the withdrawal. This is fine. Alright, please, stay there. Yes, okay. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Subdue. Okay. I'll still take the food and the research, I guess. That's all. That's the main way I'm getting anything right now while I'm in anarchy. Or not anarchy, but while I'm in unhappiness. Is it, what is that? Is that a ram? What is that? A mouflon? Alright, now we have to fortify. I mean, we're in the forest, so with Woodsman 2, no one is probably going to be able to kill us, so. Fingers crossed, at least.
Hello there to you!
I'm gonna go for a cheeky mid-healing attack on the mouflon. Alright, come on, subdue this guy. I would love to see some new animals. Alright. You've got... Hold on, let's count. Let's count together right here. Chance to subdue. What, 20% base... And then you've got, how much else? Plus 4%, so 24%, plus 25 is what, like 50? Assuming this is additive, which I'm not sure. Let's, just to be safe, let's just count the subdue. Oh, wait, no, that's 25% increased attack. So let's just say, if we're only considering chance to subdue that's listed as chance to subdue, let's just say 10% plus 4% is 14% plus 15%. Assuming it's additive and not multiplicative, we're looking at what? So 14 plus 15 is 19. 29%? Have I literally failed 29% dice rolls for like 200 turns straight? Like, is this really where we are with this episode's luck? Just unbelievable. All right. At the very least, I got the resources, so there's that. Yeah, we're gonna heal up now, at least for a turn or two. I don't want him to get away. Yeah, that's a safe bet. Probably should have quick saved, but that's fine. Didn't get the subdue, but I did get the resources, so there is that. There is that. And the more production I bring back in, the sooner the creation myth that gets built, the sooner I can work one of my tiles. I can't... Oh my god, please. This is just a delay. Yes, okay. Sometimes this event can kill the unit. This one is just going to delay him by a turn. That is acceptable. I will not quite lose it over that. That's fine. If he got lost in the swamp and died, I would have been at the end of my rope. But this is fine. It really could have been much worse. How are we looking? Up 30%, too low. Keep at it though. Of course, the Vikings are getting a surplus game. Knowing more civs also means I get more spam of them getting good events. Lovely. Really? Jeez. 75%. Yeah, fair enough, actually. Let's give it another turn, see if he moves out of range. I'm sure he will. Nope, okay, he's back in the plains. This is probably a winning... Yep. Points... Oh, I was about to have a heart attack. I thought he went to 0. Oh my god, finally! Holy fucking shit. 27 production, 222... And the Auroch is a good unit to subdue. Oh my god. Yes! Okay, I can get Folklore Auroch, but I think I can also get... What else? Herd Cow. Oh wait, no, this requires Animal Husbandry. I'm not waiting that long. Camp Auroch? I think I can build this from the actual city if I have Aurochs locally. I'm fairly sure. But maybe not actually. Hold on. Yeah, I think for now, Folklore Auroch is the way. It doesn't give me much, but it will be a it will put them on my list. I currently only know about dart frogs, so there's nowhere to go but up. Now we're gonna finally learn about cows as well. Civilization advances, slowly and steadily. This is a song of frogs and cows. Not quite as cool as a song of ice and fire, but you know, there might be a gorilla right there, so let's just go back over here. Ooh. I suffer. What can I say? I suffer. Alright, let's see it. Come on. There he goes. Yep, okay. I'm not accepting it. Back in time we go. I think I quick saved pretty soon before I attacked the Auroch, so I don't think I'm going to miss out on too much time. Yeah, we're a few turns in the past. In fact, I think I actually quick saved right before I attacked him, so This is fine. We'll likely subdue him again. I really hope we do, because I don't want to lose out on that, but we'll see what happens in this timeline. Alright, he should now go back again. It's fairly predetermined, actually, what moves he'll make. Alright, now he goes back. Yes, okay. Surely this means when I attack him again, I subdue him again. Alright, not quite the same health again. That's not a good sign. Okay. We also got more resources this time for some reason. Sure. That's fine. That's fine. The main important thing is this time I don't go there. Instead, I go here, where there is nobody who will kill me on sight. This is what happens in this timeline. Good. Good. The song of frogs and cows can be maintained. That is all that matters. Right, heal up. Folklore Aurochs added to the folklore heritage system. Very good. Okay. That's a good example of, like, stupid movement causing me to die and not my, like, informed decision causing me to die. I'm not going to like, the thing is with Civ 4, combat results are predetermined when the turn starts. At least that's my understanding. So you can't really save scum a combat, but you can save scum a movement. That leads to a combat, which is a certain kind of save scumming I will generally do. Now, ooh, okay, this is an interesting decision to consider. So this is the storyteller decision. We can get a one-time big culture boost. We can also permanently make the storyteller give us more research and cost more money, or have it permanently give us more culture. I would generally say we either want to go for one of these, because the storyteller is not going to be obsoleted for quite a long time. And I think I will err on the side of going for this. I think we can pretty reliably get enough income to pay for this, and I would like to have the increased research, especially because buildings that give you 1 extra research per turn are not super common. It's kind of an obscure, it's kind of a rare thing. So we're going to go for this. We will go down to -1. Make sure this story is preserved, or people will draw inspiration from it for centuries to come. And will it actually update? Maybe on the turn end it will? Okay. Maybe it just evens out. Either way. What is next? I think... Let me go for... Let's see here. Because I'm not trying to run espionage right now anyways, I think I may go for exile practices to help with my crime. Although, crime has not been an issue so far. I have a lot of other things I could also go for before that could be more useful. Can I... When do I get the dance hut? That's with prehistoric dance. Yeah. Okay, I can actually go for this after cooperation. And I think I might possibly do that. We keep having also, we now no longer have unhappiness, which is excellent. I can actually stabilize our food, which is kind of insane. We can finally do that. Do I finally pivot to building the many food buildings? I'm not sure if it's worth it quite yet to make that pivot. We're about to hit turn 500, which is probably a good point to start doing that. I get so little actual value right now, but I do want to get all this stuff. But I think I can probably justify getting these very cheap scavenging and gathering food buildings first, and then going for this. Because we seem to still be steady on gold, I'm not going to go for percussion instrument maker quite yet. I'm not going to be able to get the child labor crew until I get the child care hut, and I get raw meat, which is going to have to wait for butchery and the slaughterhouse. I think I will go ahead and start queuing up these food buildings. Plus, I'm going to get more food from building the seed camp, but it won't be like a whole bunch. Oh, you know what? Let me actually prioritize the ones that give me additional health. So the grain gatherer and the that's actually it. And then the cheaper ones. Oh, you know what? The berry gatherer as well gives me health too. And then the tuber gatherer actually would be next. And then the cheaper ones. And then the termite gatherer. And then the rest also give me unhealthiness until cooking. It's probably still worth it. Even with my current unhealthiness problems, it's probably still worth it to grab all this stuff. It'll basically be evened out. But let's actually wait and see. Let's get through this build order first and then take stock. And again, I'm keeping the worker on this, not for the extra food, but for the extra wealth. That's actually the main reason I'm doing this, because otherwise we're looking at, so 11.94 at the moment versus 10.81. I think the difference here is worth the loss of one hammer. That is my assessment here. Is this like the largest standard size map ever? Where is everyone? Are they just crowded on the other side of the Pangea? I feel like I'm so far away. Okay, it's just, oh my god, my heart cannot take any more of this. Stop threatening to kill all of my units and all of my improvements and all of my buildings every single turn. Ooh, yikes. Okay, African elephant right here could be a bit dangerous. Emu, though. I'd love to catch an emu. I would love to catch an emu. Oh, that gems box should be catchable in the plane, but he may withdraw. But I should have movement to catch up to him. All right. Please. Okay. I can't attack though again on this turn, but I can move here. I think we should be okay. Okay. Alright, he's gone. Unless I... shoot, okay. This donkey will 100% withdraw, but let me make the attack anyways. Maybe I get lucky? No, I did catch him. I did catch him. Okay, I didn't subdue him, but that is still some good resources for me. I will take it. And then, so after cooperation, shelter building is queued up next. That is how it should be. There's the emu again. 100% chance? Okay, come on. I think that's a withdrawal. No, it's a kill. Okay. I would have preferred to capture him, but I'll take what I can get, honestly. A win is a win. We're almost to level 4 as well, which is great. I still can't get Hunter 2, which is a shame, but I can get, I think, Woodsman 3. Yeah, there's no tech requirement. That would be excellent. That's probably the best thing for me to go for right now on that guy. You've probably never seen a video quite like this. It's going to end up being just like a feature, not just feature length, like workday length. Rub the Forgotten. Yeah. All right, Herodotus. Just rub it in, why don't you? I don't think this elephant makes the attack into Ancient Forest, although the orangutan might. Okay, let's heal up here. We got Woodsman 2. Surely no one dares. Okay, I don't like how he looked at me, but I think we're okay. Let's just do a little bit of that. They're all looking at me. Avert your gaze. Come on, man. Don't perceive me. I'm just a little guy. There's no need to look at me.
Every kind of peaceful cooperation among men is primarily based on mutual trust, and only secondarily on institutions such as courts of justice and police.
I like how the wet nurse building is just a pair of breasts. Like, I mean, that's what that is. I'm glad there's clothes on it. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, we will need to get this, which we need shelter building for. I like how the childcare hut is obsolete with transhumanism, where it becomes a daycare center. Okay, that is cooperation, and we will be adopting communal, which let me go down here. Communal is, where are you? Here it is. So we are going to switch off of unorganized. Workers build improvements 20% slower. Corpos have no effect. 5% reduced food production and wealth in all cities, and also income, research, and culture in all cities, and another 5% reduced income, research, and culture in the capital. Worldview cannibalism gives +1 happiness, and Emancipation Proclamation gives +1 unhappiness. We're going to be switching all of this over to communal. +1 health in all cities. You get essentially a 15% improvement building bonus. Corpos still have no effect. The bonuses, or the malices in your cities is way, way lower, so only -3% wealth in your all cities, +1% growth, or food, I mean, +1% food and wealth from trade routes, -2%, okay, it's confusing, so wealth versus income, I think is the way I'd say that, so -2% income and +1% culture in all cities, -2% income and research in the capital, which is much lower than before, faster training of all of the different worker types, and also construction of the child labor crew is allowed, which is exactly what we want. Love to see it. This, yeah, we're up to 14 research now. That is a big bonus for us. Very good stuff. Actually, 15 technically now. Yeah, it just updated again. 16. We do have -1 now, so it did rebalance that, so that is worth noting. But I can survive until I get percussion instrument maker. Let me finish the grain gatherer because I'm already working on it, and then I will get the percussion instrument maker right after. I'm gonna try to get the it's only +0.43, but that should actually get me, well, hold on. I can't really tell if that'll scale, get me up to 0, but it will get me closer to it, which will be this shelter building should actually, with the new house type, I think make enough of a difference. We'll see. I'm not 100% sure. Alright, the trail is done. These floods need to stop. Just stay back. Let me have this trail for more than 1 or 2 turns, please. I have spent so much time building these goddamn trails. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Please, just stop. Alright, let's go for the snake. Come on, capture him, please. Withdrawal, alright. That is, that's fine, I guess. Where did he withdraw to? Oh, he withdrew into the orangutan stack. Alright, it's emu time. Come on. Show me a subdued emu. It's gotta happen. Alright, maybe the penguin? Come on. Look, he's so slow. Look at him. He's a little chonker. How is he gonna get away from me? Surely we can catch a penguin and bring him back to our capital to tell people about penguins. It's gotta happen. Surely it's gotta happen. Come on. Alright, it's penguin time. Come on. Alright. Time to chase. Chase the penguin. It is a chaser after all. Just, why do I have to suffer so? All I want is for my people to know about penguins. How bad is that really? It's such a simple thing. Penguins are so cool, they're so cute, they're so great, and we just can't know about them. Just, alright, well, at least I could get Woodsman 3. There's that. More bonus versus animals and other forest bonuses. I will take it, and let's, ironically not in the forest, heal up for a turn. Okay, we've got that building done. You can see just how much the speed of growth improved. This growth is essentially not real. What really matters is once you have all the buildings, how much growth you have, then that's essentially your real potential growth. So also once this building is done, that will add probably, it'll shave hundreds of turns off of the growth as well. But yeah, this instrument maker will hopefully turn the tide around. Hopefully. Can I get something from shelter building to help with I mean, the music hut. Yeah, that'll give me, I don't know why I said it like that. Yeah, that'll give me some happiness at least. That's good. What's my happiness currently? It's pretty close, so let's be careful here for sure. %82% against the spectacled bear with a chaser is kind of insane. That's entirely a matter of oh yeah, against the bison it's not looking too good. Let's weigh our options here.
Don't give them more chance!
That is not realistically an option. But I like to keep, well, hold on. Yeah, I'd like to get back to the coastline. I want to know if someone else on the East Coast is going to be able to reach me. Let's actually go over here. Spectacled bear. Attacking into woods is now actually an advantage for me with Woodsman 3. Plus I'll end my turn in woods, which is good for defense. Okay, I could probably get that snake actually now. Come on. That looks like combat. Don't withdraw, please. Alright, you know, it's better than, at least I didn't die to the snake on 100%. Knowing my luck, it was possible. Alright, just head over here. Okay. Let's just slow scroll our way back over. Ooh.
You get whopped good, do not watch out!
Oh, hold on, who's this? We got a Tasmanian devil. And now's our chance to catch one of those guys again. Come on. Subdue. Come on. Alright, I mean, it's resources, but I would really love to actually catch some guys. I'm a literal chaser. I've got Woodsman 3. I don't know what else I can do. I mean, I guess I need to wait for Hunter 2 to start getting subductions, but this, I feel like the luck in this campaign has been pretty rough so far. Okay, hold on. We've got a bison in the woods. This is promising. This might be a bison herd right there. If luck is with me, which it of course won't be, because why would it be? Alright, let's first heal up on this very defensive terrain. I don't want this panther getting a cheap shot on me. Maybe I get a cheap shot on it. Hold on. That looked actually kind of doable. Panther kill with the chaser? That'd be quite something. Okay, maybe not. I just, what is this luck? I have no explanation for why I'm getting such constantly just terrible event luck. Okay. The bison is currently giving me 1 health. That's it. I'm not getting any buildings from it. It's fine to lose that right now, but I will have to get another gatherer out there to build another trail. Just... Okay. It's fine. I accept that I must suffer. It is what it is. Why did my growing get slower? That's kind of odd. I'm not sure what caused that. Having access to the bison shouldn't have had any effect on that or not. Alright, now he's out of the woods, so I can't even get a kill on him. Just go back in the forest, please. Alright, no bison for me. Let's just move on. I could wait and see if he goes back in, but I don't think it's worth waiting around. I've got more civs to not find, despite searching fruitlessly. I'm also not finding any wonders, even wonders that have been discovered already, so I'm not sure what that's about. Okay. Let me actually search that area too. That's a kill on that mandrill, and hopefully a capture. I'd love to bring a mandrill back. Alright. Oh, gosh. Damn it. Okay, probably... Well, no. He's still in the woods. This is still a woods territory. Yep, there's my kill. Now let's see a capture as well. It's a withdrawal? Okay, that's neither a kill or a capture. That is not what I wanted. Don't go by the rhino. Oh, you... 70% on the rhino? Really? At full health, that... Oh, it's his damaged rhino. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta go for it. If I can subdue a rhino, that's an insane development. Okay, this is very likely going to be a quick load. Where did my... Oh, that's where my UI went. Quick load it is. Alright, so we're going to give it a turn of healing and try that again. That damaged rhino could be a game changer. This is worth going for. This is absolutely... Oh, hold on. 100%. Let's just... come on, give me subdue. Hey, look at that! Yes! Oh my god, finally. Finally, we've captured something. Oh my actual god. Oh. Of course he goes to hide by the bison. Alright, I'm gonna go here and heal. Alright, join my folklore mandrill. Yes! I'm the worst enemy of Ragnar and Boudica. That's fine. I accept that. That is acceptable.
You're not so tough!
Alright, you just keep healing. We'll start healing next turn, rather. Oh. This is a quick save moment. Never mind. It is... Oh, it's because he's on the hill. Yeah, he needs to go down... Oh, no, 70% still. I'm gonna chase him. I guess I am a chaser, so that does kind of make sense, but... I don't want him to get too far out of my range.
Please back you round!
Alright. Don't go to the panther, come on. panther's coming to me. Oh my god, where'd he go? Where the hell did he go? Oh, the panther killed him, I think. No, I was so excited to get that rhino. Oh my god. Alright, at least we finished the seed camp. So now we've got this insane... What does this yield? Like 8 wheat, or 8 food? Yeah, 8, 1, 2. That's actually kind of crazy good. I will take that. I will take that. This is the best tile I can work right now. Hands down. Yeah, 100%. Okay. That is a win in my book. Definitely. Heal in place here. Maker is almost done. Excellent. And I guess after the maker, well, let's see what happens after we get shelter building.
A home is not a mere transient shelter. Its essence lies in the personalities of the people who live in it.
Okay. We got owls nearby. Let's just grab that really quick. So what did we get? Housing lean-tos. Okay. That means... I think that reduced... Did that give us more productivity? I'm not 100% sure what that did, but either way, that is good. We're actually almost to healthiness now, which is kind of insane. Which means, actually, hold on. After the percussion instrument maker, get the berry gatherer going, and then what else? Tuber gatherer? I think we can possibly hit healthiness in our city for the first time ever. I think we've been unhealthy this whole time. That is crazy, because that will actually let us genuinely grow with some level of consistency. Okay, childcare hut is available now. That's also healthiness, but it's a lot more expensive. And the music hut's available now. Also quite expensive. And the child birth hut as well. Ooh, okay, that's also more health. We can definitely hit healthiness with this setup here. Okay. Things are turning around for the Neanderthal campaign. What are we, 6 hours in? So I had to start somewhere. Okay, the enemy spotted. Great. Owl alert. I mean, owls being drawn to something with the label minor. I think we all know why that's happening. Okay, let us continue here. So, let me do a quick save. Tobacco. Let's work our way back over to the coast. We got a little sidetracked up here. All right. Are we still? We're still on -1. That's great. We have more culture growth now, at least. And we also have the berry gatherer underway. Okay. Yeah. There's nothing else for me to... There's no reason for me to build another gatherer right now, so let's continue with the berry gatherer building instead. Oh, I didn't mean to be on herbalism. That's actually not what I meant. But I guess while I'm working on it, I may as well... Let's see. Can I justify this? Not enormously. I need it for groundstone, which I actually do want because I have flour. I think the plan would actually be... Well, that being said, hold on. Getting a wise woman to just provide some health management for the city wouldn't be the worst thing. I need to get this eventually. It's cheap right now. Let's actually get herbalism and quickly grab controlled fire as well. Just clear out this layer. So then we can go to hard hammer percussion and fully get to the next layer. This is basically like the 25% point of the prehistoric age, which is kind of insane when you think about how long this video has already been. But yeah, we have a ways to go. This is going to be a long series. Okay, let us... ooh, we have found another coastline? This is like a full-on coast as well. That's interesting. So there's actually... This is just above the equator, too. This is like a middle of the northern hemisphere coastline. Ooh, we can take on a moa. That's actually kind of impressive. Okay. We have a goodie hut. Okay, this is... I'm certainly quick saving before this. Alright, get ready for hostile villagers. Ooh, we got a brute. It's not a Neanderthal brute, but we can upgrade him to a Neanderthal brute when we get him back. But we have to get him back somehow. That's going to be a little tough. What's the best way to handle this? I think probably... I'm not going to expect him to actually survive. I'm going to have this guy go down here to explore this area, if he can. He's probably going to die on the way. But yeah, that's a better use for him. He's not getting back. Almost no way he does. Yeah, let's go for it. Come on, subdue. Oh, god damn it, okay. I'll still take a kill. But MOAs, I don't think, spawn for much longer, if they do spawn at all, so it would have been nice to get MOA heritage. Oh, well. Continue your trek. Yeah, lots of enemies spotted. Yeah, this owl and this manta ray. Real enemies of the Neanderthal Empire. Oh, I think that's an... Is that an American alligator? What is that? Some sort of giant crocodile. Or similar creature. Chinese alligator.
You get whopped good, you not watch out.
You know, while they're in the bamboo counts as a forest. I think I gotta go for it. This is a quick save attack for sure, but if I could capture this guy... Yeah, look at this, 31% subdue animal chance. Have I been failing? I need to look at this every time. Have I been failing 30% chance every time? Okay, come on. It's a 1/3 chance. There's no way I don't get it this time. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Next turn. He also withdrew. Oh, there's a whale shark. He withdrew behind me. Yeah, he's at 0.09. I can certainly get him next time. Certainly. Come on. Let's see it. Let's see a subduction. A 100% chance. Let's see. 31% chance to subdue. Come on. Come on. 31% chance. Finally. Oh my actual god, it's been so long. My poor people have no idea what the animals of the world are. They have no clue. But now, they can learn about Chinese alligators. But The time has come at last. Alright. Let's go in the forest to heal up. Get out of the way, stupid bird. I'm just gonna kill it to get onto the hill. Or not. Okay, 50% chance to die. Never mind. Can't even fight a seagull. That's crazy. Yeah, get out of the way. I don't get vision from here? Okay. That's a surprise. There we go. I could actually probably get this guy. I think it's worth going for. Ooh, is that a vulture? What is that? Okay, greatest civilizations in the world. Ragnar is number 1. We're number 5. Okay. Interesting. What is this? Harpy eagle? That's a sea eagle. Let's try to capture... What is this, 31%? Come on. Come on, 31%. Okay. Things are finally turning around in this campaign. We also have the berry gatherer built. We're creeping our way towards healthiness, but I think this is actually going to be a good stopping point. It's turn 550, which is a nice round number. Not that that's always going to be the thing I focus on, but I've been playing for over 6 hours, which means I'm getting a little bit tired. But I don't want to make any serious mistakes for this campaign. But thank you all so much for watching this groundbreaking and very unusual new video from me. I hope you've all enjoyed the very relaxed commentary and more laid-back vibe. This is definitely pretty different from my other content, so I appreciate all of you that have stuck through to this point in the video. Like I said, I will release more sort of long-form videos like this of this campaign. I think it's going to be a nice change of pace, and I'm sure a lot of you have been watching it in the background of like doing other stuff, or maybe you've watched it in a couple of sessions. That's perfectly fair. But thank you all, nonetheless, so much for watching, and I will see you all next time for the next episode of the Neanderthal Campaign. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.